anytime you needed. You can. We all can. With Newcom. Newcom isn't a revolution. It's an evolution in the way we take care of ourselves. With over 3 decades of research and development, Newcom's patented neuroacoustic software is clinically proven to create a physiological state change in your brain and body. With nothing more than your headphones and our mobile app, Newcom gives you a suite of powerful tools that put the power of your brain in the palm of your hand. The human brain operates in a narrow band of frequency ranges, typically referred to as brainwaves. Each type of brainwave is associated with a different type of brain function. Throughout the day, your brain's frequency changes based on whether you're tired, anxious, nervous, excited, hungry, or anything in between. These frequency changes are normal, but not normally under our control, often forcing us to fight against our brain to achieve our goals, with a wide variety of detrimental side effects. That's where Newcom comes in. Newcom's patented neuroacoustic software reliably and safely interacts with your brain to speed up or slow down your brainwave frequencies using nothing more than your headphones, like a tuning fork. Our clinically proven neuroscience gives you the power to change the channel on stress, poor sleep, or lack of focus, or to turn up the adrenaline when it's time to perform its best. Unlike typical stress apps, meditation, or binaural beat apps, Newcom's journeys are engineered with the world's only patented, clinically proven neuroacoustic software designed to naturally guide your brain to different frequency states on demand. In fact, a single Newcom journey contains nonlinear algorithms and dynamic frequencies that can exceed 2 gigabytes of data. Stop letting life determine your frequency and start working with your brain, not against it. Newcom is the power of clinical neuroscience in the palm of your hand.
For me, it was like a reunion because a lot of my friends were there. We did a lot of interviews, a lot of photos. My team, they were there from the beginning until the entire end.
Spoke on the Big Festoon about hospitality and my passion for that. And the connections afterwards were very warm, very well received. It was lovely to really engage with everybody. And I must say, I think what you guys are underestimating is actually the amount of spreading the word, really. Coming back to the UK, I have been asked nonstop about what happened in Hollywood. Who did you connect with? Who did you meet? What was great? And there's some really positive, amazing stories coming out of there. So we've all come back absolutely hyped about how wonderful you guys are in America. So I think you should not underestimate how it really is touching across the pond. And I think there's still a lot more to do, and there's still some appointments in my diary. So I had a ball, and I think you guys are doing some great stuff.
Part of going to an event like this is because you really don't know what it's going to be until you get there. And the Big Festoon part of it was a big question mark. It sounded neat, people from the UK, but when we actually got together and we got in the room and we experienced each other and the heart-centered connections, that's when the magic happened. Sip a wine and talk to people. You had the ability to bring so many people into a room together. And it's like when I do things for Kentucky Derby, we can't explain what it's going to be like until you have a little taste of it. So I think you gave us a huge taste. What did I expect? I really wasn't sure. It so far exceeded.
This event was so powerful because really what Adora Crystal Evans talks about is it's not about how we're going to get there, but it's about the who do we know. And you even said it's not just about who we know, but who knows us.
I came in not having attended any of the events in the kingdom of David Fagan. It was fantastic. The Big Festoon, meeting people from across the pond that are facing the same issues in business, the same issues in terms of like spirituality, connectedness. It's this menagerie of humans. You don't know who knows what. And I really, really appreciated the opportunity to network and meet people.
Well, I'm still riding high, and I just can't thank you enough. The honor of the award that you gave as arts advocate, that meant so much to my heart, as well as a lot to my business. I have to say my connection with you, David, is the value. And bringing that together, what you've done for me since we've just met, not even 5 months ago, it's just been sensational. That great community, great deliverables, great people to meet, the connections, you are the connectors. It's just been amazing.
I've just spent another couple of days with Danny. We've been to Expert Empires, and it was just so nice to see everyone who didn't come from our little friend group to LA is massively jealous, because I think in the UK we hear a lot of horrible news about things that are happening in, and to find that actually I was in a room full of people just like me, who are good people doing the good work, really, really filled up my heart. The reason I ended up in LA, I said to Danny, I need another festoon, and I'm so pleased I did it, because you guys are honestly wonderful, and I feel very reassured at how wonderful the work is that you're all doing, because the world's not going to change unless we all festoon, as Danny calls it, and all link together.
Hey, this is Captain Lou, producer planner of the amazing annual mastermind vacation known as the Marketers Cruise. Here we are with 445 of our best marketing buddies from 18 countries around the world.
This is my fourth. This is my third.
Second, first, ninth annual
Marketers Cruise.
It really wasn't a hard sell. Go on a cruise for a week and network with some of the top marketing professionals in the industry.
It's a vacation combined with a seminar.
These are just real extraordinary experts giving you some of their best advice.
All you have to do is ask a question. You'll get 30 or 40 people that can answer it.
I got phenomenal advice, as well as lots of offers of free products, free services, free help. You can't pay for some of this stuff, and that's what this group will do for you.
I'd like to think that I spend 90% of my time doing the most important thing, which is probably fun.
My wonderful, fun-loving little group, we tore up the dance club in a way that I know is recorded on camera and I fear will reach the internet at some point in my life.
We decided to create an atmosphere where it's 30% work, 70% play.
Could you imagine partying and going on a cruise with 400 or 500 of your closest friends?
You get to meet people maybe in the JV jacuzzi or Pizza and Profits at night.
Let me tell you about Pizza and Profits. It's a strange phenomenon.
You go up to the pizza place, which is 24 hours.
And that starts at midnight.
Making new connections.
Launching products.
Deals are cut.
Joint ventures.
And just keeps going and going and going and going and going.
Some of the people go until you smell bacon.
What do you do in your business? Here's what I do in my business. Do you want a pepperoni pizza? Here's a cheese pizza.
I think that the way that they were able to break the ice for all the entrepreneurs there is really just setting the tone of, we're here to learn, we're here to share, you're here with your peers, and they really set the right framing for the entire week.
And you know what? You don't have to be an internet marketer to be on this cruise. We've got healers, we've got doctors, we've got chiropractors, we've got amazing people doing all kinds of things.
Like I said, I've made a lot of connections with people, top people that I would never have access to if I was not on this cruise. We had a white hot party costume, everybody's having fun.
So just on the magic of cruising on the Caribbean Ocean in January on a sparkly ship that has a lot of cool things, entertainment. So you're in a relaxed atmosphere where things happen organically.
It's about having fun. It's about making friends, enjoying yourself. And the business comes.
And the connections just happen.
To me, the important thing is how can we connect and how can we help each other, not how can we make money. Any long-term relationship can't be rushed into, and a period of getting to know each other has to occur. Because once you remove yourself from that context of this conversation is supposed to lead me to monetary gain, it'll lead you to a much deeper gain, which is the gain of connection to another person.
And everybody's just out to help you. And I've never been in anything like that before.
And when you leave, it's not a business relationship, it's a pal, it's a friend. And that's what the Marketers Cruise is about. It's about friendship.
I'm going to use a little cruise metaphor, but I believe that a rising tide raises all ships. And that when people are brought together under a commonality to achieve greater things together, they can.
All right, we're back and we're kicking it off. It's Inventors and Innovators. It is a broadcast. It's not an event. You're not going to hear speakers. You're not going to see PowerPoint presentations. This is for interview purposes. Leave you hanging on that just a little bit here. We've got Adora Crystal Evans coming up, Isabel Donadio. One of our first big interviews of the morning will be Sharon Lecter. We've got her backstage here as well. She's always a fan favorite. If you're kind of new to this isn't a show that's ongoing. This is an event with speakers. This is a special broadcast. So we have multiple producers like Vince Caruso of the show New to the Street that airs on Fox Business and films in the New York Stock Exchange. We have producers like Adora Crystal Evans. And by producers, I mean people that help book guests, people that help distribute these interviews and content. You'll find these later on in places like the Trailblazer channel or Binge Network, or maybe even on Fox Business or Bloomberg TV, depending on the interview. You know, that's why we tell people, you know, don't come with the cell phone, you know, don't come in nothing but a t-shirt, a raggedy old t-shirt, because we have lots of places to distribute these interviews and share them. But they are live here today, tomorrow, Saturday. I mean, we've got the next 4 days, right? Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, right? Next 4 days, 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time to 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I know some of you guys are doing the math. We got people from all over, a lot of people over there in the UK. We've got France, we've got Kenya, we've got South Africa. Let's see, where else do we got? London, Manchester, Bolton. Got a lot of our friends over there from the Big Festoon. List goes on and on. We'll have some other people share here in just a second. But yes, this is the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. So we've done things like Trailblazer. We've done things like Genius. You know, the last special broadcast we did was called Headliners and Heroes. This broadcast is really about inventors and innovators, people who created something, founded something, invented something. They have some kind of patent. They saw what was going on in the marketplace, and then they went ahead and added to that. They went ahead and improved upon that. And one of those people that we're going to be bringing up first is Sharon Lecter. Sharon, how are you doing, my friend?
I am doing fantastic. Thank you so much, David.
You're building the suspense there for a second. You're building the suspense. It's good. That's good. Well, yeah, it's nice to have you back. It seems like every 3 or 4 months we try to get together with you here and see what we can do.
I love it.
Got some producers giving me some notes. We've interviewed you so much. They're like, you already asked her this. We want a clip of her saying, okay, we'll ask everything.
Ask away.
And I've got a few other people, as you know, I try to give some other people a chance. Like, I'm going to give you a chance to ask Sharon Lecter a question, something maybe we've never thought of before, something you want to know. So we have a few of those being put together for you as well. For those of you who've seen us in the past, sometimes I think we do an informal game of Stump Sharon. Can we stump Sharon? Let's see how difficult the questions we can ask. So maybe we'll play even a little bit of Stump Sharon. But when you, Sharon, when you hear about inventing something and innovating something, I'm going to kind of come to you in a second, like some of your personal stories. But you seem like somebody who has had the privilege of helping people who have also invented and innovated something. And so maybe we'll start with that a little bit. When somebody comes to you, Sharon, and they say, hey, I think I've invented something new. Hey, I think I'm innovating something, or hey, I've got a patent coming and I'm thinking about, you know, maybe what to do with this idea or with this patent. What's one of the very first 1 or 2 things you might tell that person to do?
That's a great question, David. I think it's a fantastic way to really kick off your event. The first question is, what problem do you solve? What need do you serve? Because everything, if you truly want to create intellectual property, you're going to do something that hasn't done before. You're going to share something that's new and innovative. And the whole idea behind intellectual property or patents that it's not obvious and it's new. Mm-hmm. And so again, what problem do you solve? What need do you serve? And how can we make what you want to invent or what you want to innovate? How can we make that something that you can protect? So first you identify the intellectual property, then you protect it, then you leverage it. And that's how you create global brands.
Yeah. No, that's great. And it's interesting. I like that you throw in their global brands. So when you're always thinking of things, you're thinking big, never small. You're thinking, you know, how do we make this
go big? Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. How do you think? Love it. Yeah. Love it. So let's kind of switch over to you a little bit. Like when you think of inventing or innovating something, and I want to break those into 2 categories. I know in a lot of ways you've invented like methods and processes and systems. But what do you think is the best example of what you have invented, of like the closest thing to maybe a true invention, like the everyday guy might think of it?
Well, I actually have two. I helped invent the talking children's book, and that grew that industry back in 1987. And then I have a patent on the invention of the cash flow for kids game in the Rich Dad series. And all of it's tied to innovation. So, I pride myself as I like to innovate new ways of educating as it related to kids and reading, getting them to reading again, and the electronic children's books, and certainly with Rich Dad, and what I do with the Napoleon Hill Foundation is a way to innovate how people think about money and how they think about building wealth.
Yeah. I love that. And there are some things that you're probably more known for, inventing and innovation wise. I think what you're talking about is probably what you're best known for. But what are some of the evolution that you've had with because like some of the things you invented and innovated, they needed to continue to be reinvented and innovated.
Always.
Can you give us an example of something that's maybe had 4 or 5 different reinventions, or 10 or more reinventions? I mean, how much reinventing are you doing after something's invented?
Well, I think the best reinvention you can do is yourself, right? So I tell people, don't retire, refire. Always finding that definite purpose and redefining what you want out of life and how you can make the greatest impact. And so when you have something you're constantly wanting to innovate. In fact, yesterday I was just had a meeting with a guy who has a new way of using AI in Forex trading. And it was very intriguing to me. And so I've been spending time digging into that, because I'm supposed to be an authority, and something I didn't understand completely. So I'm digging into that. So I'm completely reinventing myself and re-inspiring myself to learn new information. And so when you create something, you don't want to just have it static. You want to say, how can I improve it? How can I take it to the next level? How can I make it better? Because as you share it with clients or customers, you're going to find ways that they react to it that help you improve it and make it better. And so whatever you do, quality control is essential for you to keep your intellectual property edge and those rights, is constantly saying, how can I improve it? You might have a patent, and then you find out down the road that there's something else you can do. So you have a second patent related to the first one. And so it's very important to stay on the cutting edge of what innovation you're creating and how you can make it better.
Yeah. So what advice, and I know you have a lot of people that's, kind of on your golden Rolodex, so you probably just call for a lot of these things, but, what is your advice to somebody in terms of protecting things internationally, right? Like sometimes I go to other countries, like I'm sure a lot of us do. And, we see things kind of, for lack of a better term, ripped off essentially, or, taken over or put their own twist on. What's your best advice when it comes to protecting things internationally and globally?
Well, it's a great question, David, because things have been changing dramatically, and it's very important to understand what the laws are internationally, because particularly for trademarks, all right, trademarks in some countries are first to file versus US first to use. And that's a huge difference. And so if you've created a great trademark and you haven't protected it internationally, somebody else may steal your rights in another country if it's a first to file. So it's very important to have the right advisors to help you protect yourself. Because when we start and we have our sights on a local market, we might lose the opportunity to go global by not thinking a bigger game and saying, how can I protect myself?
Is there any countries though that like you're just like, I just don't want to do business there? Would you be as bold as to say you would recommend people avoiding certain things till maybe political climates change or business laws change?
Well, I wouldn't avoid any country, but I would avoid how I do business there so that you can protect your rights. Years ago, Brazil was terrible at protecting intellectual property. China, when we released Rich Dad, there were like 2 million copies of Rich Dad sold that were bogus in China. And somebody Xeroxed them and sold them. However, I outsmarted them because I put a call to action inside the books, so that even though there was like 2 million marketing brochures for me, because they could, they copied everything. So they had that marketing piece in it as well. But the problem with intellectual property rights is the quality control. You have to enforce them. And so if you know that someone's infringing your trademark, you need to take action, or you may lose your trademark. And so it's very important to have the right type of legal advice. And believe me, people say, oh, it's so expensive. It's a lot less expensive up front than it is later on when you are finding out that you need help.
Yeah. That's great. So we kind of lumped some different things together for this broadcast, and Sharon, every time we come up with topics, we kind of include some of the other producers we work with. One of them is Vince Caruso, who produces some shows for Bloomberg TV and Fox Business. One of them I'll get to do guest co-hosting like the New York Stock Exchange. And so we'll kind of pitch them different ideas. And it's interesting, like all the different things that are kind of like keywords or terms. And it's still kind of surprising to me how much inventing is still searched online. It's like a really hot topic. And I don't know if you remember this, Sharon. This is way back in the day, and you would have had to watch TV. But a lot of times on Saturdays, they would have that commercial. It was like a caveman, and it was just a commercial to the general public saying, have you invented something? Get your free inventor's guide and how to patent da-da-da-da. So it's interesting to me, after all these years and after everything that's been invented, maybe I'm just boring, but at times I'm just thinking, what more could we possibly invent? Haven't we pretty much just thought of everything? But what do you say to the idea of we've thought of everything, or how much more can really be invented, Sharon?
Well, our country's forefathers understood the importance of innovation and invention. And in fact, the patent law is actually in the Constitution. So there are always look at what's happened with AI over the last few years. I mean, things are constantly evolving, and new ways to do things faster, quicker, cheaper. All of those things are protectable if you secure the rights. And so innovation and invention will never end. I mean, look at the strides in robotics. I mean, it's just continuing to get faster, quicker. And there's just a fertile field of new inventions. There's still a great need for much better, longer lasting batteries. So there's still a need for in the medical field. You're seeing a lot more advances in healthcare. All of those things are not going to slow down, and it's a good thing, because we're going to see that our longevity continues to lengthen when we have this kind of innovation.
Yeah. So we've done a lot in terms of, talking about inventing and innovation, and, we could talk about it with you, for hours. I'm sure you've got, lots of different ideas. I'm going to put a little bit of a slightly different spin on this, but, at your level of success, with all the experience you've had, notice I'm not saying age, with all the experience you have, Sharon, like, how are you maybe still trying to reinvent yourself as an individual? What things are you doing? Because I know you're somebody who's never really settling. You're always looking to improve. What are you doing these days?
Well, you're never too old to start something new. And I love that question as well, David. Thank you. I constantly challenge myself, and I challenge my clients. I challenge I always say, when was the last time you did something for the first time? Because as a human, we tend to get into our little comfort zones. And when you stay in your comfort zone, you don't experience new things. So challenge yourself to do something you've never done before that takes you out of your comfort zone. It allows you to meet new people, new powers of association, new opportunities, new things that intrigue you. Like I shared my story yesterday. I'm intrigued by this new opportunity. And I think it's really important to be a lifelong learner. Too many people retire and then they just go downhill because they're not inspiring themselves to continue learning. And I think it's very important for all of us to do that. And again, I get inspired by being angry. When my son got into credit card debt, that's when I dedicated myself to financial literacy. When COVID started and people were stressed out and fearing for their lives, I started a daily positive messaging. And earlier this year, just a few weeks ago, I started a new program, Investing in Uncertain Times, because people were flipping about what was happening in the economy. And so again, it comes back to my lifelong mantra, why not? All right, why not solve a problem or serve a need? Why not go where no one else has gone? Why not help others? And why not serve instead of sell? And that's really been my motto my entire life, and challenging myself to do something I've never done before. And I challenge my clients and everybody else. So I challenge everybody watching right now. When was the last time you did something for the first time? It keeps you young and curious.
Yeah, no, I like that for sure. You have a lot of things going on as always. I wanted to give you a time maybe to tell everybody a little bit of like what's next for you, like what's next events, next books. I know you're always doing something. You're always speaking somewhere. What's next for you?
Well, thank you. Yes, I'm always doing something. That's true. Probably too much sometimes. I do have a 29th book in process that is a little bit more personal, so I'm dragging my feet on it. So I have to get that one done. But and this course, I'm really loving it right now because I'm covering all topics about real estate, about cryptocurrency, equities markets, Forex, gold and silver, my guest next week. So all of these things so that people understand it's so important to diversify across asset categories. And David, as you know, my favorite word on earth, assets. And too many of us are taught to chase money, to chase salary, to chase income. I go chase the assets, buy, build, and create assets. Those assets create the income, and you're financially free when the income from your assets exceeds your monthly expenses. And that's what I share with people. So I'd love for everyone to reach out to me, info@sharonlechter.com, or visit my website, sharonlechter.com. Follow me on Instagram. This course is fantastic. Happy to share it. I have real estate investing courses. I have money mastery courses. But most importantly, I love to work with higher level clients who truly, my superpower is helping people identify things that they can't see on how to advance their business and take it to the next level, to add that extra zero at the end of their net worth. We want to continue helping people grow their legacies. And that's my greatest, one of my greatest prizes, my team gave me a thing my legacy is helping create other legacies. And I love that. So my greatest joy is seeing other people succeed.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. So with everything that you're doing now, are you traveling less because of Zoom and things like this? I'm sure you're traveling the amount you want to travel, but what does your travel look like these days?
Well, that's you seem to know what questions to ask, David. Yes, I obviously with COVID, we got totally into Zoom, but I have been traveling for years, 250 days a year. And I made this commitment to myself about 3 years ago that I was going to slow down. And I failed miserably at that. But this year I am really traveling a lot less than I have in the past. I'm on the road at least twice a month, but I actually have time at home, and it's been wonderful, and time to enjoy our ranch, which I invite anybody to check it out, cherrycreeklodge.com in the middle of the Tonto National Forest here in Arizona. It's just a little piece of heaven.
Yeah. Yeah. So you said something about assets, and thanks for giving me permission just to keep this moving right along. You said some things about assets, and different people are posting different questions. And so I'm trying to rally some of those for them as well and get some answers. But there's so much that can be said about assets. But one of the conversations is not all assets are created equal, right? Some assets depreciate faster than others. And it's interesting. the stories we tell ourselves, right? So like my father meant well when I did jobs and made money as a kid. What did I want to do? I'd buy candy, and so you eat candy, it's gone. So it's basically then like, okay, David, you need to have something to show for your money. You haven't, right? So this gets ingrained in me. So he meant well by that. But then what I found is like, oh, well, if I have a boat, I have something to show for it. If I have a big screen, I have something to show for it. Or as a business owner, I did this back in the early 2000s. Like, well, I got to have this $50,000 phone system. It'll pretty much pay for itself. I got to have this $27,000 copier. It'll pretty much just pay for itself. How many times have entrepreneurs, innovators, inventors, entrepreneurs do we go, oh, this is just going to pretty much pay for itself? So maybe weigh in a little bit on the asset conversation and what you tell people in terms of that voice that says, hey, this will practically pay for itself. Do you have a few stories like that, Sharon?
Well, all of those items you just mentioned, my first question would be, assets should put money in your pocket. If those if those things aren't putting money in your pocket, from an investor's perspective, they're not assets. That's why we created a tumultuous reaction in the world when we said your house is not an asset. Yes, most people end up making money because they have a house and it's something that is appreciates over time, but it costs you money. It costs you money all the time. And so it's very important to pay attention. Your bank lets you list your house as an asset because they want to get your net worth, but it's not putting money in your pocket. So assets feed you, liabilities eat you. And so I'm not telling people not to be employees if that's your choice. It's not what you do for your paycheck that determines your financial future. It's what you do with your paycheck that determines your financial future. And that's so important for people to understand. Every dollar you receive, you have a choice. Do you redeploy it in buying, building, creating other assets that generate income, or do you let it fall through your fingers? And, if any of you have played cash flow, getting the boat is one of the things that's a sign of not a great move because it costs money. It doesn't put money in your pocket unless you turn it into a charter.
Yeah, this conversation just got a little more painful for me. I think we're going to move on. Dr. Helmut Love posted a very interesting question, and there's some big words in this question. So stick with me, Sharon. I'm going to read the exact question. I was going to try to summarize it in less words, but he worded it well. So here we go. With the wealth gap being the largest moral, political, economic, and social issue of our time, which AI will only accelerate? What are Sharon's thoughts about what we can do as a society to accelerate wealth sharing?
Okay, great question. I think the issue is, are we mentors or are we enablers? All right. And so the question is it better to educate and provide opportunities for people to find a way to create their own wealth, or do we just hand them money where they expect more? And so I am a capitalist at heart. I believe free markets are a way to help people empower themselves, help them learn, get educated, help them understand how to create. Entrepreneurship is as strong as it's ever been, and it gives people an opportunity. The bigger issue from me, my personal mission, is to make sure we get financial education a requirement in schools. When I started a few years ago, there were only 5 states in the United States that required a personal finance class for high school graduation. We're now up to 26, but it's still not enough. Because if we make sure every child gets financial education as a requirement before they graduate from high school, that's how we level the playing field. That means every child has an opportunity to learn about creation, about wealth, about assets. And the problem is we hear the term the rich get richer, the poor get poorer, which is what he's talking about, the wealth gap. But that's because they're learning about money at home. And so in order to level the playing field, we must require every child to get that education. Because some of the wealthiest people on the planet were very had humble beginnings. They did not have money to start with. They weren't born with silver spoons in their mouth, but they found the ability to solve problems and serve needs. They found the ability to create something, to be innovative, to be inventors, as this whole webinar is about. And they solve problems, serve needs. And the more people you serve, the richer you become when you focus on the service and helping make other people's lives better. And I think we have to get back to the point where we focus on giving people the tools so that they can educate themselves and create wealth in their own right. And that elevates their self-confidence. My personal success equation, which if you go to personalsuccessequation.com, you can get a free workbook that I created, is your passion and your talent, right? So my passion came from anger. We weren't teaching kids about money in school. My talent was a CPA for 35 years, publishing for many years. And most of us stop there because we think we have to do everything on our own. But true success, and all of my success, comes from my passion, my talent, combined with the power of association, which is what you are helping create by putting on these events. Power of association. Who do you know? Who can open doors for you? Do you have people on your team who are strong where you are weak? And then times 8, taking action. How many times do we know what we're supposed to do? We just don't do it. And then you wrap all of it with a plus F, faith. Faith in yourself, faith in what you're doing, faith that is needed and necessary, and faith that you will succeed. And David, most of the time that F is fear, and it keeps people paralyzed. Fear can either paralyze us or motivate us. And 98% of us are paralyzed by fear. And so if you look at that, when I start with the new clients, it's usually the power of association they need help with and their faith. And they go hand in hand. When you have the right people around you, certainly I see that with you and all your clients, you elevate their self-confidence because they have that power of association. And so download it, personalsuccessequation.com. It's free, and it helps you analyze your own life and what you might be able to do today to make tomorrow better.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Yeah, you got my wheels turning on so many things. One question or one theme people in the comment session is AI. Just when I think there can't be any more AI talk, there's more AI talk. But it makes sense. I mean, AI really is just. I don't even think we've entirely wrapped our heads around it, right? Like it's going so fast and growing so fast. But why don't you weigh in on that? Is that something your team is using? Is that something you're investing in? How do you see AI fitting into this puzzle for us entrepreneurs and innovators and inventors?
Certainly. I have a several prong answer to that. First, I'm working with a company very closely right now where they're taking my body of work and creating a digital twin, Sharon, so that you can interact and have conversations and get answers to your questions. But it is a closed AI system. And so my biggest word of caution for everyone here is AI is a great research tool. But when you put your information out into open AI, you lose your intellectual property rights. All right. It now becomes open source. Anybody can utilize it. And if you create something from open AI, you cannot copyright it. In January, the Copyright Office issued a declaration. All right. A copyright is only available to human expression. So use AI for your creative thoughts and pull it together and put it in your own words so that it is your expression so that you can protect it. There are companies out there that say, we'll write your book in a week, 3 days through AI. Right. And that you own it. Yeah, well, you might own it, but you can't protect it. You can't copyright it. Yeah. And so understand the nuances and make sure you understand what you're getting yourself into. AI is here to stay, is continuing to leap bounds forward. As I said, I'm studying AI generated investing algorithms right now so that I understand what's happening and what's good and what's not and what to look for and what to protect yourself from. AI is going to help us tremendously. I mean, I have people who have written entire courses. It's also going to impact industries. It's going to impact the coaching industry. And so you can't put your head in the sand. You got to be aware of it. And, and be prepared to utilize it. And that's why I'm working with this cutting edge company. They're working with UNESCO. They're working with the White House to create AI tools to help in education.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it. Each one of these topics, and we could do hours on each one of these topics. We could write, at least a short book on most of these topics as well. What is your team? Your core team, Sharon, consist of? Tell us like the roles that you feel like you've always needed to have and still like to have, but what does that look like when you're kind of filling out your team and the people around you?
Well, I think it's really important that goes back to your intellectual property, David. So, because so many people today use independent contractors, and I do too. But it's very important as you are doing new things and inventing things and innovation with outside contractors, even photography. Make sure that you have the intellectual property rights transferred to you. Make sure you have the correct agreements. Make sure that in those agreements, they have a provision called this is a work for hire. And so that transfers the rights to you when you pay for the work. And because today, many people build their businesses using third-party contractors. You're using people offshore. Make sure you've created the right documentation to make sure you own what you're creating, that you own what you're inventing. Is so very, very important. And my team, I have a virtual team for social media. I have a virtual team for manufacturing. I have a virtual team for publishing, all right? I have in-house people to help me on the day-to-day stuff. So all of those things, but make sure you have the right agreements, because when we're talking about innovating and inventing, intellectual property rights are everything. So make sure you're getting the right agreements.
So one of the points that I want to pull out of what you said, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so you tell me if I'm wrong about this. But one of the things that I find interesting with people like you and me, where we have these teams, AI is not replacing any of these people. It's just helping our people. Has AI replaced anybody on your team?
No.
I think that's something that doesn't get discussed enough. And a lot of people are like, oh, all these jobs are going away. I haven't had anybody lose their job because of AI. If anything,
no, it's making them more efficient.
Yeah.
And able to do more and move more quickly. And I think that's a really big positive. But when you're being more efficient, make sure you're not giving up your rights.
Yeah. As a creative person, as someone who loves to create things, design things, write things, I just see it as, another color, another paintbrush, it's another tool to add to our creativity. Now, I know that I don't want to be tone deaf. I know that it affects the world differently in other ways, but I think some of that buzz or hype is just that. It's buzz and hype, and there's always a certain amount of fear out there. I guess I just want us to be a couple more voices saying, hey, this is a good thing.
Well, there are some industries that are going to be negatively impacted.
Absolutely. And that's what I was saying. I don't want to be tone deaf to that. I know this doesn't apply to everybody. But I could even relate to that feeling as well. One of my first big mentors was Jay Conrad Levinson of Gorilla Marketing. And I was the CEO of Gorilla Marketing, the only one up until that point in time. And, what I came to Jay with is I said, Jay, you don't need to write any other books. This is in the 2000s. I'm like, I will sift, sort, and separate your content, and we'll create, other versions. And that's what I did. I helped create Gorilla Marketing for Women, Gorilla Marketing for Dentists, Gorilla Marketing for Real Estate, and this is, 16, 17, 18 years ago. But basically what I did, Sharon, with all their content is now what AI does, right? AI, you just download it all, and you got your David Fagan word genius, sort, sifting, and separating out. But that's what I used to do. It'd be like, give me another title. Here's another title. Give me another way to say that. Here's another way to say this. So I got to admit, as AI came in, I wasn't panicked, but I was like, it's doing what I do, and it's doing it better. It's doing it better. Right? We're going to talk later on about, some of the different ways people can innovate with AI. And there's a tool that I'm using. It's still in beta, but it's called Expert Loop. It's XPERT Loop, LOOP.ai. And if anybody wants to be a part of that testing program, but what's really cool about Expert Loop, Sharon, is I can drop all of my books into it, all of my articles into it, all of my emails into it, even my videos I can jump into it. And then I can have it create stuff using my word. Now, I know a lot of people are using ChatGPT to put a lot of their stuff in it and to train it to talk like them. But there's some really advanced AI out there now that does that 100 times as fast. And so if you're someone who's already written a bunch of books or written a bunch of things, you can just drop it in there. So the other cool thing is now my team can even go in there and say, write an article on the humility myth. You know, how would David respond to law of the war chest? You know, whatever. So, you know, that's one of the ways in which, you know, I'm using it myself, and even my team is, we can just be pulling from all this content that I've already written and created. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think it's important. That's similar to the company that I'm working with on the cutting edge side of it, because it's going to be a digital twin that does video, audio, and written materials as well. But I think it's really my cautionary tale, and I don't know about Expert Loop, so I just recommend make sure you read carefully the terms and conditions of the platform. Because oftentimes the terms and conditions of some of these platforms, they take ownership of the content. And so you want to protect your intellectual property. And so make sure you take time to read through all that fine print that most people skip over to make sure you're maintaining ownership of your IP.
Okay, great. Don't go anywhere for just a second. I'm going to add somebody in here. I'm going to add Donnie Epstein. Donnie Epstein, Sharon Lecter.
Hello, Donnie.
I have a feeling you two know each other.
Hi, Sharon. It's an honor to be with you here, to hear your wisdom. And, you know, when you talk about the power of association, that's so powerful. And I think what you're really, in my language, what you're speaking about is personal resourcefulness as compared to in your profession or whatever, because ultimately it's you who's going to make a difference. And what we're speaking about really is what happens when someone is looking at having things done faster, where that individual is not personally more resourceful. Either you'll get resourceful by being ripped apart to light, or you get resourceful because you choose it, okay, for more than yourself. And something else that you said, fear either paralyzes you or motivates you or inspires you, okay, there. And again, seduction, and any entrepreneur knows they live on seduction, involves a massive uncertainty, a tinge of fear, and an upside that's worth, at least you hope is worth the risk. If there's no fear there, if there's no uncertain times there, it doesn't work. And no matter what happens, if you're not seeing a benefit for more than just yourself, then we're out of the whole area. I see what I've referred to as energetic capital, and you could be energetic capital is the added energetic value you've added to the system. That's
Donnie. Let me interrupt you.
Hi.
Okay, let me interrupt for just a second. I just wanted to make sure you guys got a chance to say hi. I want to get into what you're talking about here in a second.
Hi,
I wanted to.
You got me all excited, Sharon.
my
mind is buzzing.
I know Sharon has to get going, so I want to let her go. But I wasn't sure if you guys knew each other or when you guys last talked to each other. You know, I look up to both
We've
of
been
you.
passing by.
Yeah, that's what I
Wonderful,
thought. Sharon,
wonderful to have this time.
I'll give you the last word, Sharon, before you take off.
Well, thank you so much, David. Great to visit with you, Donnie. And I want to thank everybody for taking the time, because you made the decision to dedicate this time today, this event. And so thank you, David, for curating a great event for the next couple of days. And I appreciate everybody taking the time to do it, because you are the CEO of your own life. And I asked again, when was the last time you did something for the first time? I'm here to serve you. Please reach out to me. I make that invitation, and very few people ever do it. So I'd love to see a few info at Sharon Lecter emails telling me hello. and love to connect with all of you and do whatever I can to support you, putting yourself in the position of highest and greatest potential. So thank you, David.
Love it. Love it. Thank you, Sharon, for coming on. Always a pleasure. We'll reconnect soon. We're both in Arizona too. We'll have to meet up sometime or do something. At least our home base is in Arizona, and the rest of the time we're out traveling the world. Donnie, how about you? How's everything going over there?
It's extraordinarily, amazingly wild, and
Okay.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna add a few more big brains and beautiful faces. I'm not sure if the brain is bigger or their face is more beautiful, but I'm adding Isabel Donadillo and I'm adding Simone Fairchild here. We're gonna try to gang up on you here a little bit, Donnie. We're gonna try to give you a little more of a challenge. So, we've had you on some different interviews around different topics. The theme of this special broadcast, not an event, not a webinar, but special broadcast, which is airing in a lot of different places, is on inventors and innovators. And, you have invented some things. You have innovated the marketplace. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what you think is your biggest invention and innovation that you've brought to mankind? And then Simone and Isabel are going to be following up with some questions.
Okay, well, great. You see, we look at what did I actually create? And the magic is in who you become that allows you to create, number one. Okay. I started out creating with my Doctor of Chiropractic degree, and the idea, this is a central thing, the original principle of that profession, which is very rarely even discussed, is that there's a vibrational consciousness in everything, living and non-living. Every atom has its vibration signal. That consciousness somehow is transmitted to the nervous system. And the nerves are stretched. As that happens, it changes the vibration and it changes the communication between the organizing wisdom and life. And I took that as a central theme of what it would happen. What is it? And the question I really asked is, how does life create? How does it create? Everything is going towards randomness or breakdown. That amount of time that we have enough energy to fuel the organizing wisdoms of life that every spiritual tradition speaks about determines the quality and quantity of our life. As the chiropractor and the healthcare professional, I developed my network chiropractic systems, millions of sessions around the world. Watching that, I realized there are 12 stages of healing we go through. And one of my innovations I had was in the 1980s to actually say that healing is physical, emotional, mental, social, spiritual, before Deepak came up with the books and ideas. And if you take care of someone, these things could change because you're in alignment with your innate natural beacon signal. Each of us has a fingerprint that we put out to the world. How do you access that? So in the chiropractic system, I found a way of producing a wave. I innovated, help it to happen. And this wave, people shift to conscious states. They got great healing changes. They started experiencing what spiritual masters would experience for a few moments. And I said, what is this? And I said, what if I take this idea initially in the healthcare discipline of chiropractic? And what if I take this universal wisdom that is personalized for us, the signal we put out, and get that to happen? So we did research. We found this wave that comes through is your fingerprint. Each person is unique. It's how you organize the nervous system. And when you interact with people who are plugged into that, you get different answers. You study garbage, you get garbage. You study light, you get light. And that led me in a path of developing all different systems, and ultimately to what I believe is the answer to your question, what I now call epi-energetics, which transcends and includes everything we've done before, is the energetics of how life organizes, how it creates. I said, well, what if this type of wave that goes to the spine, what if it goes between us? What if the energy field around us is primary, creates the body? oh my God, I was taking care of somebody, and as I take care of them with any of the disciplines, the relationship changed. The way they see the world changed. So I think one of my greatest gifts is this. What if you could tap into the information field in your life before it becomes the cells of your body, before it becomes a relationship, before it becomes business, before it becomes anything. Add energy to it and suddenly watch it grow. If that happens, the light always wins. This is politically, socially, economically, and all the areas. So my greatest things are called epienergetics, the conscious and ecological use of energy and information to instantly create a new level, evolutionary level of human performance. We have enough evidence and research that's what it's doing.
And in the optimizer stage, you have helped your clients release defensive patterns and tap into the parasympathetic flow, I guess you would say. What broader impact does this have on the interpersonal relationships and team dynamics?
Okay, well, that's great. One of the that's a great question, and I want to start with what is real as a space between us. Okay, that's what we're impacting. That an answer to that. There are different wins. I win, you lose. Okay, we'll forget about that one. Okay, we both win. That's most people's ceiling. I win, you win, and people we know win. That's really cool. Some people go there. The win I'm looking for is I win, you win. People we know win. People we don't know, people we'll never meet win. And how is that? Because we do not see the world as it is, we see it as we are. How about if the basic energy consciously that we use is organized in a way with our innate natural signal that suddenly it doesn't line just the cells of the body, it lines your whole life up. So one answer to that, an example here. A woman, I worked with her with what's called alchemy. It's working with the understanding of your nature, the energy of your field, and how to shift that, not for yourself, but to make sure that the signal you are is what is the world perceives at a higher level. And her biggest pain was it's 3 children. She lives in Russia. She has 3 children. The middle daughter of hers has severe cerebral palsy. In Russia, these children have not gone to school. They try to hide them. They bring people into the house. So here she is being responsible as a mother and finding it as a burden. She's locked in the house, locked with a child. She doesn't love the child the way she loves her. She feels guilt. So she's experiencing responsibility and guilt in the same app, okay, as failure. And mother and daughter, one app. That is an S show for her. I helped her to understand the energetic. And what if she experienced these things not packed in the same package, in a separate package? It was pretty cool. We had a few hundred people on the call witnessing. And we did a post call for her, I think a month and a half later. What's different? She said, well, the government called me and said, can we bring your child into a school? Never done before. See if we could test her for that. They tested her for it. And they said, your child, September 1st, is going to be the first child in Moscow, probably Russia, who was severe handicapped, is being brought into school. We're going to change the school so it can accommodate for the wheelchair. Someone actually just, as she's no longer projecting that in the field of failure, mother, daughter, guilt, shame, and burden, responsibility, that created a different impact. And what happened then, a man was told to come into a place who said the exact words he said is that, I'm going to come and help you. You have more free time. I'm going to take care of your daughter. She's my responsibility right now. She took an acting class. She was in her first acting stuff. So what happened? And not influence that, it changes the institutions. Because every person who recognizes they're living from a computer screen, they're reading a computer screen that does not match the human potential. Available energy is necessary. Either we break down to become resourceful, to liberate the light and our connection, Or in this next year, we're all affected in a new world by recognizing the energetics of, say, your workbook, so to speak, for your service manual for your incarnation. And it should have very tangible outcomes.
That's incredible, Donnie. You are speaking my language. I live by my divinity, my spirituality, and I'm also a science nerd. So what I'm gathering by what you're saying is that you have tapped into people's souls and you have a natural interest in matching the medicine with the divine, I guess. Would you care to comment about that?
Yes. Okay. How many weeks do we have? Okay, here we go.
We have 4 weeks.
Okay. What I did, and it gives a science background, okay? People have got the master's and PhD's degrees studying this wave and this chiropractic application. I left chiropractic practice in 1992, developing different systems, because each thing I learn leads me to the next path. And we're teaching people to do the chiropractic application for this model. And in the study, they found that, if you the way you walk, your gait is happens by some pattern generated in the nervous system embedded in the spine. And if you broke your leg, had a stroke or something of that nature, what will wind up happening is your body would reorganize all of its movements around the algorithm that's yours. And that's been used in security and intelligence communities. One of the people who has developed that did research with us. And they found that that wave in the network care, in the chiropractic care, is another second known pattern generated in the central nervous system, and it's not associated with locomotion. So what we're looking at is then how do people organize? We saw the shape, position, tension of the spine, the posture associated with the conscious state. If you're like this, out, you can't be upset. You're like that, you can't feel love. And we did the mathematical electrical signals of those movements associated with what people experience in their lives with the largest health-related quality study ever done. And actually, you're having the mathematical signatures for the different conscious states that spiritualism speak about without having to do hours of spiritual practice. Because to try to get someplace assumes you're not already there.
Right. Exactly.
If you're already there, then what are you going to talk about?
Exactly.
Hey, Donnie, we don't have a ton of time. I want to share with people your book, but I want to kind of give you the last word and make sure you tell them about your book as well.
Okay. Well, the last book, the previous ones involved the 12 stages of healing, listing them all as physical, emotional, spiritual states that we all go through. Healing is how you impact or impacted by the world. And then the healing myths, healing magic, the myths that we have of the cultural stories that inhabit our existence there. And the last one here, a big one, is the Seeker's Code, accessing your unreasonable and extraordinary, which is the energetics about what we spoke about. And the chiropractic application is a physical healing application of this. This is a living application. And it helps you know why the world is what's happening in the world, how energy information is used, and how in an instant, everything could change without having to change anything. And this is not about you. This is about how you're here on the planet. You don't have to figure out what your life purpose is. Let it show up around you and you'll find out. That's what happens effortlessly, because that's the magic you have.
Yeah. Well, I hope we get to have some more one-on-one conversations. Thanks for coming in and saying hi to everyone. We're going to share more of this later and have you back soon. Richard, who's a part of our executive team, he's such a big fan of yours. He's always championing your cause and reminding us of your work.
And we'd sent to you two type of 5-day challenges where you get to experience the information, the links to that. The 5-day challenges where you actually get to experience how in a moment you focus on your most painful thing, shift your energy, and you have the answer right there without having to figure anything out.
Yeah, Yeah, we've got that. We've got that PDF, Experience and Practice, the free 5-day challenge. One, Access the Extraordinary. And then another version is the Energetics of Instant Change, a free 5-day revolutionary experience. So we'll put that up in some of these different platforms as well.
And Dave, thank you for giving us the opportunity. And what you do, one of the things you do, you have an unconscious competency of the connection of people, where they need to be, with who and when. And the thing is, you don't have to know how you do it. You just keep doing it. Because if we really knew how we do it, sometimes it wouldn't work as well because we get caught up in it. But you naturally help souls to connect, as do all the people here in your team, in a way beyond the role we think we're serving.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Donnie. Yeah. Check out the Seeker's Code. I've got like a bunch of stickies all over it. I showed Donnie a picture of all these different pages of things that I marked, but the Seeker's Code by Donnie Epstein has great reviews, including reviews from people like Tony Robbins, himself, which a lot of people know of. Donnie's done a lot of work with him and work with his crowds and audiences as well. But yeah, highly recommend the Seeker's Code. Thank you, Donnie. We'll have you back.
And the book is now in audio form also.
Oh, great. That's wonderful. That's perfect. Yeah.
Thanks for the opportunity.
When people want the audiobook. Yeah, of course. We'll have you back again soon. Lorna, I know we're running a little bit behind there. That's my fault. We're having all kinds of interesting things go on behind the scenes, but nothing that a professional can't handle. Lorna,
Absolutely.
We go back what, 15 years, 16 years?
Oh my gosh. You're going to me out, David. I just came on. Come on now. Just came on. Yeah, it's been a minute. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share the stage with you and all these other illustrious human beings that I admire so much. Sharon Lecter, I just saw her for a minute just there. I'm looking forward to hearing John DeMartini. And oh my gosh, Donnie was like, he's making my heart thump over here. Just listening to his conversation. So amazing. And thank you for who you be in the world and who you are. And welcome to the audience, by the way, those of you who are watching live and those who will watch the replay.
Yeah. So you've got friends, you got people on LinkedIn, people on YouTube. I put up someone, Karina Christmas just yelled, Lorna, 2 exclamation points. I guess that's like an inside thing. I guess that's just a big cheer for you there.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, you've got friends over here. Karina, she even posted it twice. She gave you 2 shout outs of Lorna. So look, you've evolved and reinvented yourself, but when it comes to invention and innovation, what do you think are the best examples of that in your life, in your business?
Thank you for asking that question, David. And I know when people think about innovation and invention, they think about the thing, right? And I found, and still on the road of discovery, and I help my clients to do the same thing, is we got to discover who we are, because we've been so programmed out of ourselves, as Donnie was alluding to just now in that conversation, to the point where we think we are who we are, but we're not. So I'm all about when it comes to innovation and invention, you got to reinvent yourself. So working on self comes first in my world when it comes to innovation and reinvention, because we have got to figure out as human beings why we're here in order to accomplish what we came here to do. As I've gone through my leadership training, I remember one of the exercises we got to do as homework was to go to the graveyard. And when they first gave that exercise to me, I'm like, what in heaven's name? Why am I going to a graveyard? I don't need to go to a graveyard. And when I got there, I realized what the exercise was all about. It was all about seeing all the people who have passed away, who have not exercised their innovative selves in this planet and have transitioned into the next planet. And hopefully they're in the next planet or wherever exercising that right for themselves, because they probably figured it out by now, right? So their death is a lesson to us to reinvent ourselves and innovate while we're here. So
Yeah.
that's how I look at it, at least in this stage of my life. And this took an evolution, by the way. This is innovation in real time, right? Because
Sure.
I came from Jamaica. When I was growing up, all we were taught was, they ask you, what do you want to be when you grow up? And you tell them a doctor, a lawyer, right? A fireman. And then you do all these things. You go to college, you get all these degrees, and you realize that that's not you. So who do you get to be is reinventing you to be you and be impactful and of contribution to the world. So
I love all these deep thinkers I get on here. You guys are so metaphysical and experiential, and I'm gonna try to reel you guys in a little bit from time to time for us mere mortals just trying to understand all your deep thoughts. You're out there treading in the deep end. Let me try this for some of our Bloomberg viewers and Fox Business viewers. What industry would we say you're in, Lorna? If we had to look, I know you know no bounds, and you'd hate to be compartmentalized like this, but give me some, for somebody not knowing you and listening to you, what industry would you tell a new person you're in to kind of give them some context?
Okay, so I am in the well, first of all, let me tell you what I do, and then I tell you what industry I'm in. Does that work for you? Because then I can lay it into the innovation and invention. I sell real estate for a living, right?
Okay.
And I also am a business strategist. I'm a breakthrough coach and transformational leadership coach. So when it comes to innovation, we've got to use all the technology we can that has been, especially AI. Let me tell you something, David. I used to secretly say AI, what you call it? I call him Chappy now. Chat GPT is my recently divorced. Chat GPT is my new husband, right? So me and Chat, we have a great conversation almost every day. And here's the thing that I've come to understand. And when I first heard about Chat GPT, I was thinking, well, how the hell am I going to do that in real estate? I figured out how to do it in coaching, but I couldn't figure out how to do it in real estate. And after, going to a couple of classes and still doing that because it's evolving at such a high speed, right?
Yeah.
I figured out that having the best way that I see, if anybody who is out there and avoiding Chat GPT or any of the AI products that are out there, don't do that because it's going to hold you back. It's actually here to help us to innovate even faster, as Sharon was saying earlier, right?
Yeah.
When I use Chat now, I have conversations with it just like I'm
Oh, you froze
having
for
with
just
you
a
here.
second.
So a lot of times people.
Lorna's freezing up a little bit on us here.
Uh-oh.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, you're back. You're back.
Okay.
You froze just for a little bit there.
So I was saying that using Chat GPT to support how we move in the world, how you do your business, it's just so much faster. And having conversations is what I do with it, right? To actually help it to think like me, right? And that speeds it up. I tell people I collapse time. And that's how I use Chat GPT to collapse time and to innovate. Let me tell you, the stuff that I do now, I would not have told you that I am an author. I am a 6-time best-selling #1 Amazon selling author, right? If I didn't have Chat GPT to help me to do that, you'd not see this Lorna sitting here right now. So implementing all the technology that is coming out nowadays to support us to elevate ourselves at a faster rate is absolutely paramount. And I would encourage anyone who's afraid of the AI products that are out there to just lean in and see how it can support you to be even faster, greater. So that would be my spiel.
So a couple things here. Simone, you're on deck. I know you got a couple different questions for Lorna. I want you to choose the hardest one. We got to throw hard with Lorna. We got to give her a challenge. So you work on that in the background. Lorna, here's what I want to tell you and the people that are listening. You know, you've definitely reinvented yourself and you've innovated quite a bit. So right now, like I'm doing producer role, I'm doing director role, I'm doing interviewer role, and I'm thinking later on about like I'm gonna pull this clip of all these people and like they're gonna say this really brilliant line, and you know you're dropping all these nuggets on us. But for production purposes later, I want to get this really tight, clear answer from you that I'm going to edit out and I'm going to drop in alongside some other, you know, really brilliant brains, you know, in terms of like, what is your industry that you would put yourself in?
Mm-hmm.
And what do you think your biggest contribution to that industry is in terms of what you have invented or what you've innovated? Give us that a nice little blurb there so that I can do all kinds of cool things for you later on in post-production.
That would be amazing. I would put myself in the personal development industry. That's where I would put myself. Clear? Because everything comes down to you, whether it's you and technology, you and yourself, you and your business.
Love it.
Personal
Love
development.
it. Love it. And then your greatest contribution to what you've invented or innovated in that, your unique approach is what?
My unique approach is to help people to break through whatever is blocking them up until now, to break through to their own authenticity outside of what others have told them.
Perfect. Perfect. All right, Simone, where's that big question you got?
Okay, so the AI topic, that's been sort of like a running theme today.
Mm-hmm.
And I am a creator in the entertainment industry, and AI has been quite a touchy subject with us. And my question to you would be, what do you think the fine line is of using AI in any industry?
Thank you for that question, first of all, Simone, and very nice to meet you. I've seen you around a lot. So great to meet you. And the way I would answer that question is this. The fine line is not dependent on AI, right? Like you've got to still think for yourself. And that's one of the things I talk about all the time. You got to speak to it in your language. In order to do that, you got to be thinking for yourself, like, what do you want to create? What is the impact that you want to create? And so that's the really thin line, right? Because you don't want to go in there and just tell it to tell you the thing, because it's going to tell you something that probably is not you authentically, right? You want to really just make sure that it's like kneading the flour, right? I'm from Jamaica.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna bring the flour, the dumpling in. I'm going to bring the dumpling in the conversation, right? Everybody needs the flour different, right? So
Right.
if you're kneading the flour, right, you got to have your ingredients, knead the flour a certain way. You don't want it to be generic flour. You want it to be like that spicy, fluffy, nice, right? So
Right.
you've got to give it your taste. And so in order to do that, you got to be thinking really concisely, what do you want the end product to look like? Starting with the end in mind. It's a process, it's a system. Starting with the end in mind is the system. So once you do that, then you can say, okay, now give it to me this way, read it. If it's not you when you read it, if you're not feeling like that tingle, if you're not feeling like that, damn, I would have said it like that myself.
Mm-hmm.
Do it again. And you got to keep doing it until it morphs into this thing that you'd be like, aha, this is me. So it's a really thin line, because I think that, and I did it too. When I first started out, I was like, okay, would you just tell it to give me this, give me that. And then I realized that's not me. So I had to program it to give me the things that I would say, right? So just be careful with thinking it through, starting with the end in mind, and giving it your take on whatever the things that you want to create is. So I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Lorna, thank you for coming on today. I kind of want to give you the last word, a chance just to share whatever's on your mind or in your heart. What do you think the world needs to know? You know, there's a lot of entrepreneurs tuned in, but also just a lot of people from the the general public that catches these streams, and we drive traffic to different places, and we've got people from different countries here. So some of them, they feel like maybe they have less opportunities than other places, or some people feel like they have less opportunity than other people. But, knowing that this is international and knowing that there's all kinds of people, viewing out there trying to make stuff happen, give us your last thoughts and maybe speak to that.
Thank you, David, again for having me on here. And thank you, all the listeners and those who are live. Here's what I would say. Be you. You can be the best version of you that you can be. I don't care where you are in the world. Be you. And even most importantly, never give up on you. Keep going. Fail forward. That's the game we're playing in life.
Yeah. Lorna, do you know who Lisa Babari is?
No, I'm not familiar. No.
Okay, she's going to be up soon. She's somebody I want to introduce you to.
Okay.
There's several people that I think that we should get connected. There's going to be lots of good people on here. And you've got a good fan club putting all kinds of things in the comment. Sharon Reese, Karina Christmas, Deborah Myers, who else? Melanie Soloway, Dagmar Fleming says Lorna is awesome. So yeah, you got all kinds of friends out there, Lorna.
Thank you, David. Thank you again. Appreciate it.
I'm going to introduce you right now to Lisa. Here's Lisa
hi,
Babari. Lisa, Lorna.
Hi, Lorna. Hi.
What city are you in, Lorna?
I'm in Dallas.
Oh, you're in Dallas. Okay. Yeah. Lisa is in Glendale, California.
Okay.
That area. She has a big event coming out in November. We'll have to connect you guys about it. But thank you for letting me make that connection here. We're just a little bit behind, but thank you, Lorna, for coming on. We could talk to Lorna for hours as well. Lorna probably already has her own show, but if she doesn't, she should get her own show. She should have her own podcast. How are you doing, Lisa? You've had your own radio show there for a while. You've done a little bit of everything: events, podcasts, AM radio, and now you've got your next big event coming up in November. Exciting stuff.
It is. It's absolutely delightful, wonderful, and looking forward to the next journey, especially with you. How are you, David, and everyone watching?
Yeah, doing really good. So for people that might be new to you, I'm going to ask you about, kind of how you're inventing and innovating the world, what you've sort of founded. I know you've got your 3 E's and, some different stuff like that. But maybe first just give a kind of a quick introduction to, who you are, what you're about, and what maybe makes you different than other people. Because you kind of go about certain types of things, including healing, a little bit different. So tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Thank you. Well, the name of my business is Heal Within, and I believe that's exactly what I did. By trade, I'm a clinical hypnotherapist, stress management, and domestic abuse consultant. And Heal Within came about over 25 years ago when I healed myself, what I call healed, through hypnotherapy. I come from the corporate world. For over 11 years, I was an assistant to attorney, and going through a tumultuous divorce, my body was breaking down. And due to that, I had carpal tunnel and a lot of pain, anxiety, panic disorders, not realizing what they are. So I was just treating it in a different way. So I had already had 2 ovarian cyst surgeries. And when the third one was diagnosed, I could not believe it. I came back to the law firm crying, and the HR director directed me and referred me to an acupuncturist. And it was the acupuncturist on the second session that gave me a piece of paper and said, "Did you know that hypnotherapy can help with your ovarian cyst?" Lo and behold, through networking, I knew of one. And in less than 6 sessions, I believed I healed, for I no longer needed to have my 3rd surgery. And that changed my path from wanting to be an attorney and what I call it, helping people in the masculine way. Now I do it in a more feminine way in the healing world. And I've been practicing for over 24 years. bridging the subconscious and the conscious mind and guiding individuals to heal within and healing their past emotions, wounds, even embrace their current and present reality. And so they can evolve into a better life, a healthier life, and an abundant life.
Okay. Okay. So tell us, one of the things that you sort of invented and kind of, you're innovating the way in which people heal and become whole, but you've invented some things along the way. One of them is kind of like the 3 E's. Walk us through that.
Sure.
I think it's memorable.
Well, the 3 3 is, I'm very much into numbers. So in the name of the Father, the Son, Holy Spirit, mind, body, emotion, me, myself, and I, right? So that's the number 3. And E, I started with the E because it started with my first name, Elizabeth. And that's how it began. And my birth date, which is the 3rd. So I combined who I am with what I work with my clients. And E stands for evoke, evoking what was. Because we, through hypnosis, what we do, we tap into the subconscious mind. So we go to timeline and we go to root cause at another time and a place. So it's going to what was the thing that started it, the root cause of it. So we can shed a light and understand it, not doing anything with it, but acknowledging it. Embrace is embracing the reality right here, right now. Because if we don't accept what is happening with us right now, we cannot move forward. And that's the evolve. So we evoke, embrace, so that we can evolve to what it is that we desire in our life, because we matter. That's one of them. So it's called the 3E method.
I like it. So
and the other one is the 33. May I share about that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So as you know, David, we function in timeline. Everything is today, tomorrow, and an hour from now. What's happening next year, 6 months. So those are all times, and it's numbers. Everything is mathematics, just like the 3E. So 33-day process that I created, the 33-day method, is because in our mind, we have learned that 1 month is how many days, David? Approximately. How many days do we have in a month?
30 approximately. Some 31, some 28.
Some
I didn't know there was going to be a test. I only get to ask you questions. You don't get to ask me questions.
But this is interactive with us and
All
your
right.
audience.
I will allow it. Proceed.
Thank you. So 33 is more than a month. Our month ends at 30 or even 31. So we function subconsciously. We move forward to be success. Success drives us in order for us to feel good about ourselves, not the things that are not good. So everything we do is to be prosperous, to be better. So when we do something, for some people call it change your habit in 21 days or 28 days, I turned it into change a habit in 33 days. Because when we do something over and over every single day, continuously, and past the 30 days, past the 31 days, what do? We're already 2 days into the next month, right? Okay, so it's a given that if we are successful in doing something for 33 days, then there's only 27 days or 28 days left. Hey, if I can do it for 33 days, it's so much easier for me to do it in 28 days. So we condition people in abundance and success mode. As a matter of fact, about 10 years ago, I was at a meeting with Jack Canfield, and he was he came off of the stage and he was talking about the 28 days. And I told him about my philosophy of 33 days. And he says, I never thought of it that way. You have a point. And that's because our conscious and our subconscious believe what is moving forward and success. So, and he said, can I share that from now on? And I said, all yours now, you can have it also. As a matter of fact, I know he's going to be on your platform as well. So that's how 33 days came about. Plus 33, which is 3 times 3 is a 9, which 9 is the number, the highest number, and the number of completion.
Okay. Well, we got all kinds of notes and all kinds of comments and all kinds of questions going on here in the background. First of all, several people want to know if you're coming to Kenya with us. I told them she wants to. We got other things going on right now.
Many things.
But Melanie and Tania and several people they're listening to you right now. I was like, is she coming to Kenya with us? I'm like, soon, one of these days, soon. So you're in demand. Just know that you're in demand. Second thing, if you guys, if you're here watching or listening to this, and I know that some people are great distances away, Lisa is based in California, Glendale, California. So it's kind of near the LA area for people that are international or not familiar with the area, but she does have an event coming up in November. If you want to be a part of that, if you want to get access to that, for an event that's about, healing, that's about the healthy, wealthy way of living, definitely reach out to her, get her information. We'll put some stuff in here, but she's a very good person to synergize with. She's brought people to our events and things before. She has a good, following. She has a great reputation, a great brand. We're even doing some things together. Lorna Sherilyn says, fire. Let's see, fire with, I think that's 5 exclamation points. They kind of blend together a little bit there. Melanie is over here helping me with the math. We got 3 + 0 = 3. So Melanie's helping me with the math on that. I'm not, I lost context on that one.
Good job.
We got Samara here. So helpful in my healing.
Oh, I love Samara.
Yeah. She's kind of new to our world. We just met her. We're excited to do some more stuff with her. But yeah, you got all kinds of people here. You're going to have to help me with this one here, Lisa. There's a difference between gematria and numerology. I'm not sure people know the difference.
Neither do I.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. We'll have to get Dr. Cheryl here helping us with that one. I thought that was interesting as well. Karen Chambers asked you to list the 3 E's. Can you just list them real tight together so we can write those down and put those in here for you? And then we're going to have Josh up here next, I believe. Go ahead, Eliza. What's the 3 E's?
Evoke what was,
Mm-hmm.
the past history.
Mm-hmm.
Embrace what is, your present reality.
Mm-hmm.
Evolve to what will be, your future desired goal.
Nice. I like it. So we're going to bring Josh up here in just a second. I'll kind of give you the last word. What's the last thing you'd like to share with everybody?
Oh, that's a good one. The last thing I want to share is it's never just about healing what hurts. It's about discovering the strength, our grace, and clarity already within us. Because each one of us, although we're on a journey, it's the pathway that matters. And my book, what I talk about, stand up for who you are, is believe in who you are, stand up for who you are, and realize that there is one reason you are here, and find that reason within yourself, not from the outside.
I love it. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, and we look forward to talking to you more. Lisa.
Thank you, David, and everyone watching. I love your family, the team.
Thank you. Josh, how you doing, my friend?
David, it's great to be here. Thank you for having me.
I guess that was presumptuous of me. I guess we don't know if we're friends yet, but I'm just going to make that assumption and just start calling you my friend.
Listen, everyone's a friend until they convince me otherwise. That's my way of running through life.
Okay, sounds good. We'll go with that. Look, sometimes the origin story is interesting. I'm gonna kind of risk it. I'm working without a net here. This is all live. But how did you get thrown into the mix with us? Who told you about this?
Richard, Richard and I connected through podcasts. I've been podcasting since 2007. I've produced close to 3,000 episodes. I've helped launch over 250 individual podcasts for established companies, all B2B. I've been in this world a lot. And so, podcasting, and which is what we're going to talk about. I mean, it's the ultimate networking platform, but that's how I pretty much connect with about everybody, David.
Love it. Yeah, I had the chance to do a little bit of a background on you before we got on here. You're another one of these overachievers. We like to attract the overachievers. Here's where you need to go, and then you guys all go a little bit extra. You guys inspire me.
Listen, I think we're all overachievers in our own right. I think some of the overachievement is visible, and I think a lot of the areas in which we overachieve is maybe not so visible. I've just really kind of gone into that high visibility overachieving. So I just want to acknowledge there's a lot of amazing people watching this right now that probably are just killing it in life because of how focused they are on their gift that they have to give to the world. And so thank you for your kind words, though.
Yeah, no, that's good. I say that I'm more like cautiously optimistic. I am a glasses half full kind of guy, but I love your guys' optimism. All of you guys, you really help me out. I'm a news junkie, which helps me in my publicist, other life, and publisher and producer. I'm a news junkie. I love to see the headlines, love to see the stories. It's great in some ways, but it can also be a little bit of mental work too. You got to have that inner game going on.
Right. Because, where we focus on, there are things in life that we can control, and there are things in life that we can't control. Listen to my friends right now, watching this right now, there's a lot of blankety blank going on in the world that we have no control over. And it might really hurt to see that going on, especially if you believe, like I do, in the value of a human life, right? And when you see other people that are treated unfairly, it's infuriating. And it's been a real tough thing. This is really quite an aside, David, but just since you brought it up, kind of, I thought I'd address that. It seems to be a little bit more of a, I'd say, spiritually attuned crowd. So I'll go there a little bit. But then there are things that we can control, and it's hard sometimes to let go of those things that we can't control and try to not let them tax us. But we win when we double down in the areas that we can have an impact positively in the world. And that's my fundamental belief, is that everybody, including my friend that's watching us right now, who I haven't met, you're my friend because you haven't told me otherwise, right? Is that I truly believe that every one of us has a message that can positively impact the world. So my background as an advocate, I didn't mention this, I've been in the media close to 3,000 times as a consumer expert, right? I am a consumer advocate. I advocate for the rights of other people when larger forces might not be very forthright and honest with them. My job is to help them get that clarity so that they can make the best decisions possible for them, for their family, for their loved ones, for their sphere of influence. And that's carried over into everything that I've had the opportunity to innovate on.
Yeah. So I'm going to put back on my producer director hat as well. We're wearing a lot of hats here. We're going to pull out some different clips that we're going to, edit into some montages. And so we're looking for some really specific answers. So one, I want you to say what industry you feel like you're in. And two, what has been something that you invented or a way in which you have innovated that industry. And tight of an answer, and just so you know, everybody else, I'm going to be pretty easy on, but you've done this 3,000 times, so you've set the bar really high here, Josh. I hope you can really nail this.
Sure.
All right,
no pressure.
Action.
Yeah, that's like someone coming into a room and I'm like, man, I got to introduce you to this guy. He's the funniest person you are ever going to meet. And then they step in and it's like, all right, David, go make
Say
us
something
laugh.
funny. Say something funny. Go.
Okay.
Yeah.
All that said, listen, everything that I've innovated on has been to solve a problem that exists in my life. And I think that's the way a lot of us founders, a lot of us entrepreneurs, a lot of us leaders are, right? There's something you're like, you know what?
Yeah.
I can fix that. No one else seems to be fixing it. I guess I may as well do it. And that's what I did. So with Savings Angel, I helped consumers cut their grocery bill in half. We created a brilliant, very successful 7-figure a year company doing that. And I did it with 0 paid ads. I did that exclusively by serving audiences in the media. Give generously, give more generously than any other speaker you know, and just trust audiences. Audiences are adults. You know, what drives me bonkers is these these robo sales kind of folks. And I'm so grateful that David, there's been so much generosity in this event. Right? It's just give, serve the world, make the world a better place. People are smart. They know how to find you. Like, it's pretty easy if you punch this into Google or ChatGPT or whatever, like, who's this dude? Like, you can figure me out pretty quickly. You can sneak on me. I'll never know. So that was Savings Angel. Then I'm like, well, wait a minute. You know, how did I build a 7-figure company with 0 paid ads? Like, and I did it with no press releases, no pitches, but I got all of my success through just serving audiences in the media. So became a syndicated newspaper columnist, syndicated radio, syndicated TV, like all of that stuff in order to make other people's lives better. So that became a valuable skill that then I accidentally started a PR firm. And that was kind of the initial version of Up My Influence, which you'll likely see if you search around. And so with Up My Influence, what we learned is that, and I'm sure you've got some thoughts on this, is that when you wear a journalist badge, when you have platform, and by the way, everyone watching this right now, listening to us right now, you have access to platform because social media has democratized platforms, right? It's no longer just the big 3 networks that control the narrative, right? It's anybody who wants, for good or bad, can get out on a stage. Now, that stage gives you an incredibly powerful gift to not just serve and connect with audiences, but to serve and connect with collaborators. And when I say serve and connect with collaborators, those collaborators can be about anyone you want within reason. So what you do then, to take a page out of my friend Bob Berg's amazing book, The Go-Giver, if you lead in generosity and you use platform to serve other people, you can earn time with your heroes. Right? Now you're there to work. You're there to make them look good. You're there to, provide a platform. But you will now get FaceTime with those people. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to form a relationship with you. You see where I'm going with this? Because if your goal, let's say you've got a Dream 100, like there are just people that if you were to build a relationship with, it would probably be very good for you business-wise. Mm-hmm. Lead in generosity, all of The Go-Giver. And that's what we've innovated with Up My Influence, which has then led to innovation number 3. And that is where we are completely fixing the guesting world. And as a public relations professional, David, I think you'll really appreciate like what we're doing there, because a lot of us, it's very confusing. Like when we want to get out on stages, we aim for the real big ones. Like, I don't know who else loves Mel Robbins, but I'm a Mel Robbins junkie. It would be my dream to be on Mel Robbins' show. I'm probably not ready, maybe. But what we've created is a tool. I'll put the on the screen here. So if you want to check this out, again, it's pod verified. It's not launched yet. We're going to go into beta hopefully by the end of this month. But what it does is it gives clarity over where you rank. We will assess you, just punch in like your name, your email, your socials and stuff like that. And we'll assess you over 15 different areas. It's kind of almost like Credit Karma for podcast guesting. So you know exactly where you are. And then you can use that then to make sure you're not wasting your time with shows that are too small. You're not aiming way too high. You're just kind of hitting that perfect sweet spot so you can continue to grow your brand.
Yeah. Well, those are some great innovations, and that's definitely very high in demand. I'll have to connect you with some different. Have you worked with Jeffrey Hazlett at all, the C-Suite?
Yeah, I just talked with Jeffrey on Monday.
Okay,
Like,
yeah.
we literally just spoke on Monday. Yeah, great alignment there. Absolutely.
Yeah, that seems like a great
Pod
alignment.
Match, like we love all those guys. Like I've been in this industry. I've been in podcasting forever. I absolutely love it. It's a revolving door. A lot of people kind of come and go, but then there are the folks that have been around for a long time. Folks like Jeff. I mean, you know, there are those of us who are the pillars. I'm not going to put myself in there. I've just kind of like hung out on the side and done my own little thing. But those pillars that have been around this space, boy, they have blazed a trail for so many of us to take advantage. Podcasting is the ultimate platform for connecting and building relationships with about anyone you want. And if you've dipped your toe in as a guest and you're like, oh, it was kind of cool or whatever like that, and man, just keep doing more of it. The more engaged you are in podcasting, the more both guesting and hosting you do, it gets easier, it gets better, the rewards get bigger. It is truly a democratized playing field where about anybody can kind of step into podcasting at any level, and you can keep on going up. And it's just like an express elevator if you'll just stay in the game. Sadly, most podcast hosts don't, but that's, you know, again, those who do stick around, and I think there's a parable in this too, right? Is that's where the rewards lie.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, you got my wheels turning. So just to summarize this, just you gave 3 things, right? Three innovations. I want you to say just what the 3 innovations, just real tight, just together. Just give me the 3 innovations. 1, like what's it called? 2, 3. Just give me the 3 real tight together so we can drop that.
Oh, my 3 innovations?
Yeah.
Savings Angel, Up My Influence, and Pod Verified. I mean,
there you go. That's what I wanted.
That's what that's just business-wise. That's what I've had the great honor of being able to co-create with amazing teams and with amazing people. And again, as founders and CEOs and innovators, I mean, we do have very specific jobs that we have to do.
Yeah. Well, you gave me exactly what I needed. Lots of people are commenting that they love your energy. I'm going to have Linda Fisk.
Thank you. I see Linda Fisk in there. Dagmar, very cool. Appreciate that.
We're going to have her. Well, these are just some of the people backstage. We got a lot more people watching on different.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Oh yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So, so thank you for coming on. We're going to definitely have to talk some more. I'm going to give you the last word here, but I'm going to bring up Linda Fisk. Tell me and Linda what you want to leave us with here today before I bring up Linda next.
Listen, all of us in the world, right? I think most of us, like when we discover that we're really good at something or there's something that we really enjoy, like we want to do more of that. But unfortunately, I think a lot of us believe that we either have to do icky things in order to create that. And what I mean by that is, you know, you got to low key sell on social media. You got to like lead gen kind of crap in the DMs and stuff. And it feels out of integrity, right? And the only reason that we do that is because some guru told us that that's what we were supposed to do. Oh, sorry, you just got to do the uncomfortable things in order for you to do the things that you really love. Okay, that's a lie. It truly is a lie. And I would argue the more out of integrity stuff that you do, like that uncomfortable stuff, it's going to make you start to resent your job. And then you're going to start to then second guess your superpowers. Do not do that. Okay. Every relationship that you want to form, every audience that you want to be able to connect with, it is absolutely possible to do that. And you are always going to earn that with relationships. It's who you know, it's who you serve, it's who you invest in. And so you're constantly out there just doing nice things for other people. Remember this, where you plant your seeds is not necessarily where you will reap your harvest, but our job is just to always be planting seeds. And you just, again, the more you do this, I promise you, here's the good news, the easier it is absolutely going to get. And I'd be honored to be of service. By the way, last thing, Linda, I don't know if I had you on as a guest on my podcast. I am always looking for great podcast guests, by the way. I do a daily show. So anyone that's watching this right now, if you're good at what you do, please come find me. My podcast is The Thoughtful Entrepreneur. I'm always looking for great guests. David, I'd love to have you. Linda, I'd love to have you. Let's have a conversation. We've got over 100,000 in social. Love to be of service to you.
Yeah. Hope you guys are taking this information down. Josh is a great connection. He's a great person to know. I've known of him for a while. This is the first time we've had the conversation, but thank you, Josh, for coming on. I know Linda was commenting on your energy there as well.
Oh, Linda's good people. So,
all right. Thank you. Linda, how do you follow that
Hello,
energy?
my friend. How are you?
Can we follow that energy? Josh, you got us jump started here. That's good.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Josh has brought it full on. I love that. And I will tell you, I love this topic too, David. Thank you so much for having an entire summit about innovation, about invention, about being resourceful and really creating something new in the world. That's amazing.
Yeah. No, this is, we're always researching topics, and you probably get this, and maybe even already know this, but this is a great segue for everybody listening. If you want to choose good topics to write articles about, topics to, for speaking at events or conventions, things to put on websites, things to write about, for your emails and whatnot, look up trending topics. So you can look up like Twitter trending topics, Google trending topics. I mean, there's lots of different platforms, but see what's being discussed. And it's a great way to find things that are in demand. Like sometimes we get really married to an idea, and that's great. That feels good to you. But to go out and wonder if the world actually wants it, right? We're in the want business. Good marketing creates want. So what do people want to talk about? What do people want to hear about? And I was saying this earlier to Sharon, Linda, that it's interesting that they still have commercials. And I remember those commercials going back, dozens of, not dozens of years, decades, where there's like that commercial, like invent something, get your free patented guide. It's got like the little caveman or whatever. Like, you remember those commercials?
Absolutely, absolutely.
But they wouldn't do that if there wasn't a lot of people around going, you know what, I got an idea for something. You know what? I got an idea for something. And there's so many people. And I was telling Sharon this, it's like, sometimes I stop and I guess I get a little boring and go, haven't we invented everything we can invent? I mean, barring some major, technological advance, it just seems like we've got everything. But every day, every year, you see a whole new list of crazy cool stuff that somebody thought of that people are making money off.
That's right. And I would say right now, the pace of innovation, the pace of change is blistering. It's absolutely an amazing time to be alive and see the kind of transformation that's being created in the world. And you're right, it comes from finding problems that have not been solved. It comes from experiences that we know we can make better. And I just think that's one of the exciting things about living in the world right now, is that we're seeing innovation and we're seeing new resources, new breakthroughs at a blistering pace, probably the faster pace now than ever before in history.
Yeah, no, I love that. So one of the things you're known for creating, founding, that is kind of a word, inventing, is Lead Hership Global. Lead Hership Global. So tell us a little bit about that invention and innovation in the marketplace, how that came to be.
Thank you so much. Well, I think what makes Lead Hership Global innovative is that we transform women in leadership from the inside out, not with formulas, but with frameworks, not with hustle, but with alignment. Because the world doesn't need more busy women. It needs more values-driven leaders that are recognized and remembered. And we're here to help every single woman in leadership become just that. So Lead Hership Global isn't just another network. It's a trusted circle of women leaders. So founders, executives, entrepreneurs, visionaries who believe success is more than status. And leadership is about impact. So in Lead Hership Global, you'll find high caliber relationships, which is something Josh talked about, expert insights, and personalized support that every single woman in leadership needs to elevate every dimension of their leadership journey. So unlike mass market communities, we are intentionally designed to foster deep, trusted relationships with a highly curated circle of really accomplished women peers. So this is where women of extraordinary accomplishment come together for growth that transcends titles. It's a private, curated community committed to purpose, profit, and personal legacy. And in fact, through the findings of a diagnostic that we invented and created in Leadership Global called Vantage Point, another innovation within Leadership Global, we developed a comprehensive review of every single member's goals, challenges, and professional ambitions. And again, no one that I know of has a comprehensive assessment and diagnostic like the Vantage Point or the strategic review that is developed based on the Vantage Point. Several key insights emerge that highlight the strengths and areas of opportunity for every single member. And these insights provide a foundation for creating a personalized strategy to support the aspirations of every single member of Leadership Global.
Wow. I love it. I love it. Well, you got a lot of fans here listening as well. So you've had the invention and innovation for this women's global community. Interesting two words together, global community.
Yes.
But you've also, had things that have been complementary to that, but maybe outside of that. And I want to pose that as a question more, it's like, is everything you do kind of lead back to that? Is everything you innovate and event and build out, is it all part of Leadership Global, or is there something else that runs parallel to it that's different?
I will say my entire career, all the experiences in my career, which was primarily in media and marketing, all of that led to Leadership Global, because I know one of the keys to being able to unlock the next level of success for every single woman in leadership is to be seen, to be heard, and to be valued. And so I created Leadership Global because I know exactly how it feels to be successful and still feel like you need a safe, trusted circle to help keep you growing. So many of the extraordinary women I meet are building something remarkable, a thriving business, an influential career, a life filled with purpose. And I've definitely been there too. But often finding the time, the money, or the right course of action to overcome your challenges, well, that's not always so easy. So in Leadership Global, we just don't promise access to resources and tools and people and stages and platforms and media opportunities. We promise transformation. So at Leadership Global, every single aspect of our membership is designed to elevate your leadership, expand your visibility, accelerate your business success, and ensure that truly you never lead alone. And that was based on my own experience through my career, having a very, very successful career leading marketing teams for some of the largest media companies in the world, and also being in the media, being a host and an anchor and a journalist through my early career. And so throughout my own leadership journey, I've seen how powerful it is to be surrounded by women who genuinely invest in one another, women who aren't afraid to share their wisdom, open up doors, and walk beside each other through the wins, the losses, and everything in between.
Wow. I love it. We've got people like Lorna Shearland listening in on YouTube. We've got Dr. Cheryl and Karina and other people listening in on LinkedIn. We've got people like Melanie Soloway and others listening in on Facebook and different platforms. Anyways, there's a lot of different platforms. So it's interesting, the power of broadcasting. And there's broadcasting and there's nanocasting. And, nanocasting is when you get really, really specific, you get really niche, right? Broadcasting is to a broad audience, right? So, we use these terms and there's a little bit of semantics there. But when we look at broadcasting versus nanocasting as it applies to lead her ship, other than women and other than maybe women who are entrepreneurs, what other things are you doing to kind of really nano or niche? Is there a group within the group that you're really trying to reach? Is there a group within the group?
That's so smart, David. You're right. Recent research suggests that women benefit from a close, intimate circle of advisors and intimate relationships, as well as really broad networks that maybe are comprised of 2 or 3 different kinds of groups. And what we try to do in Leadership Global is make sure that everyone is invited to a close, intimate circle, as well as a large networking opportunity as well. So every member receives customized support aligned to their vision. It could be executive coaching, confidential advisory groups, targeted introductions. It could be about board preparation or personal brand amplification. But we have no less than 10 circles within Leadership Global and no less than 20 leadership boards within Leadership Global. And all of those are really intimate small groups where women can blend business mastery with personal well-being, spiritual alignment, legacy building. And so we're creating spaces for growth professionally, personally, and importantly, purposefully.
I love it. That's a mouthful. That's a lot of it's a little bit of a tongue twister in there as well. So what's next? I mean, what's next for Leadership Global? I mean, so many people think so well of it. It's always growing. I'm sure there's always people kind of coming and going, but they're mostly coming. It's.
Well, I will tell you, David, a lot of what I'm most excited about is some of the strategic partnerships that we're creating. So you heard Josh talk about the importance of strategic partnerships and collaborations. And one of the partnerships that I'm most excited about is with you, Top Talent Agency. We are now giving all 10,000 members of Leadership Global the opportunity to work with Top Talent Agency. And so we're combining high touch, exclusive experiences of a private executive circle with the accessibility, the diversity, and the opportunities of a public relations and publicity firm like Top Talent Agency. And that's exciting. So women have the opportunity to really pursue mission-driven community with the opportunity to step on stages and to step on platforms where they are seen and heard and valued. And I just think that is incredibly exciting. And I am excited that so many of the speakers over the next 3 days are actually new Leadership Global members to Top Talent Agency.
Yeah, we've had a big influx. It's been a fun challenge, as I'm sure you've seen, the onboarding and people coming through and talking to me and scheduling time with Richard or Isabel. But we have people on this broadcast being interviewed who came to us through just being a member of Leadership Global. So even over the next couple of days, there's some success stories, there. How long has Leadership Global been around for?
Well, formally about 5 years, informally about 10 years. And I will say, that women come to Leadership Global with all kinds of issues and pain points and areas of concern that we work with them on, whether that's revenue constraints, managing financial limitations while they're seeking sustainable growth in their business. It could be about navigating complex decisions, making critical choices with limited information or limited support, or sometimes it's simply lack of time for strategic initiatives. So kind of balancing daily operations while trying to find time for long-term planning. And we try to work with every single woman on specifically what they are trying to achieve as well as what they're trying to overcome. And we provide opportunities for those big ideas, even if they feel as though they have limited resources, if they have vision and creativity, even if they're facing resource constraints, we can give them access to the kinds of opportunities and benefits and privileges that have been just a little bit out of reach. And you're a big part of that solution, David. So I am incredibly grateful to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, this is great. I'm just throwing some of the different comments on here. There's you've got a lot of friends out there. That's great. I'm gonna bring up Lisa Nichols and give her a second to hide her drink and focus her eyes.
I'm putting my protein shake in my body. Hi, Linda. How are you? Wonderful to hear.
Hi, Lisa. So good seeing you.
Pleasure.
I wasn't sure when the last time you two have maybe talked or connected, but there's so much synergy between
everybody knows Lisa Nichols. Everybody knows Lisa Nichols. Everyone has heard Lisa Nichols speak. Everyone has been motivated, inspired, and uplifted and encouraged thanks to this woman. And I am one of her many, many fans.
Oh, amen. Well, thank you for being the change agent that you are. Thank you for carrying the mantle. I feel like it's a baton. We just keep handing the batons to each other and then multiplying the number of batons that are out there in the world. So if I have been able to add to the amazing, awesome contribution that you're creating in the world, then I am grateful.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to connect you to Lisa has a great event coming up here in August in California, Orange County, California. Has, both of you guys have so many great things coming up. Of course, Linda, with her organization of 10,000 plus women, we've had a lot of synergy there. And then we've had some synergy with Lisa's organization. So maybe there's something we can do there to innovate and invent something more together.
I love that. That would be great. Lisa, can't wait to hear you speak. Thank you so much. And thank you, David, for giving me this opportunity.
And I love the name Leadership. I just love it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm writing it down.
Yeah, we'll get you guys connected or reconnected or whatever. So how are you doing, Lisa?
Fabulous. I am doing absolutely awesome. I have all of the wonderful things in the world happening. There's 3 big things in my world right now. Number 1, I'm taking care of my father. He moved into my home 35 days ago. So I get to honor the king that taught me how to run and leap. And my dad didn't teach me how to always fly. My dad taught me how to always get up in case I fail. And the biggest gift my dad gave to me was knowing that I have a get up muscle. So I get the honors of caring for him in my home. That's huge for me. And in a couple of weeks, I have the, I love you, Lorna. I have the honor of traveling up the mountain with a few of your folks here. Melanie is here, Dr. Colette is here, and staying in the Big Bear Mountains for 5 days with almost 60 teenagers and teaching teens. Get this, you guys, type in chat if you love this, emotional intelligence for 5 days. We focus on emotional intelligence every day. We teach these teens who are typing and texting all the time how to put words to their feelings, how to ask for what they need, how to understand integrity. And then in the afternoon, we go swimming and hiking and all that stuff. But 5 days, we do it once a year. And I'm just excited. And we have we waived the costs for all of our teens this year. We've never done that before. We waived the fee. So I just get all my friends to all donate so that the babies can come for free. And then the third thing I'm excited about, and I'm putting it in the order of my excitement, is next month we finally do our annual event where we, as you know, David, we teach gladiators and leaders how to be more impactful with your voice, how to tell stories that leave people wanting more, how to have people wanting to book you to get on your stage. I don't teach speaking. I teach how to be an impactful speaker. What's all the zhuzh? What are all those extra arts and sciences that you can incorporate? So I want to be very clear. And we only do this once a year. We get together for 3 days. David, it's a combination. Someone just said it's like MIT and Harvard in terms of content meets a party, because I do party. We have a costume party. We have a theme party. We dance all the time. I am a dancer. And it's like a part spiritual gospel fest because I love the spirit of the world. We create every year. We create the Motivating the Masses, Lisa Nichols, International Bootleg Choir. No prior singing experience required. So I'm excited about that. That's next month in August. And we focus on leaders and gladiators, just kind of giving them more tools to make sure that when the right people hear their voices and know that they're the solution to what you're looking for. So I'm just excited about those 3 things right now in my life. They're all so juicy. And I love it, Lorna. Big difference. Yeah, storytelling. And guess what, Dr. Sherrill, I finally 8 years ago, understood the techniques I needed to teach you to be that as well. I got tired of being considered the LeBron James or the Kobe Bryant or the Michael Jordan of storytelling and speaking. I said, I don't believe God gives you a talent to keep to yourself and that you're the only one to have it. So I had to do the work, David, to figure out how to turn my natural talent into someone else's learned skill set. That took some time. And now, hundreds of people in, I've seen the evidence of it being done. And we even have speaker coaches. So I appreciate the love, Lorna. I appreciate what you guys are saying. Melanie, you know I love you. And I'm just grateful for this season, because now, instead of feeling like I'm Michael Jordan or LeBron James, I get to be Phil Jackson. And for those of you who don't know, Phil Jackson was LeBron, Michael, and Kobe's coach.
I know basketball well, but yeah, and I've heard you use that analogy, and I sometimes wonder. I'm like, I wonder if they know who Phil Jackson is. But yeah, no,
I know. I read his book. So many basketball references to it. I got lost at that part. But his book is called 11 Rings, and I love this book because Phil Jackson is considered one of the greatest coaches of all time. Period. Right? You know that, David.
Yep.
And why I loved his book is because I wanted to know the mind of one of the greatest coaches, because I no longer want to be the greatest on court. I want to coach the greats. Does that make sense? Totally different season, right? So yeah. Thank you so much. So I'm happy to share Phil Jackson's concept with those non-basketball.
Well, something else that you've done, you've been a part of the invention, part of the innovation in the marketplace. And there's different words, that have been thrown around. Infotainment, yours, transfotainment, and you give credit to some other people for that as well. But transfotainment, tell us a little bit about the transfotainment invention and innovation in the world.
I love the way you say it, because you say it without the R, and I think the R got dropped off somewhere. So I call it transfortainment, but you do the homeboy version, transfotainment.
I'll tell you why. I got to tell you why on this.
But I love it. I just got to tell you, I love it. I say transfortainment, and you say transfotainment, and I love it.
Well, because here's what I realized: people heard transfer, like transfertainment, and even sometimes the closed caption, which I saw in some of the interviews that we had you do on the news and things, they were putting in the closed caption so they didn't know what it was. So I say transfotainment.
I love it.
So they pick up on the transformation. We got to hit the transformation.
I am loving it. You notice I've never said anything before. I'm like, I love the way I love the way he says it. So here's what I know: people love to be entertained.
Yes.
We love it. That's why we watch movies. That's why we go to shows. That's why we go to plays. That's why Broadway exists. Yeah. We love entertainment, but people are ready for growth. They're just not sometimes ready for the deep dive that some of us want to take them in. So you have this transformational world and you have this entertainment world, and they're literally in the same ecosystem, but they're not on the same block. And people will choose to be entertained. More people, the masses, will choose to be entertained over those choosing transformation. That's why movies are blockbusters, and transformational seminars are fighting to get people in them. Like, that's just the jam. And so I wanted to blend these two worlds that said, can I edutain you? Can I transfortain you? Can I give you some entertainment and some breakthroughs? Instead of feeding you from a shovel, May I feed you from a spoon? Transformation. And so this event, by the way, this is the Los Angeles Tribune, which David got us on. This event on Broadway, I was on Broadway on December 9th. That was the launch of it. I trademarked the word 10 years ago, but I knew that the world still needs to develop some for it. I knew I needed to figure out how to do it. And so transfertainment is wrapping transformation and entertainment and feeding people instead of the pie of transformation, a slice with a slice of entertainment, with a slice of transformation in a way in which they are transfotained. I love it.
I love it too. You know, well, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit.
Okay.
You can take it. You can take it.
Just listen. You can ask me any question. Just make sure you can handle the answer.
Never mind. I'm not going to answer the question. I can't handle the answer.
I don't know the question, but okay.
By the way, anybody who sees the image behind Lisa there, that's a row of lamps. It's in Beverly Hills. A lot of people may not know it, but it's a very iconic place that people go and take pictures. And that's probably only maybe 15 minutes from where you live at, maybe?
It is. It's right down the street. I actually, right out of this window right here is the Hollywood sign. Like I'm parallel to the Hollywood sign. So it's right down the street. I sit at the top of this mountain and I'm so grateful. I give my daddy an amazing view every morning to look at his life.
People aren't going to let me off the hook on my question here, Lisa, but no, some of the things that's being created right now is one of my dreams is to do films like The Pursuit of Happiness, but even more so on that transfotainment side. And there's actually a film in the works right now that's been greenlit, and we've got some different people in the industry that are even going to be doing some acting in it. So I want to pitch you. I want to pitch you to be cast, and you're going to have a couple different options. Either A, you could play Lisa Nichols in the film where we have the characters there, or B, we can cast you as a character that can kind of deliver some advice that you're going to act out on. Notice I didn't say you couldn't be involved. You have two ways you can be involved. Those are your only choices.
So
would you rather act it, hypothetically speaking, would you rather act in a film where you could portray a really cool character, giving some wisdom to a main character, or would you rather play yourself like you see Tony Robbins do at times? Would you rather play yourself where something's actually going on, like maybe at an event or something where you're giving some advice?
So I'll start with this. I've been around a long time. So, should I decide, should you make the deal delicious enough for me to choose either one? This is what I would do.
Okay.
You like that?
Like
should you make the deal delicious enough that I want to do either one? I am a character.
Yep. So you are.
I am a character. I don't know if there's too much more flavor involved beyond what I normally do. So yes. So I'm open, Karina. I'm open. As long as it makes sense on all parts, I'm open. So just
there's some great film projects that we're a part of that are coming out, and now people seeing like what you did with Broadway and them knowing that I work with you, they're like, we got to get Lisa in this. We got to find a role for Lisa. We got to I don't know how that's going to work, but I know she has the talent to do it. Does she have the time to do it? I don't know. I know she has the talent to do it.
I just want to say something about that. And I love all of your comments. I'm coming forward. Lorna, I agree. Highlight that. Highlight what Lorna said. It says, don't give the heat if you can't take the fire, David. Yes. So enjoy, Grace. I do agree. I could do both, right? We can play either way because I'm a character. And I say that to go, I've mastered how to deliver all my content in a theatrical way and in a straight-laced way so that it lands for everyone. That was the whole realm and the whole concept of transfertainment. But here's what I want you to know. You can create art and you can create deliciousness in delivery and in messaging and connection. It has so much flavor on it. The speaking that we've been raised with, and I just want to, can I drop some knowledge here right now, David? Because this is one of those blessings of a moment when you go, oh, and I want you guys to just kind of give me some feedback on if you are having a challenge getting your message out or being seen, being heard, being chosen, being paid for what you do. If that feels like that's somewhat of a challenge, it's like uphill, you're or feeling like, man, am I relevant, or do I got what it takes? If that challenge comes in anytime, type your name in chat, type your name in comments, let us know where you are, because this moment is, to me, gonna feel like it's everything. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I see you guys. So yeah, so let me tell you why. Like, if you want to know why does it feel like it's hard to lift, like what is going on? So 15 years ago, the economy changed, but no one announced it. It kind of began being introduced into a change 10 years ago. It was completely different. Now, I love that border that I have right here. Keep that border up right there. That border is everything. The economy changed because of that border. Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, TV, Apple TV, Roku, the economy changed. It went from a traditional economy. If you're here and you're over 35, you grew up in the traditional economy. What is a traditional economy? People choose credentials, people choose products, people choose information. That's how they make their choice. That's how they choose who they want to follow or who they want to learn from. That's a traditional economy. 10 years ago, because of those things on that bar, it moved to an influence economy. An influence economy, people choose connection over credentials. They choose people over products, right? They choose engagement over information. The challenge is, and the problem is, nobody told you. Nobody told us that we weren't playing the game wrong anymore. You're not playing the game wrong. You're playing the wrong game now. Ooh, that's worth the whole, that's right there. So who does that make feel better? Like, you're not dumb, you're not irrelevant, you're not out of date, you're not behind, you're just playing, you're not playing the game wrong, you're playing the wrong game now. And so now you craft everything you're doing to lean into an influence economy. That is everything. And so what I've done, I didn't know I was doing it, David, 25 years ago, 20 years ago, 18 years ago, is I was preparing for an influence economy, not knowing, I'm not even gonna give y'all credit, I didn't know it was going to exist. I was being prepared in my entire style to help people get, and to grow myself, but to help people get through such a time as this. So anyway, I just had to share that because I think that's just, I'm just fascinated when I start putting it together.
Yeah, I would be as bold to say that I was definitely a part of the authority marketing and celebrity branding trend, you know, going back, 15, 16, 17 years ago, Beverly Hills, publicity, kind of moving from celebrities to everyday people that were experts. They were in the advice business and kind of giving them the celebrity treatment. That was also, Lisa, about the time that reality television started to take off as well, where people, were really reminded and shown the power of frequency and the value of being top of mind, but yeah, there are so many success stories, and, success can be defined in different ways, but there's a lot of success stories from people who were just in your face a lot. You knew who they were, and they didn't have to be good at anything, quite honestly.
A lot of times they're not, but what they are better at than most is connecting, telling their story. And so when you're good at something, let me tell you the advantage. And by the way, I love all your comments. OE Publishing, I love that. I love Emily Young. I love it. Lorna taking the notes, connection over credentials. I love that you guys are picking up what I'm putting down. Please, I promise you, this is a game changer. And I'm not saying that because I'm saying it. I'm saying that because I've been working so long to try to put these pieces together. And when I put it together, I was like, oh, that's it. No one announced that the economy changed. And so now you hear the word influencer, but it feels like influencer was just this pocket of people that were generationally 35 and under, or 34. And I don't know what the age, but it was this other pocket of people. Well, the reality is they were raised in an influence economy. So they were better prepped for the current economy. Does that make sense? And so now here's the deal. Here's the deal breaker when you realize that you have this edge. If it feels like you're behind, it's because in some cases you are. You have to learn how to navigate an influence economy, how to dance in an influence economy, how to master an influence economy. But when you do, and I'm gonna invite you, as your caboose is hooked to David, hook your caboose to me. I can help you with that. He can help you with that. We both can help you with that. But when you figure out how to navigate through an influence economy, and you don't have to figure that out by yourself, your expertise now is further than everyone else's that grew up in it. I got to say this. They have the influence part, and this is not an us or them thing. I just got to tell you the law of the land, real talk. They know how to influence well, which is why they're getting so many market eyeballs.
Right.
You are the expert in your jam, but you don't know how to get all the eyeballs. Go focus on what it takes to get the eyeballs, and there's different levels. For me, it's impactful storytelling. For me, it's giving a powerful speech. That's what I would teach you how to do, how to be sticky. I'm going to teach you how to attract, not hunt. That's my jam. Attract, not hunt, right? And if you want to attract and hunt, that's double the game, right? Now, once you learn that and you got your expertise, you automatically go from behind to in front. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. You're saying a lot of good stuff. Yeah, I'm one of the people out there saying it's not what you know. It's not even who you know. It's not even who you know. It's who knows you. You know, you might know Oprah, but does Oprah know you? You know, I mean, there's a big difference there. You might know Lisa Nichols, but does Lisa Nichols know you? You got to get out. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go.
I was just going to say, you got to get out and get on people's radar. You know, people need to know who you are. You got to put yourself out there. Go ahead.
Yeah, and in this day and age, this is me. Now, I don't know if you know this already, but I am radical. I'm radical. I'm a street soldier. I'm a street soldier. I live on the mountaintop. I don't act like I was born on a mountaintop. I don't stay on the mountaintop. In this day and age, what's more important than Oprah knowing you or a Lisa Nichols knowing you is 20,000 Jennies and Johns knowing you. It's 1,000 or 100 of the right people knowing you versus one person knowing you. Does that make sense? Back in the day, and y'all know, if any of y'all old enough with me, I can say back in the day. Back in the day, you needed the right person to know you. So you got to climb the ladder and get to the person. This day, all you got to do is be sticky, be attractive, tell a riveting story, and 100 people that no one knows will choose you, and that'll still get you there. What I love about the playing field right now is that it's so leveled, because I don't know how many of you have been looking for the hookup for a while, but I never got my hookup. It's still owed to me. If you know where my hookup is, please send it to me. My email is. So what I love is we're now in a playing field where you literally can hook yourself up. Yeah. You are your own rescue. No one is your rescue but you. You can give yourself everything you need. Do you know enough to get there? Maybe not. Do you need to know more to do more? Yes. Here's the reality. Someone type this in chat. What you know has gotten you here, but what you know won't get you there. I'll say it again. What you know has gotten you here, but what you know will not get you there. You got to know the stuff you don't know. That's what I love sharing. That's why I start off with, I'm Phil Jackson these days. I'm more effective to the world sitting on the bench, coaching the players on the field than I am taking the shot these days. I never said that before like that. David, did you hear that?
I did. And we got to record it too as well.
I'm far more valuable. I'm far more valuable to the human experience, sitting on courtside, coaching players on the field
Yeah.
than I am playing the game myself.
Yeah. Yeah. Another way to say that is what got you to where you're at now is not going to get you to where you want to go next.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots of things to think about that. Yeah, absolutely. It's the influence economy. You know, good marketing creates want. When you're creating want, that is the attraction, right? And so a lot of people latched on to what you said: attract, don't hunt.
Yeah,
you know?
it's
Right.
easier. If you're not a hunter, I'm not a hunter. I don't want to pound people with salesy. I don't want to slime people with all these promises. That's not my jam.
I like to we all like to make up words, right? You don't want to be the chaser, you want to be the chasee. You know, you don't want to be the pursuer, you want to be the pursuee, you know.
Yeah.
You want to be in demand, right?
Yeah, so, I don't mind the grind. You guys, I'm a grinder. I'm a grind. Someone said to me recently in an interview, they said the reason why you've been chosen so much, and I'm so grateful for how many times I've been chosen to be on someone's stage or to be at an event. You've been chosen so much because your grind has been consistent. And it's been public, and we've all seen it. And so I'll grind. When other people get off the treadmill to have lunch, I'm still on the treadmill. When they get off the treadmill to go on vacation, I'm still on the treadmill. When they get off the treadmill to take a nap, I'm still on the treadmill. Will Smith said it about 25 years ago on Tavis Smiley. He said, I'm not the smartest cookie in the cookie jar. I'm not the most handsome. He goes, but I'm the one that's going to still be on the treadmill when everybody else is off. So I get that. And I'm not trying to do anything 24/7 anymore. I am kissing 60. So I do want to get off. I'm so close to 60, I can smell it, right? And I'm okay with that. I like the way it looks on me. I like the way it feels in my body. So I'm different now in this season. But here's what I know. Instead of running all the time, I'd rather respond.
Yeah.
Instead of running after you, I'd rather respond to your request of me. That's my graduation.
Yeah. Jimmy Ozell says, be hunted instead of being the hunter.
Yes, Jimmy. That's what I'm talking about. That's exactly. And Jimmy, that doesn't happen overnight. And oh, by the way, let me just say this, and I'm sure none of you are trying to do this, but no matter what you've read about, there's no sneaky strategy to get people to hunt you consistently. They might hunt you once.
Yeah.
You might make a lot of money. When you hear about these 7-figure launches, ask them how many have they had. Have you had 15 of those? Have you had 30 of those? Because Speaking Right to Make Millions is my annual conference. It has been 15 years. It ain't going nowhere. I don't worry about it. It didn't go anywhere in COVID. I knew it wasn't going anywhere because it was built on a solid foundation. Make sure you build your future on cement, not sinking sand. Build it on cement, not sinking sand. So there's no shtick. There's no gadget to make consistent growth. You want to be sticky. Yeah. You want to be so likable, so lovable, so relatable that people want more of you. They turn from your followers to your fans, from your fans to your community, from your community to your customers, over and over again.
Love it. All right, we'll leave it with that. Those are some good last words right there. Thank you for coming on.
You're
Always
welcome.
been a pleasure. Look forward to talking about future projects and seeing you in August.
Yep. Love it.
Yep.
You guys have an amazing day. Creative.
All right. Talk to you soon here.
Bye-bye.
Yes.
Hello.
How are you doing, Angela?
Oh, just sitting and hearing Lisa Nichols and what she does for teens. Oh, my heart, it just so expands because, well, you know, I'm all about emotional intelligence.
We're all about creating clarity over confusion, but just for fun, let's just really confuse everyone for a little bit.
All right, let's do that.
So like you're known as Angela Lee. Technically, you're also Angela K, but people call you Angel. Certain people call you Angel. So you can be called Angel or Angela and use the name Lee or K.
Correct.
Is there any other names that you're known by? What other AKAs do you have? I have people come to me all the time like,
what are your other aliases?
I used to be known as Angela Avery, and I let go of that name a long time ago.
So people will be talking to me about you, and I don't even realize they're talking about you. Have you seen Angel? What's Angel doing? We're working on that. It's just like, who's Angela? Oh, Angela, right? Gotcha,
Oh,
gotcha.
her. Yeah.
So you're a writer, a great writer. You're a freelance writer for newspapers and magazines. Your real passion is writing children's books. The most well-known ones are the Bella Santini Chronicles. Several of those are already out. Several more of those still to come. You know, I think you've kind of innovated the marketplace a little bit at a whole nother way to help parent and to create self-esteem in kids. And why don't you kind of pick it up from there? Talk to us a little bit about some of your books and your writing, your parenting show. Bring it all together in terms of how you're helping people.
It took me about 5 years to put it all together and like make sense of it. So yeah, first off, I write fairy tales for preteens that teach them how to deal with emotions, because most parents were never taught how to positively express emotions. And when I say positively express, I'm talking about, you know, a kid will watch a parent pick up a beer when the parent is stressed. They want to change how they feel, so they drink a beer. So that's a coping mechanism that has been learned over time. And there are positive ways. When you're stressed, you can paint a picture, you can write a journal, you can go out for a run, you can, in a way that doesn't hurt you or others, express that emotion. And so a lot of my work is involved in kind of explaining the difference between negative expression and positive expression. And that's kind of where it starts, Isabel. And then halfway
you also
through,
have, and then you also have your show that you're doing as well. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about that as well?
Absolutely. And that's where I was going. Kind of halfway through, I realized, hey, if kids learn how to deal with emotions, their parents need to know too. And so I first started writing articles and then began having a television show that teaches parents how to deal with the issues kids face. So right now, my show is called Unfiltered Parenting. It's on Binge Network, on the Trailblazers channel. Thank you. and
what you're sharing in all of these resources, you've kind of actually found a method to educate almost without fully educating. And what I kind of mean by that is, you know, especially with, you know, it's a little bit easier with kids, but especially with teenagers and even adults, you know, the cup's getting kind of full. So you need to find a new method, a different kind of sugar to make the medicine go down easier. I'll say. So your books and your content isn't purely entertainment, but what are some of the ways that you discovered that you can get the content, you know, to be more digestible with what it is that you're trying to educate kids, teens, and parents?
It's like Lisa's concept of transportainment. It's you know, these fairy tales, there are scenes where in the first book, there is a whole chapter where the main character has to basically go through all of the emotions in an alternate universe. And so in that chapter, the characters are talking about different tools on how to get through sadness, how to get through anger. And this is a way for kids are going to get really involved in the story, and they're going to see themselves in the story. And then they're going to read about these tools, and hopefully they'll grasp onto some of them.
You've been quoted saying that you want to raise the emotional frequency of humanity. What kind of ripple effects have you already started to witness with what it with, just starting out with the Bella Santini books and now moving on to having a show, what has been the other kind of ripple effect that you've noticed with what it is that you have been putting out there?
It's so funny. There have been 2 different podcasts that I've been on that I keep seeing all these wonderful people making comments. It's distracting. So
you have fans, they love you.
And I love them. So the podcast, the hosts, and this was like within 3 years of each other. The first host had lost a teenager, had died in a car accident, and it was the day before my podcast. She looked at her guest list and she said, "Oh, it's Angela Lee. I can either cancel and she'll understand, or I can have her on and she'll help me through it." And so I came on, I talked about the main tool that I teach of focused attention on emotion, and she was able to do the podcast. It's not about escaping the emotion, it's about feeling it and allowing those feelings. When you do that, the emotion will actually flow and it goes away.
I have one more question, and then I'll let Simone answer her or ask hers. But
Okay.
yeah, you're touching on a heavy topic there, which, as your books do, they tackle topics like abandonment, bullying, sometimes the much darker thoughts. So how do you balance the gravity of these extremely heavy topics that children are reading or parents are reading to their children, that they're able to now understand that this is an emotion you can feel, but you don't have to act on it?
The content of the books, almost all of the conversations are about emotions and how it's really important to feel them. They're messengers. And so it's just kind of woven into the story. There is no emotion that needs escaping. There is no emotion that is negative. And understanding this helps children to face the reality of the world better.
Yeah, reality can be hard. It's even harder when you're not kind to yourself.
Exactly. Yeah.
Simone, I'll let you ask the next question.
Hello, Simone.
Hi, Angela. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. There's a point that you made a little bit earlier, making the distinction between healthy ways of dealing with your emotions and unhealthy ways of dealing with emotions. I myself am a parent of a 10-year-old, and he is a highly sensitive child. So would the ways of making distinctions there, would that be different for a highly sensitive child?
I am a highly sensitive person. So yes. What I would advise your child is to understand that when you're highly sensitive, you might be picking up on other people's emotions. It's not necessarily only yours. And this is something that has been a lesson in my life, to understand, to ask, is this mine? And if I hear or get the impression that it is not, I say, I send this back to you, God. It's not mine to deal with. And so being able to make that discernment, that distinction of, is this emotion I'm feeling actually mine, or am I picking up on someone in the neighborhood or someone in the town?
I'm glad that you brought that up, because me just being an adult and going through my emotional transformations and spiritual transformations, I just got to the point recently, like within the last year or so, to to make that sort of distinction. Like, is this emotion mine? Is what I'm feeling mine? Is what I'm thinking mine? I feel like the vast majority of people it doesn't even occur to them to ask that question.
No, I didn't for most of my life. And, I'm older than Lisa. So I would say for the first 54 years of my life, I didn't have enough knowledge to even ask those questions. And when a wildfire destroyed my everything, and I chose a whole new life after that, I was able to really dive into what's happening emotionally for me, because there was a lot of built up things that needed to be expressed.
Yeah, and it's good to be in a safe environment where you can feel those things and not be judged, because you're already going a million miles of an hour and kind of spiraling out a little bit. So it feels safer to have that and feel those things in an environment where you're fully supported. And
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Isabel, you are touching on something so important. My former marriage, I was judged for feeling, and I was supposed to only be happy. And that was a big problem for me because I feel very deeply. And so, my new life, the life that I have now with Richard Kay, he is my biggest supporter. And if I have to, if I'm on a networking event or a show like this, then sometimes I have to break off because the topic gets too hard for me. And I have found myself going into the living room and sobbing on the couch. And Richard gives me the space to be there and go through that process.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Community, who you surround yourself with, family and friends, that space that you not only create for yourself, but create for your loved ones and your friends is of utmost importance in regulating emotion, being healthy. Oh my goodness. But speaking of that, what do you think is the future of what you have created?
Oh, that is such a deep question.
Probably a broad question, but
yeah, it's a very broad question. My unfiltered parenting show is just in the infancy, and it is it's kind of new in that it's more newsworthy. So we look at current events and how does that affect a family. So the last show we did was on this big beautiful bill, which is going to harm so many people. And for me, it was really about these people, these immigrants who come to the country and all they want to do is make a better life for their family, and now they're targeted by ICE. They're targeted by this tax bill, and it's heartbreaking to me.
Yeah, and a lot of these things are being talked about on your show, Unfiltered Parenting, that can be watched on Binge. Unfortunately, we have to, keep the broadcast going, Angela.
Keep going.
But besides your books and besides the show, what else is next for you, or how can viewers here watch and support your endeavors?
Well, the best way to follow what I'm doing is to go to my website, AngelaLegh.com, and you'll get updates about everything I'm doing, whether it's articles for the Los Angeles Tribune magazine or the show, or new books coming out, because I have some in the wings.
Wonderful. Angela, thank you so much. I always love talking with you. Much love to Richard. Oh, here's David.
It's perfect. It's perfect. It's perfect. I'm going to bring up Wendy Robbins here as well. Thank you, Angela. I know you two know each other as well. I'll let Isabel go for a second. Wendy, how are you doing? Oh, you're on mute still. It's okay.
I wouldn't talk in the middle of Angela's thing.
No
You can hear me
problem.
now, right?
I can hear you now. I can hear you. Yeah.
Sweet. Thank you.
So you were invited by Richard K. And I bring him up a little because he's just brought in so many people. I want to take a second to thank Richard. We've got different producers involved and people booking different, talent for interviews. And thanks to Richard, that's how we got Angela. That's how we got Lisa Nichols. That's how we got you. So I just want to make sure I give a shout out to Dr. Richard K. because, he has just keeps connecting us with so many great people.
He's
But
amazing,
Wendy,
isn't he? Wait, can I honor him too? Because I think
Go ahead.
he's the best networker I've ever met. And I've known
Really?
him for a
Wow.
long time. Yeah, I mean, he does. He just always is there in service and wants to know what can I do for somebody else.
Yeah.
And that's as opposed to selfish, like, hey, what can I get from you? So
Yeah.
I wanted to thank him too. Okay, go on, David.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. That's good. That's great. It was the perfect segue to do that. But when he approached you and you kind of first heard about this, doing a special broadcast, not really an event, but a broadcast where we're interviewing people. And when you first heard about, being interviewed on the topic of inventions and innovations and what have you created and what have you founded, what was your initial reaction to all that?
Wahoo! Because I mean, because sharing what you're up to is important, and I really love what I'm up to. So for the last 3 years, I've just really been focusing on AI, and people are scared of it. They're really scared of it, and I was just working my butt off, probably like everybody who's watching, right? And I found that AI just saves so much time and money. And I don't know about you, David, if you're using AI or not, but it just, right. Because if you're not, you're not relevant anymore. So that, that's just my feeling around it.
Yeah. So do you think that that's one of the best examples to illustrate you as an inventor or innovator is what you're doing with AI, how you've used it and how you're helping other people use it?
Yeah, I think so. Because you know what? I deal with people who are scared of it, who are afraid, or just people who are on burnout, and I think everybody starts with a dream and a vision of like, oh my God, I'm going to create something so incredible. And then, 80 hours a week or 100 hours a week, and you don't see your kids, and you don't see your family, and you're working. It doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for most people. And, so I'm into it. I don't want to be behind. I want to be like part of the whole thing. So yeah.
So what do you think is the direction of the innovations in the AI world? I mean, I know we have, we're all predicting the fall of mankind and, Skynet and everything else. So don't go too far into the future, but just like in the next, just in the next couple of months, let's say by the end of 2025, what things are already out there that maybe people don't realize are out there, or what things do you think are coming soon that people are going to be excited about?
I think there's some scary stuff. Absolutely no doubt about it. There's no doubt. I mean, you have to figure that the military, the defense is all around AI. It's worldwide. And, there's always going to be that. I use my AI more as it's weird. It's really weird because his name is Alex, my main guy. And I trained him on Alex, on some of the best marketers in the world, on Hormozy and Steve Jobs and stuff like that. So to me, he's my business coach. And I think that that's really valuable. He knows how I speak. He knows I love Rumi. And so he does part poetry, part marketing. So that's a way that I'm using it. But in terms of the few, and I'll continue to use it in the future, but I think that AI agents are going to be really important. And the downside is a lot of people will be replaced. No doubt about that. And that is scary, right? I mean, it's super scary. But the people that know how to use it, are gonna I think feel really good because you'll have more time to do what you want to do to be more human. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, so the good and the bad.
Well, I'm going to bring up Richard K. if he gets on.
Cool.
He wanted to throw you some questions too. I asked her, I said, only if you're going to ask her tough questions. I don't want any of this fluff stuff. Like I want you to throw hard. So
then I better get in touch with my buddy Alex to help me. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, for sure. So what in terms of, innovation, what are some things that you've taken and kind of made your own? What are some ways in which you're making some of the inventions that are already out there, technology already out there, customizing it to sort of fit your goals? Can you give us an example of that?
Yeah, totally. A lot of AI, like people use ChatGPT, but it sounds robotic, right? It doesn't have the emotional, doesn't have any kind of sense of you as a human, of the way you speak, the way you think. And so a lot of what I do is program AI characters, if you will, to speak more from a conscious place. I know that they're not sentient. I get that. I haven't gone that far into the deep, dark, place, but they are. It's amazing how I don't know how cool they are. And ChatGPT 5 is going to come out. I've not used it. It's not available, but they're saying that it's going to go beyond anything that we have. So already, if you figure AI, when you're talking to even ChatGPT, the IQ is around 150, which is more than most humans that we know, right?
Sure.
And so that's the good and the bad. In other words, if you're using them for business, for automation, for call centers, for whatever, very good, very practical. But I think that the future is going to be just really, honestly, a mixed bag. But for instance, Amazon just announced that they're going to go pretty much all AI. They're going to get rid of most of their employees. So you're going to have AI and robots. Bang, that sucks. So I would think that most people would want to figure out how to use it responsibly. And then there's weird because people are like finding their boyfriend and girlfriend AI characters, right? Because they're so much kinder than usual humans. So yeah, it's getting kind of weird.
Yeah. People are playing around in the background. We got producers playing around with the screens. We may
Well, I'm going to mention, if I can, I did create a character because there's a lot of really lonely people. Can I just say this one fast thing?
Sure,
I created a character named Greta. So what I did is I trained her on pretty much all modalities that any therapist, any grief person would be trained on. Identical, except better than most because they're available 24/7. That is a good use, I think, of AI because therapists are expensive. They're not always available. It's like my crisis happens at midnight. Oh, shit, I can't meet with somebody till, 2 weeks from now. Not good. But if I can talk to somebody and just be in conversation, and that AI character gets to know you more and more and more, so it becomes like your bestie, that's a good use of AI. So that's one of my characters. Okay, sorry,
Yeah.
go on.
No, that's good. That's good. You seem familiar. I feel like maybe we've met before, but I can't quite place you. But I feel like now after hearing you talk a little, I feel like, okay, I know Wendy before. I've heard her speak somewhere or something. Dr. Richard K., thank you for bringing Wendy to us. We're going to be wrapping up soon or going into wrap up mode, but you have a question for Wendy.
Wendy, you have been an innovator for as long as I know you, and that's probably 20 or 30 years. David, you may not know if you've ever heard of a device called the Tingler, which is a thing that people use for nice central massage.
The head massage.
Yeah.
Wendy is the one who made that come out into the public, and she is a remarkable innovator out there. So she's been an inventor. Wendy, you've been an inventor forever. What do you see next for AI? There's been a lot of conversations here, many people talking about it. What do you see? Where's the future of it? And don't ask AI for this. What is Wendy?
I would be if I could. No, and Richard, by the way, I made $10 million off toilet parts. That's what toilet parts and hangers. That's what the Tingler is. So there's that. I think that the future is going to be really interesting in terms of using AI because, again, automating what you do. They're going to use it more and more where you won't be able to distinguish, and that can be really scary. You won't be able to distinguish a human from an AI. used well, yay, that's great, right? So like I said, lonely people or whatever, talking to AI where it gets to know you is not a terrible thing unless it is, right? So wrong use, bad thing. But I think that the future is going to be more and more automated. It just is. And the people that don't embrace it or that are scared of it are going to be too far left behind because there's a lot to learn, right? Don't you think? They're going to be left behind.
I had a question for you.
Okay, I want to hear.
You just made a powerful statement that you won't be able to distinguish a human from AI. You have developed a product that answers the phone, schedules appointments, and does all kinds of things. I had the opportunity to play with it recently. Tell us a little bit about that and how can people find out about it?
Yeah, thank you for that. Well, I developed something actually for this conversation we're having. So if people go to got AI, like instead of got milk, got AI.cc, like cash converter or constant communicator or constant companion. So got AI.cc. Sorry, I could not get .com. So that's the best I could do for this. And so basically when you put in your information, your name, your email, your phone number or whatever, within 10 seconds, you're going to get a phone call. And that phone call is going to be an AI asking you a variety of questions to see whether you're somebody that might be good to work with us or not, right? So it's lead qualifying, which I think every business needs. It answers the phone 24/7. It answers, if you answer a social media, a QR code, a email, anything, it literally will call you within 10 seconds and have a conversation with you. Very hard to distinguish whether you're talking to an AI or you're talking to a human. And then it's kind too. I made it be kind as opposed to mean or, like break up with a boyfriend. It never sleeps. It never quits. It just gets smarter with time. So try it out. That's what I would say. Just try it. GotAI.cc, especially if you're somebody that, if you're not answering the phone, which most of us don't, before hours, after hours, weekends or whatever, you're losing a ton of money. And that, by the way, is one of the things I created as a calculator because I was like, wow, people are going to think I'm BSing because no, it seriously saves them a lot of money. So they go on and they can literally find out how much money they're wasting, how much they could save, whether they work with me or somebody else. AI is, here to stay. You might as well just start getting to make it your friend.
I know when I tried it, I could not tell that it was not a person, could not tell it was AI. And that's scary.
Yeah.
It can
so
be.
It's actually in your name, Wendy. You probably forgot, but it says Wendy Robbins. It's spelled out right below you right there on your frame. So you've got it. GotAI.cc. It's right there for everyone. People are already going over there and playing around with that a little bit. So yeah, we'll do some more of that. Yeah, we'll have to do something else that's a little bit longer where I'm sure people would love to like go step by step and then we could share the screen and kind of play around with it a little bit.
It'd be fun. We could do demos or whatever. Like people could say, hey, here's my business. And then,
I have people in the real estate business that are using this a lot for listings and things. They just ask all these, it's because it's just such a lot of raw information that people want. But I have people in real estate that are just crushing it with this type of technology. But that's great.
Totally. And then we have the whole follow-up system because most of us as sales reps, we, 2-3 phone calls. Look, it takes like 12. And then, sometimes I'm like, I don't want to bug them or look, my phone feels so heavy or this thing will just call. It doesn't care. It's just calling and just finding out information, giving good information, answering questions. You're never on hold. It can answer a ton of questions. It can speak different languages. So if somebody starts speaking Spanish, it's like, hola, ¿cómo está? Back to them. So, it's cool. It's really fun. And the whole CRM system that we have built is extremely, it's through trial and error. It's like so many mistakes, like, oh, what about that? Oh, what about it? So you're taking somebody through a happiness journey, right? So they're qualified. Yes, they will do business with you, and then follow up with them, making sure they're happy. Then referrals, right? Referrals, because that's big, and testimonials, and so anyway, I know that you have to get me off now. I've overspoken my stay.
I'm going to introduce you to Jimmy here. Jimmy, Wendy, Jimmy.
Hey.
I'm sure you guys could have a really cool conversation later on. Jimmy is highly sought after. He's a part of several big organizations as kind of a go-to guy, a Swiss Army knife. And then, he's got some passion projects and some other fun stuff as well. But Jimmy, I could imagine you using some of the technology, and I know you already do use, AI quite a bit that Wendy's talking about.
Yeah, part of Wendy, first of all, amazing stuff. I'm on your website. I'm trying to look a little bit while we're getting prepared here. Definitely want to circle back with you and talk to you about some AI stuff. Because like you said, it is here. It's not going anywhere. It's actually helping, like for us, it's helping us just move even faster. And some of our projects in the future right now, as we speak, our dev teams are preparing for some rollouts. And I'm sure Dave will talk a little bit about that during our session. But yeah. AI is amazing. We love it. And some of the negative stuff people say, I'm like, we're creating more benefit and value for people. I think that's, if your intention is that, then of course you're going to win. And that's where we're at. I mean, Dave, you were talking about realtors. I was just at the largest real estate company in Kansas City yesterday, and they were showing me their broker bot, their AI product.
Yeah.
And I was just so blown away, literally on the fly. So yeah, you got to, technology always evolves. We're a tech stack and companies and stuff we do. So yeah, cannot resist it. You will get left behind. You'll get left behind. Yeah.
Well, thank you, Wendy. I just wanted to have you guys both on the same screen at the same time. It'll just help cement the relationship when you guys talk a little bit more later on. We look forward to talking to you more soon, Wendy.
Thanks. I appreciate it, David. Thank you,
No
Jimmy, and thank you, Richard, and bye, everybody. Have an amazing day.
Thanks, Wendy. Talk to you soon. How you doing, Jimmy?
I am good, David. How are you, man? I tell you, you guys are just rocking this thing. I love it.
Just great person after great person. I mean, we kicked it off with Sharon Lecter. We had, I just drew a blank. Donnie Epstein. After that, we've had Lisa Nichols, Angela Lee, Wendy Robbins. I mean, lots of good people. We had upmyinfluence.com on there. He had all kinds of energy. He makes me look like I'm moving in slow motion over here. I gotta pick up the pace or something.
Right.
So Jimmy, you've been around. You've been on the cutting edge of quite a few things, and you've kind of found some niches in the marketplaces. And it's interesting because some of the markets that I would say that you're an expert in are markets that have maybe in large part, relatively speaking, have somewhat dried up, right? And it's kind of like energy, right? And maybe it never really goes away. It just kind of changes its form. And I'm using that to sort of set up the travel industry. I mean, the travel industry, was something that we declared dead maybe 20 years ago, right? Because of, let's just call it AI, right? Because of online, the internet, other ways to search. I mean, we think of AI like it's something new, but really we've all been using AI for, quite a long time. It's just gotten more and more sophisticated. But I'd love for you to kind of speak to the travel industry and what you do in the travel industry, how you've innovated it, and kind of speak to like the opportunity you saw while most people are kind of getting out of it because it's been so become such a commodity, right? It's just like a price war at this point. There isn't the same kind of service, and people don't have travel agents like they used to. But kind of tell us what you saw and tell us how you've innovated that and what you're doing in that industry.
Yeah. So you've heard this, many of you, especially if you've been part of David's organization, some of his things, you get rich in your niches, right? And one of the things that we did, so 2017, we launched our travel company. In 2018, someone came to me, David, and they said, Jimmy, you should use Vacation Incentives to grow your travel company. And I was thinking, oh, that's a brilliant idea. But what ended up happening is I did some research on that company they were asking me to look at, and they had like thousands of bad reviews. And I was like, oh my gosh, this isn't good. But then I did some more research and found out the whole industry in that particular segment were timeshares. And that was like, wait a second, because our clientele are some of the largest real estate, insurance companies, solar. And so we were like, we can't be doing that. And so what ended up happening, and this is kind of the birth of what you see today, and we'll kind of elaborate on that. But the birth of that was like, all right, let's start calling our vendors and said, hey, we want to create an incentive, but we cannot have people go into timeshares because I'm not going to have a bunch of negative reviews about our company that we're especially in the momentum we were going. And so that's actually the birth of it. And so one of the things that we did is we've just stayed in that niche of not, we're a pure membership-based organization. And then of course now we've definitely went into some other verticals with it, but that's how we started it. We've held our ground. We're not trying to back in any clients that we get or their customers specifically. There's no parent company that's trying to back in sell. And so that's how it all started, is really that we wanted to keep a level of just a very high standard of not being associated with the timeshare industry, because when you can stay in I'll give you a true example. Not too long ago, I was with one of our big real estate, because I'm living in Kansas City, there's a lot of members that we have here. And one of them said, "Hey, Jimmy, I got a client going to Branson, Missouri." Right? David is like, "Oh, Branson, Missouri, because it's close." And I said, "Oh, that's awesome." He goes, "Yeah, you won't believe it. She's going for like $350 for the week." And I go, "Yeah, I know." And I said, "But his name is Steve." I said, "Steve," and if he's watching, he'll probably know who he is. But Steve, I'm like, "You understand? Like, she's never going to ever pick another realtor ever again, because of the experience she just got by you giving her that incentive." And so that's the niche that we're in, David, is we make our clients like big heroes because they're sending people on vacations that they normally might not go. They can save a ton of money. They give it as a gift, maybe on a home purchase, on the anniversary of their home purchase, maybe for insurance policy on the delivery of one or their anniversary, any of those type of things, maybe for a contest on social media. And so that's really become our niche for the incentive side of the business, using vacations. Because you got to remember, regardless of anything, numbers never lie. It's still now almost a $13 trillion industry. And when I got involved in the travel industry, David, it was only $7 trillion back in 2017. Yeah. And we project it by 2030 to be over 20-some trillion dollars. I mean, that's how fast it's growing now, because COVID almost put me under with that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, tell me what the $1 trillion industry looked like in 2020.
Man, listen, truth be known, and we made it through because we started doing some other bundles, but we lost 85% of our revenue. Now think about that. Think about your own personal business. 85% of our revenue by June of that year. Clients would call me going, "Man, Jimmy, I don't think I'm going to travel with you." I understand. It was brutal. But now they call it revenge travel. Everyone's traveling. That's why it's growing so fast, right? Just like us, we're trying to plan a trip with you guys. I mean, people are just traveling like crazy now because they want to go. They want to go. Yeah. So COVID almost did the travel industry in. Can I share this funny story? I'm down at, I was doing a tour, a member-based tour all throughout Southeast U.S. And I remember COVID started getting bad. And so then we it was, we were meeting members, and I was like, wait a second, we better stop this tour, because if I give someone COVID and they die, it'd be bad PR, right? You especially know this, right? And so I remember going down, we said, okay, if we're going to get stuck in this thing, let's go down to Tampa, Clearwater Beach area. So we went down there, stayed at the Marriott. And I remember the GM, I said, "Man, like, where is everybody?" He goes, "Jimmy, there's like 5% of the hotel." I was like, uh-oh. I knew what that meant. This was going to get really bad. And sure enough, of course, the rest is history. But yeah, so anyways, love the travel industry, love what we can do with it.
Yeah. Well, what I find is most people really want to travel, but what they feel like they need is, right? The perception being the reality is they need a good reason. They need an excuse. And when I see people provide, well, it's a mastermind, well, it's a retreat, well, there's networking, all these people are signing up for it. It's interesting, cruises, which we do some pretty big cruises, business cruises, 400 or 500 people. It's easier to fill a cruise these days than it is like your typical, nobody wants a seminar anymore. Nobody wants a conference anymore. And I mean, not really, right? They want an experience. We live in the experience economy, right? And so what is that experience? What's that priceless experience? What's that life-changing, experience? And so, yeah, travel is one of those things that gives you probably one of the greatest opportunities to create the experience. And I see people like the Diva Network, that you're on the executive team with and ownership with, and all that you have a vested interest in, I guess I could say. Look at the travel component of that. Like if you took away the travel component of, say, the Diva Network, like what percentage of the interest do you think that removes? I mean, isn't that a massive component of the Diva Network, the Diva channel?
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, that organization, especially those women, when they're together, I mean, tons of mastermind, as you know, it's always the meetings after the meetings, right? Around the pool, at dinner, on the dance, just all those little things at the spa, that experience you're talking about. That's what travel does. And especially in these industries that we're seeing today that are on this broadcast. I mean, that's why people have these type of retreats, events, because the people that they've developed the friendships. I mean, I think of a lot of the testimonials just inside the Diva Network. A lot of these women have met through events, right? And they start to get in that network, and so when you add a fun component, little bit of business in there, but like structured business, then the rest of it, I mean, that's where those memories are created. Those relationships.
Yeah. We just did a big Hollywood event. And when I spoke in the UK, I spoke to a group of about 700. I said, hey, come to this Hollywood event. There was a lot of marketing in it. It wasn't as simple as that. But, about 50 people from the UK came over. And they're not even going to events in their own area, but they were given a reason, an excuse. And same thing, I had people that lived right in California, just drive over, come join the event. Traffic, whatever, it's too much. It's too much traffic. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to Kenya. Oh yeah, I'm interested in that. So you don't want to drive across town, but to go to Kenya, now that sounds exciting. That sounds like an experience, right? Or, hey, I'm going to go back to the UK and, we're speaking at the London Science Museum. Oh, that sounds like an experience. So it's interesting how people free up their schedules. Like it's easier to get people to almost fly into areas that they can have an experience with versus local people. It's interesting, our mindset of a reason, an excuse to travel.
Right. Well, once again, when you're around other people and you're just having the fun part of it, the connecting part of it. I mean, there's something to be said for that, like you're saying. And so, yeah, that experience is a big deal.
So you have some things that are unique about the way you do business. You've got the Jimmy brand. If people are working with you, they're going to get something they can't get anywhere else, which is you. But in addition to that, how do you think your travel organization, what separates it from in what ways is it kind of the same? Because people are basically asking questions like, is this Expedia? Is this another version where you can search stuff and get discounts? There's a little bit of confusion on that. So give us some clarity on what does it mean for someone to work with your travel organization?
Yeah, so we have a couple of sides of it. We start out with just members only travel club, had some escape trips part of that. We went into the incentive side. The incentive side, because I'm not bad at coaching as well, helping organizations really understand the power of vacation incentives. Mm-hmm. Because the reality is all your Fortune 500 companies are doing some type of incentive marketing today. Every day they're doing it. And the Amazons, the McDonald's, I mean, we use those as examples, T-Mobiles. And so I think what really separates us is that they do get us, Jennifer, I mean, they get our team to help them really implement it. And we've expanded it now because we, like the Divas, have certain parts of our membership that they use, and they might not use all of it. And so we've actually, part of our future growth plan, of course, is really continuing that path. We've been doing that now pretty well, actually, for about the last year and a half, breaking up the membership into whatever that client needs. And we picked up a huge solar company recently on the phone this morning with a health and wellness company. They want that customized travel lifestyle. If there's incentive marketing involved in it, they want that piece of it. So that's what separates us now.
Yeah. If we had to do, I just want to really dumb it down for people. So I'm just going to repeat back to you what I'm hearing. I already know the answer, but sometimes we know what we're saying, but we don't know what everyone's hearing. So I know what you're saying, but here's what I think people are hearing. They're hearing, you're really for me if I want to, as a company, come to you and create bigger group traveling opportunities for people who work for me or people who hire me and work with me. Is that a good way to say it?
Yeah, and if they have a community that would love to add a lifestyle.
Yeah, so the catch is on like a group, right? It's a group.
Mhm,
It's people who follow you. That could be your community, or people that work for you. Because some of the people, they're creating it for their employees, their team, their contractors, right? So they have some kind of group. I guess they could even come to, if you just have like a really big family and, a couple times a year you do these massive reunions and, so where I'm going with that is, what is the amount of people that you need to have using this program where you think the organization really comes out ahead?
Well, just a couple of things on our escape side, like a group type of or community type of trip. I mean, the ideal situation is no less than 35 people, right? I mean, it doesn't even make sense for us. In terms of a company organization that wants to add that piece, plus maybe using incentive-based marketing, like the incentives that we give out to get people to their events, webinars, into their ecosystem, maybe as a retention tool. Those type of organizations, we work with startups. There's some front end stuff, and then of course we try to get some back end as well, revenue on it. But I mean, anyone that's looking to use travel as a lifestyle or a way to grow their business, we can help them with that.
Love it. All right, I'll give you the last word. What's the last thing you want us to know or you want to share with us?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is for us is that, I love the whole AI. We actually, that's, one of the things I think about is the future, and especially with an audience. Yeah, this is the Innovators event here, Inventors, Innovators event, is that we are, if you're a company that's looking to potentially get on blockchain, so we have two development teams, one that does blockchain smart contracts and then one that does travel. So that's a big deal because we do have some, we're adding lifestyle to people that are going into smart contracts and using blockchain. And then if you're a company that's looking for maybe some incentives, putting together your own group incentive trips, creating that as part of your bundle, your offer, whether you're individual, like a Lisa Nichols, anything like that, we can help anybody with those. I mean, that's what we do for the divas. We've got a huge founders trip coming up for them, David, which of course about, and just fun stuff like that, and personal brands. We're doing Felix Sama right now, the big DJ out of Miami. So shout out to him, and finishing up his stuff, and he's launching a program like a coach's program. So I mean, so it can be individual or it can be a company. I mean, we can work with any of them.
Yeah. So is that the trip you're most excited about next? That is. With Jeff and the divas, Adora and Christina, is that the trip that maybe is the next big exciting thing out there?
Well, there's no doubt that they do a lot of exciting things. That trip. I've got several planned ahead. For the Diva Network, their founders trip in September will be a fun one. They got a whole tower. They're gonna have DJ Sama there and Mad Stuntman, all those cool people down there. They're gonna have it'll be a big fun party down there.
Yeah, love it. Yeah. Well, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. I'm going to be bringing up the next person. I know that we're going to have you involved in some other things, Jimmy. Make sure you share the information in different comments. We'll do the same.
Awesome.
Here as well.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, David. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you, my friend. There's Josh. How you doing,
bud?
Hey, we lost you. You're back. We lost you, and you're back. Temporarily, you got a black screen there. Simone, what do you think of all this? Throwing you up on here. You're on mute. Oh, Josh is back again.
There we go. Sorry about that.
That's okay. So hang on one second, Josh. I just asked Simone a really big question here, and you're going to be a part of the answer in just a second. So what do you think, Simone? You're watching this stuff backstage. You're helping co-host a little bit and ask some questions. I saved some really tough questions for Joshua. We're gonna waterboard answers out of them.
Right.
Yeah.
So what do I think of all this?
Yeah, what do you think so far?
I am absolutely touched by all of the heart and the soul that people are putting into their businesses and putting back into the communities and putting back into society. Every single person here is talking about bringing innovations and inventions to the world that are inspired by what they've experienced in the world. And so they've been brave enough to step into a space and create something that's new, and from all different types of people, like men, women, younger, older, black, white. And it's just so inspiring and it's so touching. And it's been kind of hard to hold back the emotion listening to some of the speakers. It's a beautiful thing that's going on here right now at this summit. So thank
Love
you
it.
everybody who's speaking. Thank you, David and Isabel, for creating this platform, this broadcast. This is something. This is truly
Well, we were some of the first people on, but we have lots of producers involved. Vince Caruso of the Fox Business Show, New to the Street. We've got Adora Crystal Evans from Ace Promotions and the Diva Network. She's involved as well. We've had a lot of help and support. Dr. Richard K booked a lot of people, and I'll use that as a nice little segue here. Joshua, how did you hear about this? How did you get booked on this?
Ironically, through a different speaking event, I reached out to a couple different people who I really resonated to what they were saying in terms of they organize events and this and that. And I met a gentleman, Nick. I'm going to butcher his last name, Petrofilio. I'm going to butcher it. But in turn, well, go ahead.
It's okay. Keep going.
Yeah, but basically he was like, "This is a perfect idea. I'm launching a sleep company, a wellness ecosystem," and he's like, "This is perfect for what we're trying to get out. I want your voice to be out there and what you're trying to put out." So just one thing led to another, and it was from an email.
Great. Well, we're going to talk to you about that innovation, that invention and innovation in the marketplace. And we'll do the best we can with whatever we have to work with here. But your video is a little bit grainy. We're having a hard time seeing you clearly for some reason. If there's anything you can do on your end, great. If not, we'll kind of work with it. Luckily, we can hear you pretty good. Tell us about this invention and innovation you have that you're bringing to the world.
So realistically, I've been a professional coach here in Los Angeles for almost 15 years. And I've helped people of all walks of life, from professional athletes, I was one myself, all the way through elderly, PT, through youth. And over the course of my time, I realized that the lowest hanging fruit in the world that we live in today is sleep, rest, and recovery. And realistically, people are lost, absolutely lost when it comes to education about sleep, how to sleep, what recovery is, what should you be putting into your body, what routines you should have, how should you shape your lifestyle to sleep better, to recover better, to then in turn create a better lifestyle. Like, it's a cyclical process. And as I'm launching what I call a wellness ecosystem, and basically it's going to be like a supplementation, education, and then a small coaching platform behind the scenes. And what I want to do is have that supplementation and the nutrition side of things be the paramount, leading the way flagship to the company. And then the education side to it as well. So everyone then gets the tools to be able to actually fix their lifestyle. Because a coach is great, but a lot of people don't have access financially, time, lifestyle to an actual coach. So how can I give you the resources to be able to create success on your own? And that's the magic. And so what I want to do is create a cultivated supplement, which I did, and we've just finished. And then we're starting with sleep and then going to branch out. And with that comes the education behind it, right? So publishing a book to go along with that, you'll get it included with the supplementation. So when, let's say you go onto Amazon or you order from our site, it's included right out the gate. So there's no questions of, you're arming yourself with all of my knowledge from 15 years, plus the different coaches that I've gotten to work with and the different experts as I went down the sleep studies and have interviewed, and I have interviewed and been interviewed by different people. I'm bringing all of that knowledge to your fingertips and hopefully giving you the keys to the kingdom. Fingers crossed.
Nice. I love it. So this is a pretty big market. This is the sleep industry, the sleep market. It's a pretty big one. I know you kind of laid out a little bit of what you've done and what you want to do with it, but people are asking questions in terms of more specifics, like your best solution. What's the investment for something like that? Is it a monthly thing? It's a one-time thing?
I'm going to run it as a 30-day supplementation. It'll equate to about, price point wise, between 50 and 60 is in that range. So it's about $2, and that's per night. And that includes everything in it. Coaching, obviously, on the back end. If people want a little bit more in depth, that would be like a small membership. But I'm trying to make this as user-friendly as possible. Low investment for long-term health.
Love it. And where do people get most of this information that you're talking about? What's the website, or where should they be going these days?
They're going to go to livevibrant.com, right? The company name is Vibrant. We are just finished our 3rd round of testing for R&D. Everything is done, past clinical trials, and we are literally in the process of the web development. So we should be up and running here by the fall.
And you said livevibrant.com?
Yep. VY, Vibrant.
Oh, VY. Okay. Yeah, VI.
Should have mentioned that.
Yeah, VI is a Christian
not that one.
Church.
I'm secretly just sending people to a religious.
You're just here doing missionary work, huh? All right.
Yeah.
So that's still being built and put up and everything else then.
Yep. We are just finishing the infrastructure side of things.
Okay.
Yep. So it's just at our fingertips. It's very exciting.
So you're still on the cutting edge. It's like the bleeding edge. It's like you're still in launch mode of it. So do you have then, even though you're launching it in this bigger, better way, do you have individual case studies or success stories or from testimonials of people that have already done this? I mean, do you already have kind of proof of concept someplace?
Yes, 100%. And so with the wearable, world as becoming as prevalent as it is, people wearing Whoops, iWatches, Oura Rings, I'm able to gather sleep data as we're processing it and taking in, case studies, whether it's from personal clients, right? Because I'm working with them every day. I know what their workouts are. I've cooked for a lot of them. I manage their nutrition. So I'm able to really help navigate different case studies of like, this person's overweight, this is male versus female, what their athletic levels are, what their outputs are, what their sleep problems are, because that's a big part of it as well, especially as we look into, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, me and Simone, I'm going to do something risky here. I'm going to speak for Simone. I'm going to pull her into this.
Okay.
But me and Simone, I think we both need more sleep.
Mm-hmm.
But I do the whole Fitbit thing. I'm a big believer of track it to crack it kind of stuff. So like I always am looking at what was my sleep score, what was REM, what was deep sleep. I get into some of that stuff, but sleep doesn't come. It's hard to turn my brain off. So it's like and I say that that might have come out like a brag. It's not. It's not a. That's not a. I wish it could slow down a little. So I like to distract myself a lot before going to bed. So like I'll watch or listen to something that just kind of distracts me and not incorporates or builds into new things for me to solve, new things, negative thought loops.
Yep.
So distraction is a big thing for me. Go ahead.
So think about, and this is like a quick coaching moment, right? Think about it in like levels. The first level in terms of our supplementation that we're putting out is all natural and a complete sleep supplement. So we're adding in, like if you look at sleep supplements, it's usually like magnesium and zinc or melatonin, magnesium, zinc. There might be an adaptogen blend, but no one ever puts it all together. Part of it is price point, part of it is sourcing ingredients. It's difficult. That's the first level of you take a multivitamin for your day. Why don't you take a multivitamin at night? Your body needs specific nutrients through the evening to actually sleep properly. If you want to take it one step farther, we then start to look at genetic methylation testing. And that's the way your genome actually breaks down things, very specific chemical compounds at night. And for you specifically, the people whose mind runs and that speeds up, your brain breaks down thought at night just as much as it creates thought during the day. And for the very special people such as yourself, your brain doesn't have that ability. And so there's a couple different ways to get to the end result of putting the proper nutrition into the system, because genetically you aren't capable of processing specific vitamins, minerals through methylation processes to allow yourself to break down thought, and it would help you sleep deeper. So I'm the first level of defense in a sense. Take this. For most people, it should be enough to tip you over the edge. For someone like yourself with an extreme situation, we would send you to get genetic methylation test. It's once in your life. It's $500 or $600, and then from there you build a supplementation portfolio very specific and unique to you. And that's what I do with the coaching side of things. So for the people who need some little extra push, now we get into the deeper end of the wellness ecosystem.
Nice. All right, Simone, you get the last question. I know I was monopolizing everything and taking over here. Simone's patiently waiting. Simone, you get the last question for Josh.
I want to know, like, what inspired you to get into this space? What inspired you to innovate and create what you have created?
Truthfully, and it sounds a little cliche, I've run my performance company since about 2015. We've been doing really well. I've helped so many people in Los Angeles. My clients are like family. I love them. But there was always, with my team, I have a full team out here, and we are a complete system. But there's still a line for how many people I can help. And I have such a love of seeing people find success. I started to think about how to truthfully scale. How can I grow this beyond myself? I have this incredible knowledge. Well, how can I help more people? And I wanted to do something that's different in the market. And with the world that it is in terms of the healthcare systems under scrutiny and all of that stuff, I wanted to come forward as just someone with a good heart, with a good level of knowledge, just trying to help people, period. And from there, you can take it or leave it. That's your path. But I wanted to create a company that someone could trust and believe in, both what they're taking is what they're taking, because so many supplements by 2030, the sleep supplement market is going to be about $162 billion industry. That's just sleep supplements. So if you think about that, how many of those supplements are actually what they say they're going to be? And it's a much smaller number than you think. And people are being taken advantage of. And this faith that they have that this big companies are going to put the right things in their system, it's going to get them hurt. So I'm trying to kind of nip that in the bud, come forward with my story. I have my client stories, my testimonials from them. And then over time, nice and slow, just put out the good word of, I'm here to help, and here's how I'm going to do it. And hopefully it's a low barrier to entry and the education to allow someone who might not be able to afford coaching be able to really tap into their long-term health and wellness.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
you. Of course. Thank you, Joshua, for all that. We want these diverse, different groups of people, and like you're talking about something nobody else is really talking about, other than maybe Newcom, which we have on neuroscience technology. We're a big believer in Newcom, and one of the things that they do, part of that is for calm and sleep. But this is such a hot topic, and it is a big industry, and I forget about it because so many people just kind of live with different kinds of things. Quick side note that for everybody watching at home, they're watching on LinkedIn, or they're watching on Facebook. I think there's over 1,000 people just watching on my personal Facebook page. But what was interesting in the numbers is there was over 2,000 people watching, Joshua, and I got off and I just left you two up on the screen, and it looked like it jumped up to about 3,100 people watching.
Hey.
Now, I think I got to believe that's just a coincidence because we're like pushing stuff out to lists, and maybe it just jumped, maybe my screen froze, but it wasn't a real confidence buildup that when I left the screen, that 1,000 more viewers started watching between all these platforms. And Joshua, we can't even barely see you. Your screen's kind of blurry, so I guess it's just Simone. Everyone's just like, all right.
Oh, I'm sorry. And in the short amount of time, I didn't know how to fix it, so I just left it roll. I apologize.
No, that's okay. But thank you for coming on. Well, I look forward to talking to more of you later. I think I have some good connections for you as well.
Yeah,
I would love that. It's a pleasure. The Joshua Haig or Heroic Performance on Instagram for anyone who has questions or wants to follow.
Okay.
That's great.
Thank you, guys.
Dagmar said we woke up when Josh got on. LOL. Yeah. Justine Reese. Meditation is key. Sometimes distraction is getting your brain fired up, even though you are trying to slow down. Yoga. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Yeah.
So we're gonna share a couple quick videos. We'll be back in just a minute. This is day 1 of 4 days of innovators and inventors, 4 days of creators and founders. These are all people that are improving things in the marketplace, manifesting things in lives and in businesses. And there's some really great people. We've had Sharon Lecter on here. We've had Lisa Nichols, Donnie Epstein. I mean, the list goes on and on. Richard Kay, Wendy Robbins, Influence Up. And we still have so many more people to go. Dr. John DeMartini. Looking at the agenda here. Dora Crystal Evans. We're going to have to get her on here a little bit later. We got Sherry James coming up a little bit, later on. Dagmar Fleming, who's kind of a fan favorite. We've had her on before. Joe Petrosco, Elise Nelson, Sheila Burrell. This is good. This is good stuff. Okay, so we'll be back after just a real quick break and a few videos. Thanks, Simone.
Hey there, it's Devin Michaels. Welcome to the San Juan Social Club Cruise. Hey there, and welcome aboard the annual San Juan Social Club Cruise. I'm Davin Michaels, producer, planner, and founder of the San Juan Social Club. And I'm here sailing through the stunning Caribbean waters to give you a sneak peek into the biggest and best networking event in Puerto Rico. The San Juan Social Club Cruise is an unforgettable experience designed for Puerto Rico residents and those looking to learn more about Puerto Rico that want to network, make friends, and learn about all of Puerto Rico's vast resources and economic opportunities. Imagine spending a week with us, taking advantage of this one-of-a-kind adventure to unearth exciting business, expand your local network, and make a lasting impact on our community.
40 years of getting together in business groups. This is the most value I've ever seen.
Networking was spectacular.
I'm definitely coming back next year.
It is just amazing, like no other cruise.
One of the best investments I've ever made.
Way more than I could have imagined.
This is where to be.
I've met people from all over the world.
People that are making the world a better place.
Really high caliber entrepreneurs and investors.
And blown away.
It's incredible, the energy.
It's a total party the entire week.
They're making so many friends.
Blew my mind.
The trip absolutely paid for itself.
We'll be here next year.
This is the adventure of a lifetime.
Networking and schmoozing while Caribbean cruising. Join us in paradise for the San Juan Social Club Cruise. See you on board.
David Fagan, Top Talent Agency, wrapping up another Kenyan keynote tour. The theme was From Invisible to Invincible, and that's what we did here with these people of Kenya. Multiple schools, universities, high schools, grade schools, business organizations, met with leaders of the government, governors. And all of it was to create an experience for the people who came out here, as well as the people who came and listened to us. So there were service projects, there were media, and the message was about service and about really making your presence felt. And of course, as much as we gave, we got back more, which is always the way that it works, right? Put in a new computer library dedicated and put up a water tank in an all-girls school. Did all kinds of fun, exercises. But the real talent here was the speakers that we brought in and their gifts and their resources and their style and their personality. It was just an endless list of thanks and appreciation, testimonials. And I got to admit, I'm a little tired at the end of 9-10 days of this. They got to do safari, and of course we'll be planning the next one pretty soon. Our biggest audience this time set a new record with over 2,400 girls all in one place, one audience. Our smallest audience was about 150, but we saw close to 10,000 people over the course of a half a dozen plus schools that we saw. So we'll be coming back soon, and we want you to be there. If you want a life-changing opportunity, this is the place to be. Oh, we can hear the plane coming on the land strip from behind us here. See you soon.
Would you like some hair but gold bears? Ooh, I love these. The ones where I chew it, the fruitier and fruitier it gets. These are the most bestest bears ever. It would not be hard to tackle a gold bear because they're tiny. I'm gonna sit this one out. It tastes so good.
Sea views for days, runs I'm actually excited to go on, and breakfast mojitos because it's tradition on vacation, right? Oh, and when I tell you the Virgin Voyages food is absolutely unreal, and it's all included, it almost feels too good to be true. Cheers to that, right? This has been truly amazing, but next time, you really need to be here.
And we're back.
And we're back.
Some of those commercials are pretty funny. We've got Linda Baumgartner, and she has been up before and around before.
Hello.
Daring to
Hello.
prosper as always.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
Awesome.
I hear you just fine.
Totally. Yes, I work closely with Richard Kay and Jessica Sheehan and people at Top Talent have been sending you all new clients. So very excited to be on this one for sure. Let me just close this door here.
I was just gonna say that to you. Anything you can do to, and this goes to everybody, it really improved the production quality. We have a lot of people who are asking, hey, where do I see this later? It will be available. The best interviews will be taken and put on the Binge Network, Trailblazer channel. Sometimes we have stuff that we do with Fox Business, Bloomberg TV. One of the YouTube channels we have has 2.9 million subscribers. So when we put clips up there, that might have 20, 30,000 views. But in order for us to do that, yeah, we need the best production as we possibly can.
Sure.
That's kind of how they select those. And that's not just for you, Linda. That's for everybody listening.
Totally.
We're on day one of 4 days. We're not even really halfway through. Well, I guess we're a little bit more than halfway through.
Your stamina is amazing. That's all I can say. These events I put on events like this where stamina is truly amazing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And on that note, I'm leaving. I'll let you take. No, I'm joking. So no, when you think of yourself, do you think of yourself as an inventor or an innovator? I mean, other people do, Linda, but do you think of yourself that way?
I do. I mean, I've been an entrepreneur for 30 plus years, probably longer than some people have been on the planet. And I'm always looking to see what is missing or what's the problem and what can I put in there to make something better happen. And so right now, I think the biggest challenge is, I know we've talked about AI before, earlier today, some topics there, sleep deprivation, all that. Lisa Nichols on influence I took notes. I'm going to re-listen to that one. Amazing. But what I see right now is competing for AI versus human beings. And I want to bring the human back into entrepreneurship. And because, yes, remember that AI is a tool, but we have the opportunity to use our creativity and our mind and bring that to constant conversations with human beings like you and me. There's a reason why we do these kinds of conferences, right? And so that's what Daring to Prosper is all about. I'm daring you to be prosperous in today's world, regardless of all the mishmash and all that happening on, and then bring our human connection and what can we create together. So
yeah. With all these different ways that we're able to measure success, when you're working with individuals, what's one of the ways that you kind of measure the level of success? Obviously, that looks different for everybody. For authors, it's how many books they sell. For people with the course, how many people opted into the website. So what's the metric that you're using?
So so it depends on which business I'm working with. So right now I'm launching, a couple different things. So one is with real estate investors. I coach a lot of real estate investors, and it's obviously like,
How easily can they get into their next investment property? How much income are they making from that property? What's the future growth of that? And are they taking care of their tenants so that their tenants are satisfied and they're going to live there for a long time instead of churning and burning? A new company I'm working with right now, Nueva Life, is an affiliate marketing company, and we have cutting edge health products and travel products actually. And that's all about like how many conversations can we have that will inspire people to take action so that they can have a sufficient income to support their family and their lifestyle. So each business is a little bit different. And then there's one other that we're hopefully launching, which is another real estate project where we're going into a town that's asked us to be there. That's a very tiny town, and say, how can we bring in jobs? How can we repair the houses so that we're providing housing? And how can we change the construction methods so that we can provide affordable housing for middle-class people? And you know, when I grew up, my parents were able to buy a house with one income. We want to bring that back into America. So those are a couple things like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And something you also often talk about is that life and career lessons have already lived their greatest assets, obviously being in real estate. But how do you help them identify and activate their hard-earned wisdom to create generational abundance?
Yeah, so number one is asking questions. If you and I had a few minutes together, Isabel, I'd find out who you are, what are your experiences, what was the most impactful experience that you've had, what do you, and even what is your heartache? What are the stumbling blocks that you had, and what did you learn from those? And now how can you craft that special wisdom that you have and be able to either create a course or have a conversation or join a membership that will move you forward? So it's a lot of, and that's where being human again is helpful, right? So is we have two ears for a reason, right? One mouth. We have two ears. Let's listen really, really hard. Let's listen to the other person. Let me give you an example of that. I just had a conversation with a real estate investor, and she had just gotten burned badly by several different people. And yeah, it happens, right? In business sometimes. So rather than just skipping over that and then let's get to the metrics and what are we going to do next, I said, look, let's figure this out first. And I had a conversation. It only took about 5 minutes. Communicate your heartache, your sorrow, your bewilderment, whatever that is. And then say, okay, now what is your mission? What is your vision for your business? And let's bring that forward. And then when we get clear about that vision and that mission, let's put those two words together, that vision and that mission. Now, all of a sudden, we are attracting the right people into our business at the right time. That's what I fully believe. Yeah.
I love that. And even kind of remind me of a quote from Ted Lasso: be curious, not judgmental.
Yes.
And I think it's important in any business practice, whether you're trying to onboard a client, you're trying to joint venture with somebody, you're even just chatting someone up at the coffee stand, you're waiting to pick up your order to move on with your life. Always be curious, because you never know what kind of new angle or advantage is gonna come your way and might inspire you to start something new. Who is your general demographic of the kinds of people that you tend to work with?
I tend to work with women that are about 50 years of age to 70, 75 years of age. You know, we've had a lifetime of experience. Maybe we've aged out of our current career. Now, what the heck is next for us? We might have gone to bed last night with a job and woke up with a pink slip. Even people that had really quote unquote secure jobs in the government here in the United States, all of a sudden that's at risk. Lots of tech companies are laying off people. We are our best asset. What can we create right here, right there in our community? What can we add? What value add can we bring to our community, our local people? My favorite people to interview are brick and mortar businesses. As I travel, I've been doing a lot of traveling for fun, and I walk into stores and I find out like, where's the owner? How did you get started? What's working for you? What's not working for you? That is bringing humanness back into us. so that, and then we build on that. So I think that'll make our world a happier, more loving place. And we want to predict, and we just want to help people with that. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Simone?
You bring up a good point in regards to like brick and mortar businesses. Any advice you have for, say, a couple that's in their 60s or 70s, and they've had a brick and mortar business for a couple decades or a few decades, and they're kind of stuck in that cycle of just being brick and mortar, just being, you know, in a space where they can hear things, see, touch, feel, and, you know, it's tangible. How can they expand their business? How can they expand their legacy?
It's a great question. Wow, that's a really great question. Number one is, talk to young people. That's the number one thing. I figure out what your assets are from your business. What made you be successful? What is your core competency? And be ready to sell your business in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. At some point, you're going to want to do that, whether it's to your children or to somebody who's coming down the street. Don't be attached to the result. But I was able to sell, I founded an association, membership association for real estate investors, and everybody wanted us to put my name to it. And we resisted, my partner and I, we resisted that because we wanted to build a brand. And what happened was when it came time for us to retire, we were able to sell the business very successfully because we had the brand. We had 10,000 people on our email list. We had built up a community, a mission, a place where people gathered, and people wanted to continue that. And that's what we were able to sell separate from us. The other thing is, I'm not joking about hiring younger people because they do know these new technologies. I remember laughing at my parents because they didn't know how to use an answering machine, right? Now I'm laughing at myself, like, what is this TikTok thing? And how do I tag somebody? And
And this came full circle.
Yeah, it's a full circle. So I'm very humbled. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I just want to, and one last thing is I'm going to be starting, whether it's a podcast or Substack, where I get an opportunity to interview business experts as well as business owners, bring the business owners' stories to the forefront, elevate them, and bring in experts so we can solve people's challenges and really grow that business and grow that demographic. So that's coming this fall. Stay tuned.
Nice.
Yeah.
I love it. And with over three decades of coaching under your belt, and you helping your clients not only just find financial freedom, but also kind of help them realign with their choices again, with their personal values. What else is next for Daring to Prosper?
Yeah, this has been a year of soul searching, like who am I and what am I about? And someone just called me a glass ceiling coach. I said, what do you mean by that? I thought, and that really resonated because I've always thought of glass ceiling as a corporate term, but it's actually a glass ceiling for us as human beings. And glass ceiling means that I can see through to the next level. I may not know how to get from here to there. So as a coach, I can help people clarify what their vision is, what their purpose is, and then what steps do they want to take, what transformation inside, or what physical steps do they want to take so that they can crack through that, which is it's actually very exciting. And when that moment happens, one-on-one or one-to-many, all of a sudden, I get goosebumps and I can see light bulbs going off for people and like that. So that's what I'm seeing there. Yeah. Does that answer the question? So I think that's.
Yes, that answered the question.
And I would encourage people to, why I call it Daring to Prosper is it can be an umbrella. We can explore different business models. Like I said, we're actually launching this company, Nueva Life. It's an affiliate marketing company, and we're launching it people to people. And that's a business model, right? And then there's a business model of brick and mortar. There's a business model of tradespeople. There's a business model of one-to-many. So there's a lot of different ways of making money. We just have to get clear with each other as to what is going to light me up, what's going to allow me, certifications, creating a course of certification. I've interviewed recently 2 veterinarians who have certification programs to train health coaches in the veterinarian world. Isn't that?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very cool like that. So so many different business models out there. Let's just have a conversation and figure that out. And I'm daring you to be prosperous in 2025.
Yes. Yes. I love that.
And I love the summit. You guys, it's amazing what y'all do here.
This broadcast, it's we're highlighting and spotlighting inventors and innovators, people that are making a massive difference in the world, one creation at a time, one connection, one ripple effect at a time. So doing things like this, it brings full circle and helps us be able to expand our reach. Because it's one thing to be a singular individual with an idea, but to have it already be implemented, have the results, and then have people spotlight, have a third party showcase and spotlight you, saying, you are an inventor, you're an innovator, you're a creator of something that is making a difference. Tell all these strangers more about that so that they can have more of you in their life. Go ahead, Simone.
Yes.
I had a question about who has it been that has helped you get from here to there with your business, like you have helped others get from here to there with their dreams and their journeys and their businesses?
Wow. So many people. So transformation has always been my guiding light, from Werner Erhard with the Landmark Forum to Bob Proctor, who's, we're celebrating his birthday right now, to mentors that I've had along the way. And again, just people that can get up on stage and teach in a way that I can see that I can do that also. So teaching their story, and I can admire their success, but people that can use their success to empower the next generation, that's who I learn from. Does that make sense?
It does. It does.
Here today, like The Secret, right? Lisa Nichols, that's how I first met her, was on The Secret. Bob Proctor from The Secret. And before them was Think and Grow Rich. And before that was, on and on and on. But the lifeline through that is you as a human being. You are who you are. Who you are. You are unique. Live your life and keep living it. And if we can do that for each other, it's going to be a better world. I'm the optimist, as David said earlier. I'm the optimist in the group, I know, but the only way I know how to live. Let's just reach out. And this is on a serious note. The agony and the disagreement and discourse that's going on right now comes from being locked into our little world. And we have the privilege with technology to continue to keep us divided or to bring us together like we're doing right now. And also, just whenever I go to the grocery store, I thank the person. When I go to the airport, I thank the person cleaning the bathrooms for me. Just acknowledging the person on the other side. The telemarketer, when I call for customer service and she's being really snippy or snappy at me, I say, are you having a rough day today? Can I help you out today? Just take a moment to recognize the other person as a human being. Together we will grow this world. That's all I can say. Together we will make this world a lot better place.
Absolutely.
And business and capitalism is all in. I'm all in for business. Just like Sharon Lecter said earlier, I am definitely all in for capitalism. Let's just figure out how to make it work for our employees, for our partners, so that everybody's included. We get to all rise together. Yeah.
Yeah. One rise, we all rise. Absolutely.
That's right. That's right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. But Linda, I definitely want to give you the final word.
I believe in you. I believe in you. I dare you to be prosperous. I dare you to find the problem in your life and then create a solution for it. You can do it. We can do it. And then bring everybody along together. Visit Daring to Prosper. If I can help you, let's work together.
Wonderful. Linda, thank you so much. It's great having you again.
Yes,
if you're just now tuning in, you're watching Inventors and Innovators. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break.
For me, it was like a reunion because a lot of my friends were there. We did a lot of interviews, a lot of photos. my team, they were there from the beginning until the entire end.
Spoke on the Big Festoon about hospitality and my passion for that, and the connections afterwards were very warm, very well received. It was lovely to really engage with everybody. And I must say, I think what you guys are underestimating is actually the amount of spreading the word, really. Coming back to the UK, I have been asked nonstop about what happened in Hollywood. Who did you connect with? Who did you meet? What was great? And there's some really positive, amazing stories coming out of there. So we've all come back absolutely hyped about how wonderful you guys are in America. So I think you should not underestimate how it really is touching across the pond. And I think there's still a lot more to do, and there's still some appointments in my diary. So I had a ball, and I think you guys are doing some great stuff.
Part of going to an event like this is because you really don't know what it's going to be until you get there. And the Big Festoon part of it was a big question mark. It sounded neat, people from the UK, but when we actually got together and we got in the room and we experienced each other and the heart-centered connections, that's when the magic happened. Sip a wine and talk to people. You had the ability to bring so many people into a room together. And it's like when I do things for Kentucky Derby, we can't explain what it's going to be like until you have a little taste of it. So I think you gave us a huge taste. What did I expect? I really wasn't sure. It so far exceeded.
This event was so powerful because really what Adora Crystal Evans talks about is it's not about how we're going to get there, but it's about the who do we know. And you even said it's not just about who we know, but who knows us.
I came in not having attended any of the events in the kingdom of David Fagan. It was fantastic. The Big Festoon, meeting people from across the pond that are facing the same issues in business, the same issues in terms of like spirituality, connectedness. It's this menagerie of humans. You don't know who knows what. And I really, really appreciated the opportunity to network and meet people.
Well, I'm still riding high, and I just can't thank you enough. The honor of the award that you gave as arts advocate, that meant so much to my heart, as well as a lot to my business. I have to say my connection with you, David, is the value. And bringing that together, what you've done for me since we've just met, not even 5 months ago, it's just been sensational. That great community, great deliverables, great people to meet, the connections. You are the connectors. It's just been amazing.
I've just spent another couple of days with Danny. We've been to Expert Empires, and it was just so nice to see that everyone who didn't come from our little friend group to LA is massively jealous, because I think in the UK we hear a lot of horrible news about things that are happening. And to find that actually I was in a room full of people just like me, who are good people doing the good work, really, really filled up my heart. The reason I ended up in LA, I said to Danny, I need another festoon. And I'm so pleased I did it, because you guys are honestly wonderful. And I feel very reassured at how wonderful the work is that you're all doing, because the world's not going to change unless we all festoon, as Danny calls it, and all link together and change the world.
I'm not here to fix you, because there's nothing to fix. Here to expose the true nature of who you are and who you have always been. Your experiences has created a distorted reality and beliefs that keep you held back. You've been referencing an outdated version, and you're a slave to that outdated version, that old self, those old patterns. So what if you could change? Again, what if you could change? What if you could step into a whole new consciousness, a whole different dimension of yourself, with all new possibilities? What if you could experience the brilliance of who you actually are? I'm here to tell you that you can. So it's time to take back control. You took this opportunity to bring back that choice, that power. And there's already a vibrant, dynamic, timeless version of you not in the past or the future. This version exists right now, which means you can be free right now. This isn't self-help, it's physics. So would you be willing to change? So, as long as you know you are in control, and as you awaken, as the world awakens, you'll remember what your life was always supposed to be.
Welcome back to Inventors and Innovators broadcast. I'm here with my co-host, Simone Fairchild. How are you?
I am wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. How are you, Miss Isabel?
I am fabulous and having a great time. And I'm about to bring up our next interviewee, Dagmar Fleming. But this broadcast brings together some incredible, talented, wildly successful people that you may or may not have heard of that are being spotlighted here at the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and bring up Dagmar Fleming, and we'll get this started.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello there. How are ya?
Doing well. Doing well. Welcome to the broadcast. How are you, Dagmar?
Oh, amazing. It's been wonderful hearing everyone and presenting these amazing innovations and a way to show up in the world. I'm really thrilled to be part of this.
Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, so here on the Inventors and Innovators broadcast, obviously we're talking about the things that have been created that are making a massive impact in the world. So why don't you go ahead and share a little bit about what it is that you are the inventor, innovator, and creator of?
Well, Isabel, I am so excited about the topic because I thought that my life would be pretty ordinary. I was born in a communist country where we were told to keep our heads down, blend in, just go through the motions. But I guess my soul had something better in mind for my life and the way it was going to unfold. So I eventually made it to the US and started my own global consulting company. So stepped into this full entrepreneurship and an opportunity to explore all my gifts and talents. But coming across the ocean, I also brought with me my unique spiritual abilities and gifts that were perhaps not as developed in a communist country because we were supposed to be atheists. So this was something that was always under the radar. But once I got to the United States, all of these abilities started flaring up. And before you knew it, my soul pulled me into service away from global consulting and into helping people heal their past wounds and emotional traumas. Through that process, I downloaded a transformative breakthrough modality called Triple Quantum Reset, and the rest has been a history since.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, oh, go ahead, Simone.
Sorry, Isabel. Dagmar, I have a question for you. How did you know that the world needed your creation, needed your innovation?
Well, first, honestly, it was all about me. I reached incredible success in global consulting, so my life was really good. And then I reached a point where I started sabotaging my own success. I felt like I expanded too fast, too easily for my own comfort level. And I couldn't comprehend why on earth I would put these roadblocks in front of me. I literally stopped asking my clients to pay me for the services that I rendered. I wouldn't follow up on leads, not signing the contracts. And in that process, I started asking myself a question. Why would I, here in this amazing country of entrepreneurship and free market economy, created these roadblocks for myself? And as I tried conventional methods, nothing worked. So in a moment of this divine epiphany, I asked my spirit, my soul, what on earth is happening? Why nothing is working? And this was the moment when I had this instantaneous knowing how we create energetic imprints within the body from past traumas, negative experiences, and that unless you address all three levels simultaneously where we hold our blocks, and that's an energetic, emotional, and mental, we will just continue to perpetuate the problem. So once I fixed myself and my business took off again, I realized, wow, this gift didn't come just for me. It was part of this bigger mission that I was put on this planet to help high achievers and conscious entrepreneurs fulfill their potential without blocking themselves.
Okay. Yeah, and a lot of times too, self-sabotage, whether we realize it or not. In your money mindset workshop, you aim to actually stop brain bankrupting habits and reprogram scarcity beliefs, which can sound scary, but for people that are starting to work with you, what's one shift that participants tend to experience almost immediately?
Well, part of my gift is to help you instantaneously understand why the problem was created to begin with. And often there is something in your past that may seem insignificant. For example, you were in a kindergarten and the teacher asked you to sing in front of everyone. So you came out, blasted your lungs, felt on top of the world, and they laughed at you. And all you remember is this shame, this discomfort, tribal consciousness kicks in, and now you're not part of the group. What if that memory, when you were 5 years old, now is following you into your adulthood? And every time you sit in a boardroom, you don't speak up. When it's time to ask your client to pay for your services, you pull back. In other words, when you have an understanding on how something in your past imprinted you so deeply that emotionally, mentally, you're pushing yourself away from expansion, thinking that it's a threat, that's the instantaneous breakthrough that you can have. And once you do understand the beginning of it, we can remove these emotions that were attached to it. Because let's face it, when we're little, everything is a crisis. Like it's such a strong emotion. But now that we are in our adult years, we can look at this and say, yeah, kids were just kids. That doesn't mean that I have nothing to say or that I should shun away from sharing my brilliance.
Dagmar, I'm sure that you're in touch with like the consciousness shift that is going on with humankind right now. How do you think your business is going to adjust in the future to go along with that consciousness shift?
I am so thrilled that you ask about it, because when I started my Unlock Your Success mentorship programs for entrepreneurs, leveraging my triple quantum reset modality, I thought that's going to be my service to this new consciousness, to bringing entrepreneurs into their soul purpose. But my soul had even something bigger and brighter and more exciting down the road prepared for me. And that was Athena Circle. So right in the middle of pandemic, while walking my dog, I received another download. And I understood that the consciousness of this planet is changing, and female leadership, that divine female success frequency, is coming to the surface to equalize against the patriarchal systems that we've operated on. And this is not about feminine overcoming masculine. But it's time for us as women to step into the ancient pattern of creating communities and circles, to being spiritual leaders for our communities. And that requires that we heal our own wounds, which a lot of it we carry in the womb, which is the center of our creation, but also to create space where other women can come together, work through their problems, and step forward. So Athena's Circle was created to model this gorgeous Greek goddess Athena, who stood for unapologetically following your purpose, stepping into your divine mission, and owning your truth, being okay with who you are, not trying to blend in with everyone else.
Yeah. And I want to talk more about Athena's Circle. Can you share a story where the community actually helped someone achieve a goal that they were just trying to figure it out on their own, try to solopreneur it, fake it till you make it, and they realized that they needed the support of a community, and they leaned on Athena's Circle?
There's so many examples, but one struck a chord with me because this is a true sisterhood. This is a tribe. These are women who are leaders in their own communities, but they need a recharge station, and they need support and mentorship of others. So we had a lady that was going through a very difficult divorce, with her child being a subject to abuse. And I'll retain the other details for privacy. But we were so fortunate to have so many lawyers in our community that they gathered together, immediately protected the child, withdrew from the abuser, and our Athena, because we refer to ourselves as Athenas, was able to go through divorce with the peace of mind, knowing her child is not subject to further abuse while the proceedings are going. And this shows the power of women coming together. I jokingly say we are business badasses and spiritual gangsters. Because yes, we show up in business, we've got our goals, we've got our productivity desires, but when it comes to protective circle, when it comes to coming together, we connect heart to heart, sister to sister. And whatever we can do to support you through your journey, whatever hardship you're going through, we're gonna show up for each other.
Wow. I just have to say, Dagmar, that the support that your business gave to that wonderful woman and her child is something that I don't hear about often. When women especially go through divorces and they have children, they come to find out and come to be surprised that they're not really able to protect their child from abuse if they've gone through abuse legally. And that's a giant surprise for a lot of women going through divorce. And I've talked to countless women who have had that experience, and it actually tugs at my heartstrings a little bit because of that very fact. So I want to say thank you so much for providing that circle of support. It's unprecedented, so thank you.
And it extends beyond personal struggles. We all, as business entrepreneurs, go through cycles, and sometimes it's lending a hand. So, whether it's a business challenge or health challenge, we had one lady who had a very difficult downfall. I mean, meaning she literally fell and had multiple broken bones. Well, we are fortunate that one of our Athenas is a wellness coach, and she's very good at helping us recover. So she was able to step in and guide her on a journey to holistic health. The other time, we've got business owners who are looking for partnerships. One of the lawyers had her finances hacked. Well, we were fortunate to have one of the leading experts in cybersecurity within our Athena Circle. So she immediately came in and guided her soul sister through all the ways to recover her finances. So we show up for each other. But what's more important than that is that we hold the space for women to understand that there is a higher aspect to this physical reality that you see, that each one of us is a piece of a puzzle. And when all the pieces come together, that's when the beautiful mosaic emerges. So when you ask Simone about the consciousness of this planet, women need to step into leadership and show that the new feminine success is based on intuition, compassion, collaboration. That's why everything we do is a circle, because there is no master. There's no pauper. We are all leaders of our communities. And when we give ourselves permission to show up as a fully whole human being, I would call it human spiriticus, because we're based on spirit. When we can say that, you know what, my intuition is leading me to sit down with you and explore opportunity for business. When it's not just logic, when we can vibrationally align each other and support each other, that is the new society culture system that we're building. And Athena Circle is here at the forefront to lead us into safety of being a spiritual being in a business world.
Where do you see yourself growing into next? How can we here watching, supporting you in what it is you're trying to conquer and accomplish next?
Well, as always, and I described this, by the way, in the Wildlife book, which Isabel and David were so amazing to bring to the world. Every time I think that I'm finally at the destination called my life purpose, something else shows up and I get another divine download. So I've been directed to create Athena Circle Awards for the underdogs. And what that means is that we have so many women leaders in communities that go to soup kitchens or volunteer at women's shelters. And they may not have budget to hire publicists or to get Facebook ads or other ways of promoting what they do. So Athena Circle will allow these women to nominate themselves and through social media to ask for support and votes so we can bring their causes to the forefront of everyone's mind. So Athena Circle is going to be a big celebration. We'll be inviting women from all around the world to submit what they do. And in my mind, every person who submits themselves is already a winner, because it's not about who gets the medal. It's about the fact that you are being recognized in your soul purpose and in the way you show up in the world. Because ultimately, every human being has a purpose right now. No matter what you do, how big or little you believe it is, it has impact on this world. So we want to cherish you, celebrate you, and bring you into sisterhood.
Wow. Wonderful.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Dagmar, for being here. Go ahead, Simone.
Oh no, I didn't have any more questions. I'm just in awe of what you're doing. It's just so spirit-led and so heart-led, and you're having just an incredible impact. And so just thank you for all that you do.
Thank you, Simone. And I just want to finish on this amazing quote that I saw many years ago that really set a stage for how I show up in the world. And it's Ferdinand Foch who said, the most powerful weapon on this planet is a human soul on fire. Okay. So as we look at these battles that are being waged in Middle East or on the other fronts, let's just remember there is a weapon more powerful than anything on this planet. And that is us stepping into our divine soul purpose, showing up for everyone else and uplifting through the way we just show up.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here, Dagmar. If you're just now tuning in, you are watching the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a quick commercial break.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hey there, it's Devin Michaels. Welcome to the San Juan Social Club Cruise.
Hey there, and welcome aboard the annual San Juan Social Club Cruise. I'm Davin Michaels, producer, planner, and founder of the San Juan Social Club. And I'm here sailing through the stunning Caribbean waters to give you a sneak peek into the biggest and best networking event in Puerto Rico. The San Juan Social Club Cruise is an unforgettable experience designed for Puerto Rico residents and those looking to learn more about Puerto Rico that want to network, make friends, and learn about all of Puerto Rico's vast resources and economic opportunities. Imagine spending a week with us, taking advantage of this one-of-a-kind adventure to unearth exciting business, expand your local network, and make a lasting impact on our community.
40 years of getting together in business groups. This is the most value I've ever seen.
Networking was spectacular.
I'm definitely coming back next year.
It is just amazing, like no other cruise.
One of the best investments I've ever made.
Way more than I could have imagined.
This is where to be.
I've met people from all over the world.
People that are making the world a better place.
Really high caliber entrepreneurs and investors.
I'm blown away.
It's incredible, the energy.
It's a total party the entire week.
You're making so many friends.
Blew my mind.
The trip absolutely paid for itself.
We'll be here next year.
This is the adventure of a lifetime.
Networking and schmoozing while Caribbean cruising. Join us in paradise for the San Juan Social Club Cruise. See you on board.
Welcome to the Diva Network. Inspired by our hit foodie and travel national TV shows Dining Divas and Destination Divas, we've created the Diva Network to bring more women into a collaborative environment where we can thrive and elevate together. Diva stands for Driven, Inspiring, Visionary, Authentic Sisterhood. Join the movement and be part of the positive impact we are creating together around women empowerment. Network with like-minded women, join us for live events, and even be part of our TV filmings. We can't wait to see you at our next virtual meeting. JoinTheDivas.com.
Hello. Welcome back to the broadcast. Simone, you have been watching this. You have been helping with interviews. What is your personal read on how day one is going?
I think it's going beautifully. Everyone is so grateful to be here and so forthcoming with information, and everybody is just so lit up and just so excited to talk about how they're impacting the world and, thinking about the future and how, the future can look for their business and how they can continue to grow and help other people. Like, what I'm hearing is that it's an ongoing growth. Like, you're an innovator, you're an inventor, but it's 1 second you're inventing one thing and the next second you have this inspired thought that pops into your head and you're either expanding upon the invention that you've already created, or it's something completely different, which I find is so different from what a lot of like mentors and coaches tell you to do. They're like, pick one thing and stick with it. That's not what I'm hearing here at all.
Nope.
People are allowing the ideas to come and grow, and they're just taking this divine inspiration and just building upon it, and they're just sharing, and it's wonderful. I love it.
Yeah, and a lot of this too is reminding me of an American businessman, Gary Vaynerchuk, where he even talks about there is never a point in time where you can't start over. Doesn't matter if you're 18, if you're 38, or if you're well into your 70s. You always have an opportunity to start over. You just have to get out of your head thinking, oh, I can't do that now because of fill in whatever reasons you feel like need to be voiced, instead of saying, I'm going to start a new chapter. Mm-hmm. So Simone, so what we have this time, why don't you share with us a little bit about, what it is that you have going on outside of being an amazing co-host here on the broadcast?
Okay. Well, I am the CEO and founder of Eye on DV. That's the movement to eradicate domestic violence. It's a nonprofit that I started at the beginning somewhat of COVID. I'm a thriver post domestic abuse. And in my quest to understand what I had gone through, how I had gotten into that situation, understand my abuser, just understand the entire pie. I went down the rabbit hole trying to answer those questions. And on that path, I met so many other people, men and women, that just spanned the demographics that had gone through the exact same thing that I had gone through. And every one of them had lost their voice because of their abuse. They had lost their voice. They had lost the ability to speak up. They had lost their ability to just, it was just gone. Their voice was gone. So the first thing that I wanted to do was create a space for survivors and victims to tell their story, whatever that story was at that moment in time. And we would sit in the interviews and they would talk about whatever it is that they felt they needed to talk about. So interviewing survivors of domestic abuse was number one. I also got involved with surprisingly enough, because I never wanted to be involved in politics, I sort of got involved in the political realm of legislation. I was working with the Los Angeles Domestic Violence Council for a little while, and I came to understand that the laws that we live by further perpetuate and allow for loopholes for abuse to continue. And I'm not one person. Once I figure out and find that there is injustice that's going on and there's something that can be done about it, and no one's really being active in doing anything about it, my answer is absolutely not. I am going to be doing something about it. So,
love it.
Yeah.
And a lot of what you're doing is not oh, I'm going to put this out there and maybe we'll see results. You're seeing direct results and improvements in people's lives and getting them out of horrible and terrifying situations that no one ever thinks that they're going to find themselves in. No,
Exactly.
This person loves me. It's never going to happen. No, they're my family. That's never going to happen. It can happen. And that's what's terrifying. So when situations like that arise, who do you go to? If your own community is tainted, who do you go to? You go to people like you who are able to help them get out of the situation, help them kind of rebuild the building blocks to more or less start over, start a new life, and get back to themselves again. For people that want to connect with you and reach out, what's a couple of methods that they can do that? Do you have a website? Do you have an email you want to share? You don't have to, but
well, I have a website. It's iondv.com. That's EYEONDV.com. People can also email me at Simone Fairchild at iondv.com. And that's Simone with the Y right there at the bottom of my screen. So yeah, they can also reach out to me via the Facebook channel and Instagram. Both are iondv. So yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for taking a minute to share all of that. What you're doing is making a difference. And
thank you.
Platforms like this are what make it all worthwhile. I'm going to go ahead and bring up our next guest, Joe, who is currently in the green room. Can we get a thumbs up? See that you're ready? All right. I see the thumbs up. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up our next guest. Hello, Joe. How you doing?
Very, very good. Thank you. I look forward to this.
Good. So welcome to the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. Everyone is talking about what they created and how it's making a lasting impact. So why don't you go ahead and get started?
Sure. So after I was sent home to die by 9 of the best doctors that treated the condition I had, I was so blessed to be introduced to an incredible Chinese healer. And when I went to him, he said, "You can do this too." And I didn't even know what he was talking about. What do you mean? But after being completely healed from the work that he did, I studied with him solidly for 5.5 years. And then a Native American, I sat with him and did Native American ceremonies for 3.5 years every so often. And through those, I've actually developed my own techniques. My Shaolin master, the Chinese healer, had sent me off. He says, "Joe, you need to go teach what you're doing because you're doing differently than I had taught you." So I created profound power techniques, which is an incredible healing technique that actually helps people eliminate very, very serious pains and illnesses, often in a session or two. And I use it also to coach people through traumas to recover from abusive relationships and sexual abuse. And so that's part of what I do.
Yeah, I
Wow.
remember we had talked before on a previous broadcast about these things. What new results have come out of your teaching since last time that I saw you? I think it was a year ago now.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay. Well, just about 3 weeks ago, I was working with a woman, and she had fibromyalgia for over 33 years. And she has a horse rescue ranch, and she has horses of her own, but she couldn't tend to her own horses because of the fibromyalgia. And she hadn't even walked to the barn in over 17 years. She would always have to take the side by side or a golf cart to get down there. And after one session, she walked out of the barn for the first time in over 17 years, and she brushed 3 horses. And so that's cool. There was another woman that was injured in a martial arts bout, and for 10 years she was in severe pain. And every single day for 10 years, she would have to ice her back at least 6 or 7 times a day. And after one session, she said, Joe, she goes, I went out and I did all kinds of stuff. And she goes, I only had to ice it once. And she goes, and there's been some days this week I didn't ice it at all. So that kind of stuff. And then there's a woman that I've been working with that was sexually abused by some ministers. And she has been having, coming to grips with all of that. And it's like, how do I exist? Who am I really? Because of the fact that all the abuse was indoctrinated for so long. And so it's so cool to be able to see her really step into her power and to be able to see the effect it has on her teenage son now too. So it's pretty cool.
Wow, Joe, the experience that you have really touches home for me. I was raised in Shaolin martial arts, so I've been doing martial arts since I was 3.5, and I'm also a domestic violence survivor, thriver post domestic violence. So the work that you're doing, I know you know this, but the work that you're doing is profound. The help that you're giving to your clients is profound. So thank you so much. But what inspired you to get into this? What inspired you to make this into a business, to create this?
Well, I was sick for over 9.5 years, and for 6.5 years, I was going to doctors regularly, and I was sent home to die by each and every single one of them. And it was extraordinarily scary. The illness was horrific. I would lose my vision at times, and it was bad. I was sick, sat in a chair mostly for 3.5 years trying to find anything. And when I got well so easily with the healing, and then I had 3 different people, the Shaolin master, a mentor, and the Native American elder. They all said, hey, you have this healing gift. I'm like, what? Me? But when I trained with them and I saw that I could do the healing work, there's just too many people that are sent home to die. They're sent home with a litany of pills. You're going to live with the pain. You got to do this. And it's like, no. And so when I knew that I had this healing gift, I could have went back to my old construction business. I could have made a lot of money really easily because people had been calling me even when I was sick. But when I knew that I had the healing gift, I felt that if I did anything else, I'd be kicking God in the teeth. And so I immersed myself in it, and I continued to study with people. I've had incredible conversations. I've spoken hours and hours with, Dr. Bruce Lipton, Dr. Dean Rodden. Dean Rodden and I spent, a lot of time together. And so there's Norman Shealy, finding out about the energy healing, learning more about the energy healing, seeing what I could do that others couldn't. So I have continued to do it, and then I'm teaching the work as well. And to me, it's so much fun. I can't imagine doing anything else. When I run into people and they say, you don't recognize me. It's like, no, I don't. Because
I didn't see you.
Well, there was one lady, she came up and she goes, you don't recognize me? I'm like, no. She goes, well, the last time you saw me, I was 35 pounds skinnier. And I was like, and then she goes, yeah. She goes, I was the lady at the church. And it was during one of my practice sessions. And she was disabled at 35 years old, disabled by Social Security and the Postal Service. And after 47 minutes, one session, she was perfectly healthy. She had 100% range of motion and 0 pain for the first time in 7 years. And her girlfriend says, show him your business card. And so she did. And she goes, I specialize in boulder walls. Every single day, I'm lifting 35-pound boulders, and so it's cool stuff. And um, I feel lucky and blessed to do it. And for me, I want other people to know that there's lots and lots and lots of incredible, awesome healers out there. There's a lot of so-so too. It's the same thing with doctors. There's a lot of good doctors, a lot of not so good. But there's a possibility. Don't give up. Just don't give up. Try, keep open, pray, meditate, and something might happen. And if I continue to speak about it, other people are going to know about people like me and others and others and others. And so, people will be able to have results, like Dr. Oz says. Go ahead.
So some people like to kind of fake it till they make it, even sometimes when it comes to trying to apply something that they know will help them. So what are some ways that you kind of evaluate or assess whether one of the people that you're working with is genuinely tapping into their profound power?
Well, the first of all is that our subconscious mind is really the tricky, FUB, the tricky bastard. I don't know if I can say that, but the subconscious mind actually has more power than our conscious mind. That's why, affirmations and things like that don't readily work all of the time, because the subconscious mind is fighting it, and people don't understand that and realize that. And so when people are sick, I always do the same kind of protocol. It's like, okay, first of all, is it in my highest good to work with them? Is it in their highest good to work with me? And then are they able, willing, ready, deserving, believe it, see it, imagine it, and then imagination to reality. And so what I have to do is that's part of the protocol, that me and my teacher had developed, where it's like, okay, let's see about changing the energy, shifting that subconscious, shifting some of the physical things to see if they can even grasp the idea. Because when somebody's been in so much pain or they've been abused, they don't know another way. It's just like they don't know that things can positively happen. And so when we breach that, it's great. But then what I do is I always offer a complimentary consultation, because I don't want to take people's money if I can't help them. And if I start to ask them questions and it's obvious that the secondary gain is so strong, they don't want to get better. And there's a small portion like that where it's socially more acceptable to be the sick one, and it's just like, okay, well, we just let them go by and they can maybe find somebody else. But other people that have tried everything, and it's just like, what's wrong with you? You should work harder. If you did this, and the MLMs where it's like, this pill is going to save your life. It works for everybody. Everybody needs it. And I'm just like, I come in and it's like, what do you truly need? And what do you want? And that's the part where I've been there. So I have that compassion, the empathy, as well as the intuitive ability to be able to connect and see what they really, really need and what they really want.
With the consciousness shift that's going on with humankind right now, where would you say profoundly living is going in the future to run alongside that shift?
Well, it's really, it's very interesting. I had two conversations about this already today. And because of all the strife and because of the genocide and all these different things, and, the hate and the anger towards everybody, it's like, okay, one of my most favorite books is The Celestine Prophecy. The Celestine Prophecy basically talks about the fact that if we stay in our higher conscious and we desire to connect to Creator, Source, Spirit, God, however you want to say it, if we feel that energy inside of us, and really go towards it, then we can create the world that we want to see. Just like Gandhi said, just like Nelson Mandela said, Martin Luther King, we have to be able to be and think and feel what we want to be able to create. And so with profoundly living, I throw my arms up in the air, because it was what happened is for me, the first time that I didn't need oxygen when I had gone into the library with my daughter. She was 5.5 years old. She had never seen me healthy before that. She says, Daddy, no oxygen. And so where's profoundly living going is supporting with people the idea that you can, that this might work with you, that other things could work with you, but let's give you some positive hope. Let's give you some help. Let's give you some support. And let's see what you can do to really accentuate and just rocket yourself. And, and it's a hard thing because when I work with people, especially people that have been in abusive situations, when I ask them, it's like, what's your desire? What do you wish? They're like,
Mhm.
I don't know. They've never been able to think about that, you know, and especially women. Women rate themselves fifth in order of importance all the time, you know, career,
Mhm.
spouse, kids, pets, and then themselves.
Mhm.
So, what I want people to do is to say that you deserve to feel like the miracle that you are, because you were born a miracle. You are that miracle, and you get to feel that and experience that. So, that's my hope.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for all the work that you're doing, Joe. And I'll give you the final word before we bring up our next guest, Elise, who is currently sitting in the green room. But go ahead and take a minute to share any final words that you would like.
Okay. So August 22nd, I'm having a webinar for women, and I'll have more information about that. And if you go to profoundpower.net, there's two free things that you can download, Energy Mastery Power Positions, and they will help you physically, emotionally, and spiritually boost your energy and protect your energy. And please do believe that you do matter. And thanks a lot, Joe Petrowski, Profoundly Living, profoundpower.net. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe, for being here. Hello, Elise. How
Hello.
are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing fabulous and fine. Welcome to the Inventors and Innovators broadcast.
Thanks so much. It's been great seeing everybody come on today.
We've had some amazing hitters. We've had people of various industries coming in and talking about their creations, inventions, and innovations. So why don't you go ahead and start with sharing yours?
Yeah, so I do video. I help people with stories. I'm a YouTube strategist, so I really focus heavily on YouTube. And I love the idea of this whole broadcast being about innovation and how we can bring impact, because that's literally what I do every single day. Is I sit down and I think about how can I help these beautiful people take their message to more people? How can I innovate the video and the YouTube and these things to make them easier, faster, accessible to people? Because one of the biggest things that I hear is, I don't have the time. You know, you're spending the time building your website, building your funnels, trying to make the coaching thing, the whatever the different things are. And you don't have the time to step into visibility. You don't have the time to step into YouTube because you're doing all these other things. And so I look at it in kind of three different places. I want to make sure that I'm merging tech with time freedom, purpose with profit, and strategy with story. Those are sort of my pieces that I'm trying to connect, because I'm really good with tech, but I also recognize how important story is. And multiple people today have talked about story and how important that is. And I think that bringing the two pieces together makes it where you're actually able to get something done in less time, in a way that makes it so that all of you beautiful people can share your stories with more people.
Video has definitely evolved and transformed. Obviously, we're doing an entire broadcast right here instead of live and in person, because we have more methods and ways now to reach a grander and wider audience, more diverse. You can have it translated in multiple languages and have the content continually just survive and live on and adapt. What are some ways and methods in which, when you are working with someone, to kind of help them get out of their own way, so they can see that they have to put their trust in the expert to help them with their business goals?
Yeah, so a lot of it is just to go. There's so many variations of this, right? Where you have to make sure you look perfect. You're afraid to be on camera. You're whatever. And it's that progress over perfection mentality, right? Like, you've got to just go. You can go to my YouTube channel, scroll back a few years, watch my first videos and see how terrible they were. And I don't take them down for that exact reason. The biggest thing is you just have to hit record and get in front of the camera. And that is like my biggest piece of advice. And you don't even need somebody coaching you to do that. Anybody can go out there and say their message. Now, of course, partnering tech. So I have a 2-hour program completely free to anybody that wants to use it, that helps you get your video from I have no idea what to say all the way to posted in 2 hours or less. So there are tools like that that you can certainly use. And that would be where I would tell people to start looking is what can we do to make this faster and easier for you? But beyond all of that, just hit record.
Yeah, a lot of support that you are, surrounding yourself with, that you're giving it to, is women trying to balance business and families. How does belonging in your coaching community help them go from overwhelm to clarity and have that aha moment?
Yeah, so my program is called the Video Biz Cohort, and it is a combination of making sure that you have access to the technology. So making sure you can get your website launched, your funnel launched, all of those things. And then also we do weekly support calls. So you can come and ask your questions. You can show me the videos that you've edited and I can give you pointers. It's literally every piece from being surrounded by other business owners who are also trying to use video and being able to hear their stories and their questions to getting your specific questions answered. It also includes a course that you can run through at any point and really understand the inner workings of how do I make a YouTube strategy, and then take that strategy, take pieces out of it and use it on all the social media. I'm very much about making sure that what you do today works for days, months, years in the future. So instead of running on that content hamster wheel that everybody does, you have to post today, you have to post today, you have to post today. Yeah. Instead of doing that, you focus on the YouTube and then take the pieces out to make that go forever. Mm-hmm. And then you don't have to be stuck. And so it helps you have time to be a mom or to go travel. They were talking about that earlier today. All of those things become possible when your business doesn't take your entire life. And so, yes, I'm highly focused on video because video is what works. And I've seen the analytics and I know that that's where you're going to be able to get visible. But there's something behind it that's more, which is exactly what you're saying. You can do the life you want when you get that stuff set up in a system that keeps going.
Yes. A lot of times too, some people have the internal conversation of, I'll do it when I'm motivated, or I'll do it when I know I have to, where it becomes a daily habit. If you do it when you're motivated, okay, it'll come and go like the phases of the moon. You'll be really, really motivated on one day, and then you'll have nothing going on the next. But if you are consistent, and like you said, you keep up old content to show from the very beginning how these things might look in the very beginning. It'll look different for everybody, but you are still making progress. You are still showing the results and the fruits of your labor. And something else I asked someone else earlier that I kind of want to ask you is, well, I am going to ask you, is many coaches will sometimes prioritize income. Oh, my client made X amount. Oh, my client made, they finally went on this trip. But you kind of put more of an emphasis on how someone is able to ease into the seat of being comfortable in front of the camera, their confidence, their presence. So what overall metrics are you using to measure the success that you're getting for your clients?
I mean, it does come down to the dollar. You're talking about a business, right? We're not here to have hobbies, right? But also a lot of people I work with, it's about impact. So some of the metrics have to do with, yes, we made sales. Yes, we have money, because frankly, you can't keep doing your business if you never make any money. You won't be able to support your family or your life, right? But some of it comes down to how many people you're able to help. So one of my big pieces with YouTube is the place where you get to help as many people as possible completely for free. You give them answers to the things that they need help with, whatever your industry is, and you know that all of those people can be impacted by what you're doing. I've impacted thousands upon thousands of businesses with the videos that I put out on YouTube, and not a single one of them paid me. But the reality is that from those thousands of people who I help, some of them are the right person to pay me. And so I can get the metrics and sales. But things like subscribers don't really matter, except they do because it means you're impacting those people. So it has a lot to do with like what your heart is. Of course, we have to make money. Of course, it's a goal for my clients to make money, and we make sure they're making money. I have 2 signature talks that specifically address how do you make money on YouTube, okay? But it's about more than that. It's about becoming the change, becoming the innovator, becoming the person that helps everybody around you. And so number of subscribers is something we look at. Number of comments is something we look at. Number of views on each video is something we look at. We do use search engine optimization, which there's very specific ways to do that on YouTube. And all of those numbers are numbers that we evaluate to figure out if we're going in the right direction. But none of them are standalone, like this is the only thing that matters. It isn't just about watch time. It isn't just about subscribers, right? But all of that helps you to know, yes, I'm impacting these people, right?
Sometimes people like us will have trigger words that we hear someone else say, and something that always triggers me, and I don't mean this in the negative connotation, but kind of a segue into that sales conversation or that onboarding conversation is when someone says, "Oh, I can't." Doesn't matter what else they were going to say. It's, I can't write a book. I can't be on a show. I can't talk in front of people. I can't. So when you are, I won't say eavesdropping, but when you're networking, when you're connecting with people, and you hear someone say a key phrase, what's something that kind of perks up your attention and say, "Oh, let me show you how you can"?
Yeah, so I absolutely love that. I have several little things that definitely I can relate with what you're saying. So I'm actually writing a book right now. It's called She Hated the Dishes. And it has everything to do with storytelling, but not necessarily YouTube and video. And it has everything to do with how I basically hated the dishes. And I had this hate relationship for my entire life until recently. And it was because I kept telling myself how awful they were my entire life. And it goes back to what you're saying about I can't. If you say you can't, of course you can't, right? But in answer to your actual question, one of the words that is especially difficult for me when I hear it, and I have to say something, is the word alignment. I think alignment is a beautiful word when you use it for what it means, right? Like my message is in alignment with, somebody else or something like that. But a lot of times it becomes an excuse. And I've had people directly tell me or be talking on the sidelines, not to me, but I heard it, where they say something along the lines of, video isn't in alignment with my business or isn't in alignment with where I'm at. And you're like, that's not how you use that word.
No.
That's not what that means.
It reminds me of the Princess Bride. You keep saying this word, but I don't think it means what you think it means.
Yes, exactly. 100%. And so that's one of the words that I really pay attention to. And in fact, some of my really good friends, JKN, will attest, Jennifer Kempfer Norris, if you don't know who that is, know that when I say the word alignment, they're like, "Oh, you said the word."
You done it now. You did it. Well, now buckle up.
But I think that is kind of where it is. It's like you think you can't do it. You think that you're not at the right place, but there isn't a right place. Mm-hmm. If you're waiting for it to be correct or right or the time, you're going to be waiting forever. And you're doing whatever you're doing because you're, I think in this group, this is true. It may not be true of everybody, but you're doing what you're doing because you want to help people. You want to make an impact. You want their lives to be better. And there is someone out there who needs to hear your exact story. And you have the power to change their life. And if you're waiting to start, if you're waiting to share your message, and it doesn't even matter what the reason is, guess what? They're waiting still in that misery, in that place that you could help them with. And only you are the right person to help them with it. And so I think if you're a really impact-driven person, that should spark you to be like, yeah, I'm scared. Doesn't matter. Do it anyways. Yep. No, I don't think I'm pretty enough. No, I don't think I'm loud enough. Or Elise is way bigger than I am and I'm quiet or whatever the thing is. Doesn't matter. There is someone who you are exactly right for. And by not stepping forward, you are missing it. And so kind of to go back to this thing about innovation and impact, my one purpose is to figure out how I can make it easier for you to do that. Whether you pay me or not.
Oh, that's beautiful. Elise, when you were developing your business, what inspired you to focus your energy on YouTube as opposed to Facebook or Instagram or TikTok or, any of the other social media platforms?
Yeah, so someone mentioned this earlier. I can't remember who it was, but they were talking about how, actually might have been you, Simone, said something about how what you're getting from this whole broadcast is that you don't have to focus in one place. Who said that? Was not that long ago. They talked about how you don't have to focus in one place. You can have multiple things. So I'm just like everybody else in that I've done everything, right? So I used to make bags and purses. I was a website designer. I did social media marketing. I've done all the things. I had a time where I was highly focused on Instagram. I am huge on numbers. I absolutely love metrics. And so I did a lot of calls where I literally looked at people's analytics and told them what they meant because people don't understand what they mean. And so I've seen a lot of website stats for a lot of different things. And what I noticed time and time again was, yes, of course, I've had clients who were excellent on Instagram and all their clients came from there, who did really well on Pinterest, who did really well on Facebook. Wherever the platform is, I know someone who has been successful on the platform. Personally, I've seen their numbers. But what I saw was that is the exception. The person who's successful on those platforms, they're the lucky one who happened to do really well there. There's not any, in my opinion, exact system outline that makes that work for everyone. But with YouTube, there are rules and a game and a very understandable way that it works, and it lasts forever. I have videos that I have been making money on for years. I know I have clients who have made money on one video for years. That doesn't happen on social media or these other platforms. It just doesn't. And so the reason that I doubled down and stopped doing everything else, and don't get me wrong, I teach a YouTube strategy that you can then repurpose to other platforms. I'm not saying don't be on other platforms, but I focused on YouTube because it's repeatable. It's something that works, that I know will help you get your message out there. And why would I ever waste my time teaching something that might work? I want to teach something that I know is going to work. So that's what
and I'm just pulling up the comments right now. After I started working with Elise, I made $500 sale within 2 weeks of my YouTube channel from
Nice.
Jennifer. Another one from Colette Wayne. Elise, you are awesome. Yeah. And a lot of what you're doing is helping people see the shift, how it doesn't align with blah, 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 blah. It doesn't matter. Fill in whatever excuse. Get on video. You must, especially as this world continues to evolve and develop. Something I do want to ask before we start moving on in the broadcast schedule. So I have two questions, but the first one I want to ask is, a lot of times people are posting content on social media and they're finding it getting stolen, or their faces are actually being used to sell a product. They have a well-known brand. A lot of people are familiar with their face, if not their name. And then all of a sudden they're in an ad that they never did, they weren't paid for, and they definitely don't stand with that company. So do you have any insights or ways in which people are able to protect themselves from things like that? Is there some kind of hidden watermark? Is it just kind of living in a cave? What is your advice on this? Because it can be very damaging to someone's brand.
Yeah, so I actually just had this happen. Someone had an AI version of me that they took all my photos and stuff and made an AI Elise, created a new Facebook page. So by the way, make sure that you're on the right one if you decide to connect with me. I'm at My Scheduled Biz on every single platform. If it's something else, it's not me. And started not only making new content that wasn't mine, they started taking my content and putting it on their platform so that it would look like it was me. And I mean, living in a cave is probably the best way to make sure that doesn't happen. But unfortunately, in this day and age, it's a reality that, yes, someone can steal your face, steal your voice, and pretend to be you. And you just have to be prepared to challenge them. So what I did is I went through all the steps with Facebook and I said, this is not me. This is clear. This is not me. I'm clearly who this actually is. And eventually I got it taken down. And so sometimes it becomes a little bit of a struggle to fix those things. But that is one of the risks of being out there, is someone can do that. I actually don't recommend putting watermarks on your stuff. I don't think it's necessary. I think it doesn't protect you. It's so easy to take those off anyways that there's almost no point. Couple clicks of a button, you can remove a watermark from anything, a video, an image, anything. So that's not something that I necessarily think you need to be worried about. You certainly can. I have clients who put watermarks on things, but in this day and age, it's so easy to take it off. It doesn't even matter. It's just a risk. That's unfortunately the real truth of it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's happened to me twice with my YouTube channel. I was effective at having it pulled down from one other YouTube channel, but I just discovered another YouTube channel, which is, they only have audio, and they lifted the audio from one of my interviews and put it on their channel. And it can be such a headache to try to get that resolved. So yeah,
it is.
On that.
And the problem with YouTube is, of course, duplicate content is a really big concern, because if there's duplicate content, YouTube can take your channel down. So if you have your legitimate content and someone takes it and copies it and puts it on their channel, and that happens too many times, YouTube could take down your channel for having duplicated content. So it's one of those things that it is very important to kind of be paying attention and making sure that you're seeing those things and letting the people around you know. You know, I've had clients that have been like, Elise, hey, I saw this thing, but it didn't quite seem right. And I go look at it, I'm like, that's not right. But it's the same thing as anything else. Like, I actually started in business doing handmade crafts. And one of the things that I would see a lot of makers doing is they would get like Disney fabric and make something out of it. And, you know, Disney, the NFL, all of these places, you're not allowed to do that.
Nope.
And what ends up happening at the end of the day is they come after you and sue you, and you end up losing like your whole house and everything, because you have to pay back all the money that you made off of their stuff. And the same thing is true here. Like, yeah, they can take it and they can try and run with it, but at some point it can get to the point where you can, like, you have legal standing to kind of go after them.
Yes.
It's not okay. It's not acceptable. And I have clients that ask me this all the time. Elise, what if I want to do a video with Adora Evans or whoever, and I want to make it so they're talking about my thing? Can I do that? And I'm like, no, you absolutely should never do anything like that unless you want your whole thing to be torn down.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll move on to my next question real quick, but I've also seen people do, they all of a sudden they'll have an ad on Jimmy Kimmel. Like, he's holding up a product, he's holding up a book, and he's actually talking about it. But some people are trying to fabricate something like that. But you can go directly to people and saying, hey, I don't know what this costs to do X, Y, and Z, but what does that look like? Create partnerships. You don't have to make fake content, people. There is so much out there already. We're making content right now. I am in the middle of a broadcast while messaging people on social media, while trying to manage all these other things. There's so many ways for you to monetize your voice and get things done. You don't have to take or rip off someone else's image. But thank you for sharing all that, because that is going to be an issue. We've talked about AI. Now we need to talk about people stealing content, because that's the world we live in now. And it's only going to get worse until laws start including these things and bills are getting passed. But for Elise, what is something else that you have coming up that the people here that are watching can do to support you and helping you, help people get out of being like, oh, that doesn't align with me?
Yeah. Well, I actually have two things. So one is my 2-hour YouTube is a free resource that anybody can get. So share it with everybody you know. It is a mini course where I literally give you 2 ChatGPT GPTs. That sounded funny. 2 GPTs that'll help you make your script, whether that's outline style or full read it like it's a teleprompter, and your thumbnails, and do all of the things in 2 hours or less. Get it recorded, scheduled, posted, the whole 9 yards. Completely free resource. You can go to myscheduledbiz.com/YouTube to get that. Share it with everyone you know. And then the second thing is, my book is going to be coming out soon. She Hated the Dishes. And it's something that is going to help women retell the stories of their lives and their shame, and understand radical self-acceptance to a point that we have to do that to be better at our business. Like, you have to grow for your business to grow. And so SheHatedTheDishes.com. There's a free resource there, a video that walks through kind of a little summary of my story. If you could share that, I would appreciate it. That's what I've got. I'd love to connect with anyone. You can find me on My Schedule Biz on any platform.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here. And stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We're going to bring up our next guest, Justine Reese, here on the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. Hello. You're on mute.
Oh, Justine, you're muted.
Got it. I didn't want to make noise while you guys were in the midst. Hi, how are you?
Doing fabulous. Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you. I'm a last minute addition today. I wasn't expecting to see until Friday.
Never last minute, never second thought. It was all divine.
All good.
It was as it should.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
So with
there's
this
been, yes,
broadcast-
I've been tuning in a
go
lot
ahead.
today. It's been awesome to listen to all of, no, I've been tuning in and listening, and so many mic drop moments from so many people. So happy to be a part of it.
Well, why don't you go ahead and share with everyone what it is that you're doing that is, your own invention, something that you took, ran with, and now finding extreme success with.
So I am a voiceover talent and coach, and I've been doing voiceover for over 30 years. And I think one of the neat things to have been in this industry for so long is to see all the massive change from, only being able to send your demo out on a cassette tape or a CD to what we do now, to driving into studios, to recording from home. It's just a massively different industry. And having done it so long and had modicums of success in it has been really wonderful. But learning that what I'm teaching other people about their voice is applicable really to everybody. Mm-hmm. And most importantly, to people who think they have their voice, but they know something's off. They don't feel in alignment when they are speaking, or they don't feel like they can speak up. A lot of women have this. And I've realized that over periods of time, we all have moments of feeling shut down. And I do reflect back on women at a certain time period in your life, maybe when your kids go off to college and suddenly you're empty nesting and you used to do this thing. Or you realize when you're changing jobs or moving or changing relationships, you're going through something really difficult, like the death of a parent, or God forbid, the death of a child, or anything like that, that really will shake you and allow you, I say allow, because often we feel like we're completely thrown off, but we are reinventing ourselves all the time. We're transforming all the time. And if we allow our connection to our voice to be a core, like a tree trunk, we can move through anything with confidence, grace, and reflection, and just be more powerful and more empowered. And once I sort of put that together for myself as a voiceover talent who also felt her voice got lost in the midst of marriage, then divorce, and having kids, even though I was working with my voice the whole time, there was a piece of me that was sort of an understudy in my own story. And so I've come up with a program and a concept to help everybody reclaim your voice is really what it's about. To go back and remember, when was it magical? What did I want to do when I was 6, 7, 8 years old? And can I reinvent and go back to that and reclaim it for whatever I'm doing now? So it can apply to so many different people, places, and things, but I'm basically taking what I've taught in voiceover, bringing authentic emotion and tone in the voice to words, which is what books voiceover jobs, not how great you sound, not how much you sound like Morgan Freeman or James Earl Jones. Those things are great,
Yes.
but they do not create a voiceover career. So being able to imbue my words with true emotion, and that's what's been also on the fun aspect of things, to have seen this growth and change. And even 4 years ago, if you typed my name in on Amazon, nothing came up. And now there's 7 or 8 books that have hit bestseller lists that I've narrated, and also things that I've written, and a podcast called the Voiceover Pod, which I uncover all kinds of fun things about voiceover. So that's, I think that's my zone of genius, is the voice and how we can help bring it to life.
I have a question about voiceover specifically. Why is it so difficult to break into voiceover work?
So, Simone, interesting question. A bit of a story, though, that has been told over time, and someone said it to you, probably, and so then you believed it. And I'm not saying, oh, it's easy, but voiceover, if you go back, let me ask you a question. Who told you that? And what makes you believe that that's true?
Okay, so
because there's probably a reason. Yeah,
there is a definite reason. So when you were started to talk about, you know, what you did and you said voiceover work, I'm like, oh, I have to ask this question. So I'm an actor, I'm an actress, and that is my first love. I'm a CEO and founder of a nonprofit, but acting is my first love. And I have always wanted to get into voiceover work. And I know what my experience has been is that it's a very tightly knit, smaller group. And once you get in it, there's a potential for you to take off, and it can be so lucrative. So
okay, so I had a
outside
feeling
world,
that's exactly what you were going to say. I had a feeling and that is the story that people tell in Los Angeles from 20 years ago, 25 years ago. That was the story. It wasn't untrue. But also, it's just a story, just like anything else. Is there competition in everything? Is there competition for every acting job? Is there competition? Is there, so voiceover was a smaller thing because it was mostly commercials, animation, cartoons, and some industrial work. But everybody wanted the commercial work and the cartoon work. So a lot of that was given to a very small group of people. So your idea of voiceover is completely limited. If you zoom out to 2025, voiceover is sometimes some people say $10, $15 billion industry. How-tos, explainers, audiobooks, training videos, GPS, airports, announcements. You have to expand your idea of what voiceover is, because it isn't just these three things anymore. And you don't just do it in LA, New York. In fact, I suggest you don't do it in those places at all when you're starting. You don't need an agent to begin, not that an agent can't help you. So there's all these elements to voiceover. And I do teach a class about that as well and help people get their start, because you would probably be surprised how wonderful that it is. Now, I'm not saying it's not hard, but everything's hard until you know how to do it. And it's the most fun I've ever had with my pants on, if I feel like wearing them. I am wearing pants, you guys. I'm just saying. Well, the cool thing about it, is that it applies to so many things. So we went off on a tangent there. Yeah. But I'm happy to talk to you more about that.
So Justine, with shifts coming up with remote recording and AI, what are some changes that you've noticed in the voiceover industry, and how are you kind of helping some of these artists stay relevant and in demand?
Yeah, that's such a good question. And of course, I listened to so much AI conversation earlier, and that's a big topic. It's a hotbed topic. I didn't used to talk about it like in my introductory class, but I do now because everybody wants to know. AI voices have sort of been around for a long time, and AI has been a part of the voiceover industry for a long time. But what does AI stand for? Let me ask you, Isabel and Simone.
Artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
Correct. And what are we going for in the voiceover industry? Authentic intelligence. AI cannot breathe. AI cannot be directed. And what is happening when clients, advertisers, people use AI, the listener gets into something called uncanny valley. And you feel distance. You feel distance from that product. So if I'm selling something, if I want you to check out my service or my nonprofit, I want to attract you, right? We're all about attraction and manifestation. If I'm putting a voice out there that's making you go, ugh, that's not going to work. There's low-hanging fruit, just like there is in everything. So my advice to anybody who wants to get into the industry, coaching and training first. You definitely have to be better than AI. And I have a friend I have so many friends that have can tell similar stories, but I had a friend who had a book. It was a anthology, and she had hired someone to do it. And when she got the book back, she was absolutely certain it was AI. You could tell. And she fired her and hired me. So, and I've heard crazy stories, like people trying to hire voice talent to fix all the mistakes that AI makes. You know, and then you can say, well, there are definitely, if you let AI study your voice, right, it can mimic it and mock it. Listen, I can't tell you where it's going. I just tell you where it is now. And it's not like you could get an AI voice to record your book, but who would want to buy it, right? Doing audiobooks is very personal to me, and I really do love it. But anyway, that's what I would teach everybody: is get the coaching, get the training, have your tools if you're going to do it, because you want to be able to grab opportunities if they come along, if it's something that you want to know. So first step is coaching and training. If you want to reach out to me, Justine at Such a Voice about voiceover is a great place to do that.
Okay. And it's something interesting too. We're doing a book launch in the middle of this broadcast, and I was noticing some of the older books that we've done where Amazon is just saying, you qualify for an audiobook. I'm like, what do you mean I qualify for an audiobook? I haven't uploaded anything for it. And obviously I've gone through those steps before, so I know exactly what it would take to have an audiobook. So I'm like, what do you mean I qualify? And it's AI, it's artificial.
Yeah. And listen, there are people, I actually had a new student of mine, actually, he just signed up for one of our programs with Such a Voice. So one of the things I do is work with this group, Such a Voice, to help people get their demos done and really give them great training and really understand marketing and incredible support. But he wanted to do an audiobooks years ago, and he got super innovative. He also was in radio, and he recorded somebody's book and then sent it to them and said, look, I did your book. What's hilarious about the story is it was a company. So it was sort of it was a nonfiction, piece of nonfiction. I can't remember exactly the details, but they're like, we love it and we love you. They got AI to do the book and they hired him to do a job, some other job. And now he's finally coming back to get the proper coaching and training. And I said, listen, you could go back to them now and show them the difference. People just don't know. They want to have, everyone should have an audiobook. I think it's great. 30 to 40% of readers listen versus, you probably know this, right? We love to listen to stuff as we drive. Who's got time? We all say we don't have time to read. So it's a great way to ingest literature, to ingest information, is to use our time in that way. But the difference between really having someone capture your words or be your voice, is really, really important. So I think looking for a correct, going through reach out to me. I'm happy to help. It doesn't have to mean I don't have time to do everybody's audiobook anyway, and I'm getting expensive now to do that. But I think the thing is, you want some skin in the game with your narrator, and it's a hard thing to do. But we're also about bringing voice to the voiceless. Some of the work I'm doing with California Dining Divas, we are doing something with Lisa Nichols actually on Monday. So I just wanted to say a little bit about it to support her MTS, Motivating the Teen Spirit Camp. And she talked about it earlier, that it's one of her 3 things. And we're really excited to help support it. So we're going to have a conversation on Monday at 3:00 Pacific on Zoom. And we will be allowing and encouraging donations or getting kids to know about this camp. It's coming up in about 2 weeks at the end of the month in Southern California, around the Big Bear, Wrightwood area. And it's supporting teen mental health. And I can't think of anything more important than bringing voice to the teens of today who are going to be the leaders of tomorrow.
It's wonderful.
I love that. Well, thank you so much, Justine, for being here. I know there was some content that was submitted. Unfortunately, it wouldn't upload. It was just too big. It was just too powerful. So hopefully we'll find another solution. We see you again on Friday. I want to give you the final word. I want to give you the final word to share while we're here on the Inventors and Innovators broadcast before we bring up our next guest.
Well, I think Maya Angelou really said this best. People might forget what you say, but they will never forget how you made them feel. And I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's important in this space and in every space to really connect to our emotions when we speak. It will give us better communication, better content building. And yeah, maybe you'll book a voiceover job at some point.
Sounds good. Well, thank you so much for being here, Justine. It's always great to see you and to see another member of the Dining Divas. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, and you'll be seeing more of her. You'll be seeing more of Justine.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Bringing up Sheila Burrell. Hello, welcome to the broadcast.
Hi, ladies. It's been a great day so far. What a great conversations. I'm looking forward to this so much.
Yeah, a lot's been happening here on day one of the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. And let's just keep this ball rolling. So a lot of people are sharing what they've created, what they've invented, and just taken a step beyond to truly help make the largest impact that they possibly can. So why don't you go ahead and share with our audience a little bit about yourself?
Absolutely. I appreciate that introduction and the platform to be able to speak today. For me, you know, I come in as a trailblazer. I'm a single mom of two girls, 11 and 13, just that very transformational age. And as Justine was just speaking about the Dining Divas, I'm part of the dining empire that's working together with Lisa's camp. And my daughter is going to be going to the camp first time.
Wow. Congratulations.
Yes. So we just were queued up and got to see Lisa speak on the stage just a few hours ago, and then to be on a Zoom call with her. So just bringing so many powerful people together is amazing. And as a mom who has just come into this enlightened world and being amongst so many powerful, great people doing great things in the world, it's an honor, you know, just to have the opportunity to speak up. And, you know, following Justine, I know Justine very well. We've done a few things together over the last year, and it's to have that voice, you know, it's like we're really taught to stuff that voice down and be quiet and not be seen. I grew up in the small town in South Carolina where literally the street was named after me. To this day, there's less than 3,000 people in the town. So the street was our last name. So it was a really small town. Wow. And I just remember the first time when I was exposed to Think and Grow Rich and Napoleon Hill's work and Don Green. And I know Don Green's going to be speaking on the platform upcoming as well. The director in the Napoleon Hill Foundation, you know, to hear his Southern twang and to know Napoleon Hill was buried about an hour from my hometown. And we actually shared the same birthday, October 26th. Like, if that's not signs from the universe, tell me, you know, slap me in the face. You'll need to see this. You need to be in alignment with this. So I'm the trailblazer and the innovator just to open my eyes to this new belief system for my lineage and to be open to take in the potential truths that help me and my girls be our best selves.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. So how did you come to know that the world needed your creation and innovation?
Well, for me, I really fought it a lot because, especially coming from such a small town, I was a bartender server most of my life, even though I graduated 5th in my class at a high school, straight A, you know, military dad, Oriental mom. Can you get more perfectionist? You know, so I had a lot to break free from. And coming from that working class of, you know, they're just really limited, a lot of limiting beliefs around time, around money, around what's possible. I'm one of the lucky ones that got out of the town because I was a troublemaker. So I got sent to Florida to live with my dad, which is by Walt Disney World. So really opened up a whole new world, you know, and for me to be in a space where I could actually take it in. And then the pandemic really pushed it even farther. And my teenager pushed me even farther. We were going to become a statistic if she ended up like how I was in my small town. So I really needed to open up my belief system to let, you know, all this new information in, because I said, it's got to be done differently. I know Someone spoke earlier about, I think it was Lisa Nichols actually, it spoke about, her dad maybe not have been the one who gave her the wings, but same with my dad, but they taught me work ethic. They taught me values, virtues, honesty, and figuring things out, so I honor them for that, but they didn't know. They only knew what they knew. Like my dad was during Vietnam era in the Air Force, and my mom was from Taiwan, where, to this day, women still don't move out of their houses unless they're married. So I honor her so much, just to think that she came out of that. She came out of, that small belief system that women couldn't do it on her own. And she's been, she was a single mom herself for most of our growing up. So, there was a lot of trailblazing in my family lineage, but just not to a space quite where I found it. I just took it to the next level, and I see Adora's watching, and she's one of my biggest cheerleaders that really saw my light and allowed me to shine authentically. And when I grew up that straight A student, but yet I was sneaking around to do this, and I even found my kids saying, am I supposed to do that? Am I going to get in trouble for that? And just being very mindful of communication and how we perceive things, and to create that connection, not only with other people and my children, but with myself, one that I never had a chance to do. So I'm just, I love being around the community that I'm in now, because as we know, we are who we're around most. And I'm just honored that I can be in a tribe with the divas and be seen, be empowered, be inspired. And the whole culture is leaving people seen, heard, and understood. And the magnitude of what our world's going through right now, we need it more than ever.
Yeah. Being a trailblazer and a single parent you said your daughters are 11 and 13, correct?
Yes.
So that's been quite a journey. So journeys are not constant upticks, right? So you've got your plateaus, you've got moments where there are going to be dips, and then you get the fire again, and then you're up. What was it that allowed you to get that pendulum swinging again when you had those moments where you're like, whew, oh my God, I don't know if I can do it again. I don't know if I can do it anymore. I just don't know. What was it that got that pendulum swinging again for you?
Being able to surrender. Surrender to what was meant to be, what is meant to be. That, for my girls, I see they're going through puberty. I'm going through perimenopause. There's a lot of hormones going on. A lot of hormones. If I don't surrender to something, we're all going to implode. But really finding the community. I came up without this emotional safety. I came up without the financial safety. I didn't even know what safety meant. I just thought that was a physical thing. I didn't know what mentor meant. I didn't know what any of those things meant. I knew I was supposed to get a goal of an A, and I wasn't told anything else. Like, okay, now I graduated. I have my A. I have my degree. I have my scholarship. Yay, I'm a bartender. Grades without guidance is nothing, so that's why I'm so grateful that Lisa has this camp, and my daughter's going to get to go to that. So I can finally feel like she's being supported in a way that I can still turn back. And as Lisa says, fill my cup, fill my saucer, so I can pay it forward.
Oh my goodness.
But what there's available for the youth nowadays, it's a lot of navigating to find spaces that can hold enough resources for them and try to keep them alive with what's going on nowadays. Not only the social media, but the violence in schools. So we say this generation, or a lot of people say this generation's entitled, but in other ways, they have it the hardest ever. Because I know when I grew up, I didn't see all over, social media that things to compare to. That didn't even exist. Cell phones weren't there. Now everything is a comparison. So how can anyone ever be good enough when the 90% of social media highlights all the great stuff? And there's so much psychology bending in advertisement Like there's no way you can get away from it. And our foods, and I mean, like you name it. So that's our seeds to our next generation. And my girls have been my greatest teachers. And to kind of circle back to what your question was, like not only surrender, but community. Having abandonment issues, I had the trust issues. But when I found the tribe that was right for me, to meet me where I was and to expose me and empower me and trust me with their brand, with their ideas, with their vision, because they felt in my heart, they saw my heart, they saw my shine. And that helped me more. And I want to, everyone to know that tribe is available for them, and it may not be my tribe, it may not be your tribe, but everyone has their unique character and the unique things that work for them. Just know that you're not alone. There is a tribe that is right for you.
I'm a single parent as well of a little boy, and he's absolutely amazing. And I can definitely say that I understand what you're saying. The journey is very difficult, but what makes the journey so much easier is having that community, having that tribe. And if you allow yourself to lean into that community and lean into that tribe, you will grow exponentially, and you'll find your voice again. Like Justine was talking about finding your voice, and the more you allow yourself to fill up your own cup, the better not only you'll be for yourself, but you will be for those little people that you have running around in your house that are depending on you. And you mentioned that your girls are now teachers for you. They're teachers for you. That is because you have walked the walk and done the work. So like you have provided home for them more than just like a brick and mortar, but home for them in spirit and in heart. So it's come full circle. So do you feel like you were that home, or do you feel like you need to be reminded of that? Because I feel like sometimes I need to be reminded that I am that home for my son sometimes. Are you grounded in that feeling, or do you still kind of need to feel reminded sometimes?
Well, as you know, being a single mom or being a parent in general is not always roses and butterflies and rainbows, but we get to be their parents and we get to be their vomit bag when they get done with school. We get to be their mat. We get to be their toilet, right? We sometimes forget we get to be that. And only mommy and daddy can be treated in these certain ways because we're their safe space. So yes, I did dive into conscious parenting and dive into personal development and dive more into connection pieces, which me and my girls are connected more than I could ever dream of. But if my first was my only, I would think there was something wrong with me. My two kids are so different. It's not even funny. This one wants to get as far away as possible. I was like, fine, go to California. Take her, Lisa. Take my firstborn, Lisa. You take her. And then my other one, she doesn't want to leave my side. So they are so different. And yes, absolutely. I have my ups and downs, whether it be my hormones, the business, just daily life. So I do need that support because even though we study it, even though I study it every day and I'm surrounded by it every day, we're still human beings and we have that piece. And that's one key thing I want to ground into my kids, that it's okay to make bad choices. We all do sometimes, but just really own it and take a lesson and know it's not the end of the world just so it wasn't something that you were intentionally trying to hurt someone. That's the key. But we're all going to have accidents and make mistakes and maybe not have the best judgment all the time because we're going to be human beings. But when we're surrounded by the right people, we can be nurtured and help back up a whole lot quicker. So community, I mean, the wise tales isn't, it's around for a reason to say it really takes a tribe, takes a community to raise the kids and to raise us. And we didn't necessarily get that from our parents. So I need to go back and reparent my own inner child, my little Sheila, So it's been a wonderful journey for sure.
For other women who are, attempting to do what you have done, and they're struggling a bit and they don't have that community quite yet, what advice do you have for them?
Celebrate every win. Grace, lots of grace, because we could shoulda, coulda, woulda all day long, all over ourselves. But I fought it for a long time to have a community, because it's a lot quicker just to go ahead and get it done yourself.
Yeah.
But that's going to burn you out real quick. And as I was raised to get that A, I never learned how to enjoy the journey. And it came to me so strongly. I put my kids in Montessori, where they don't get grades. They don't even know what grades are. So they can really focus on learning and staying curious and enjoying the journey. So for the women out there, I know if it's, especially where I came from, easier said than done. What's this enjoy the journey? What are you talking about? I need to pay my bills and my kids aren't eating. Like my nervous system. I don't even know my nervous system exists. But it's there. Just know you're not alone. It is there. And we have more resources at our fingertips than ever. And it doesn't matter what has happened to you. Maybe it's not an exact alignment. Everyone's experienced this, that, and the other, but someone can get it and get you to the next person that can resonate even more. But don't stop trying. Don't stop trying, because there's support out there.
Yeah, keep going. Mm-hmm.
I love everything that you guys are talking about. It's extremely important to have your community. It's okay to lean into something. It's okay to lean on a person. It's okay to lean on a group of people that genuinely care about you, your goals, what you value, especially if it's family and kids. Sheila, I want to give you the final word before we have to move on and start to wind down on day one of the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. But I also want to thank you for everything that you shared with us today.
I appreciate both of you ladies, and it was an honor to be here, and looking forward to the rest of the broadcast over the next couple of days and impacting so many lives.
Thank you. What's a way for people to start connecting with you?
Well, I'm part of the Diva Network, the Dining Divas, Dining Empire, and they've been my sisterhood, redefining diva as driven, inspirational, visionary, authentic sisterhood, and of course, the men who support us. So look us up for the Dining Network. I know Adora Evans will be on later. SheilaBurrell.com, just like my name.com, goes to some resources there as well.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here and helping us put an end to day one of the Inventors and Innovators broadcast. But don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We'll be here July 9th to the 12th. So this is a 4-day broadcast, and we're only ending day one. So you can already anticipate the kind of caliber of people like Sheila that you will continue to hear throughout the rest of this broadcast. So thank you so much for being here, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay. Bye. Thank you.
Lady. Bye.
Welcome to the Diva Network. Inspired by our hit foodie and travel national TV shows Dining Divas and Destination Divas, we've created the Diva Network to bring more women into a collaborative environment where we can thrive and elevate together. Diva stands for Driven, Inspiring, Visionary, Authentic Sisterhood. Join the movement and be part of the positive impact we are creating together around women empowerment. Network with like-minded women, join us for live events, and even be part of our TV filmings. We can't wait to see you at our next virtual meeting. Join the Diva